Trelleborg, Sweden. The year, 2025. Nanjoping High School, the only high school in the city. The shrill ring of the dismissal bell tore through the classroom's silence. A boy from Huaxia stared blankly out of the window. The low leaden sky pressed down like the weight of his mood. The match is starting. We need you. Several tall Swedish classmates clapped him on the shoulder, a badly worn football cradled in their arms. Yanin came back to himself, shook his head, his face barely betraying any emotion. No, you guys go ahead. His Swedish was fluent, yet his tone was as flat as a glass of plain water. Always like this. The classmate shrugged, abandoning further persuasion, and dashed out of the classroom with his friends. The corridor soon reverberated with their boisterous laughter and playful shouts. Football. Merely hearing the word made some tar-black, viscous memories surge to the surface. In that dim locker room, the coach he respected most wore a greasy smile as he slid a heavy envelope across the table toward him. Shall be good. Lose this match, and there will be plenty of chances in the future. He refused. Then came the overwhelming slander, and the red band notice like a death sentence nailed him to a pillar of shame. The Huaxia Football Association banned him for 5 years. 5 years, for a professional player, that was an entire career. Coupled with the already toxic public opinion surrounding Huaxia football, Yanin transformed overnight from a rising prodigy from Shunqing into a rat scorned by all, a disgrace, who fixed matches. He could not even be bothered to defend himself. No one would believe him anyway. His heart had died. He no longer wished to touch the ball. His father, a successful entrepreneur, could not bear to watch him sink further. With a single document, he sent him to study in this Nordic country. As for why Sweden, it was simply because his father's business partner, old Eric, lived here and could keep an eye on him. From then on, the world no longer had the genius footballer Yanin, only a foreign student drifting through his days in Sweden. Just as Yanin's thoughts were drifting far away, a clear voice tinged with faint displeasure called his name. He turned around. Golden hair glinted almost blindingly in the afternoon light. Christina, universally acknowledged school beauty, stood there tall and elegant, her features as exquisite as a model stepping out of a magazine. She was also in name his childhood friend, the only daughter of old Eric. What are you spacing out about now? Have you forgotten today is our class football match? Christina crossed her arms over her chest, looking down at him from on high. Yanin turned his head away again, returning his gaze to the window. I told you I don't play football anymore. Christina took a few quick steps and stopped right beside his desk. You say you won't play, and that's it. Do you have no sense of class honor at all? Yanin shook his head again, his refusal needing no further explanation. All he wanted was to sit quietly. How anything related to football could ignite his irritation with ease. Christina clearly had no intention of giving up so easily. She bent down, leaning closer, the scent of her perfume drifting into Yanin's nose. You used to love playing so much. I remember 3 years ago in Huaxia, I watched you play from the sidelines. The smile you wore then, now it's completely gone. Her words were like a fine needle piercing precisely the place he least wished to touch. At last he turned his head, meeting Christina's earnest blue eyes, and suddenly felt an urge to laugh. You said it yourself, that was before. His tone carried a trace of self-mockery and a hint of distance. Christina held his gaze for a few seconds as though trying to confirm something. Then she straightened up and drew a somewhat battered tin box from her backpack. Damp soil still clung to its surface. With a sharp little smack, she set the box down in front of Yanin. Open it. His gaze shifted from her face to the box, but he did not move. What trick was this woman trying to pull now? Hurry up, Christina urged. In the end, Yanin reached out, and with some effort opened the rusted lid. Inside, 2 yellowed slips of paper lay quietly, their ink already fading. What's this? Christina's face lit up with a smug smile, like someone who had just pulled off a successful prank. Have you forgotten? When we were 6, your dad brought you to Sweden for Christmas. In the backyard of my house, under the wishing tree, we wrote our wishes on paper and buried them in this box. She chuckled twice like a little girl fishing for praise. Honestly, I'd forgotten too. Only yesterday my dad suddenly insisted on planting flowers in the backyard, and that's how we dug it up. Take a look at what you wrote. Yanin picked up the slip bearing his own crooked Chinese name. The paper was fragile, exuding a blended scent of earth and time. He unfolded it with exaggerated care. A line of childish yet forceful handwriting, pressed so hard it had nearly cut through the page, burst back into his world. When I grow up, I must lead the national team to the World Cup. When I grow up, I must play in one of the 5 major European leagues. Christina and I must be best friends for our entire lives. Boom. In an instant, it was as if something exploded inside his mind. Everything he had forced himself to suppress and deliberately forgotten broke free in a flood. The love he felt the first time he pulled on a jersey. The wild joy of sprinting across the green pitch. The glory of scoring a decisive goal and being tossed high into the air by his teammates. And then, the coach's hypocritical face, the cold red seal on the band, noticed the vile insults and attacks flooding the internet. Love, injustice, defiance, fury, despair, An ocean of emotions surged like a tsunami battering the heart that had long since been riddled with wounds. He clutched that thin slip of paper, his fingertips trembling slightly, just as he was about to tell himself that none of this meant anything anymore at that very moment. Ding! A crisp mechanical chime, clearly not belonging to this world, rang precisely inside his mind. Congratulations, host. Strong emotional fluctuations and an unwavering obsession with football have been detected. The ultimate football game system has now been successfully unlocked. Gu Yanan jolted. A system? Wasn't this the kind of thing that only appeared in novels? Before he could think it through, that emotionless notification chime rang out again. The strongest football system has been bound. Module loading. Game module loaded successfully. As the words fell, a translucent blue panel appeared out of thin air in Gu Yanan's field of vision. On it was listed a string of data that felt both familiar and strange to him. Name: Gu Yanan, age 17, nationality Huaxia, height 180 centimeters, weight 70 kilograms, offense 65, defense 45, playmaking 65, physical 60, overall rating 59, badges none, template none, level 0, overall rating 59. Gu Yanan's breath stalled for a moment. This was way too trash. Just as he was studying the system, a slick male voice laced with arrogance cut through his thoughts. My dear Christina, the match is about to start. Why are you still here? What's there to talk about with a Huaxia guy who muddles through life every day? A tall, handsome man with blonde hair and blue eyes strode over. He wore a brand new designer tracksuit trailed by several lackeys, exuding an air of swagger. Don't forget our bet from yesterday. If your class loses, you're having dinner with me. Have you decided what to wear today, my beauty? The newcomer was Benjamin, the sports representative of the neighboring class, and also captain of the school football team, worshipped by a crowd of fans on campus. Christina rolled her eyes dramatically, making no effort to hide her disgust. Benjamin, instead of wasting your breath here, you'd better think about how you're going to fulfill the bet when you lose later, and clean every window in our class for me. I will lose. Benjamin burst into exaggerated laughter, and his lackeys cackled along with him, full of contempt. With those pathetic nobodies in your class. Christina, I admit you're charming, but your confidence is downright laughable. As he spoke, his gaze swept over Gu Yanan with open disdain, full of scrutiny and provocation. Christina's cheeks flushed red with anger. She suddenly kicked the leg of Gu Yanan's desk with the tip of her shoe, not too hard, not too light. Hey! Gu Yanan pulled his attention away from the system panel and lifted his head, meeting Christina's blue eyes, filled with both pleading and stubbornness. She did not speak again, but all her emotions were written clearly across her face. It was hope, and also a last plea for help. Something in Gu Yanan's heart loosened inexplicably. Just then, ding! The system panel refreshed, and new text popped up. Option 1, accept Christina's request, and play for your class in the match. Reward 1 chance to draw a time-limited skill. If your class wins, the skill will become permanent. Option 2, continue to refuse, and stay away from football. Reward: the system will shut down, and Christina will loathe you for the rest of her life. The system shutting down meant nothing to him. But Christina hating him for life, that he could not accept. Gu Yanan's gaze shifted once more from Christina's anxious face to Benjamin's features, which were etched with arrogance and prejudice. That lofty posture, that undisguised contempt for people from Huaxia, was like a needle stabbing precisely into an old wound of his. He remembered those foreign players who had once humiliated him on the pitch. He remembered the keyboard warriors online who had hurled the vilest insults at him, and at Huaxia football. He remembered his coach's hypocritical face. Countless revolting visages overlapped and finally merged into the face of Benjamin, standing before him now. A long-suppressed vicious fire flared up without warning. Football. He did not want to play anymore. But that did not mean a Swede was allowed to strut arrogantly in front of him. Gu Yanan slowly leaned back in his chair, shifting into a more relaxed posture. He did not even bother to look at Benjamin, speaking instead to Christina. Young lady, do you want to have dinner with him? His words came out slowly, Huaxia and Swedish interwoven, carrying an air of careless indolence. Of course not. Christina's face twisted in disgust. Benjamin's brows knit together. He could not figure out what this Huaxia kid was playing at. At last, Gu Yanan deigned to turn his head toward Benjamin, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold arc. Your name is Benjamin, right? Christina just said she doesn't want to have dinner with you. Benjamin was stunned for a second, then burst out angrily, it's not your place to speak, Huaxia brat. But what Benjamin did not expect was that the Huaxia kid's expression remained utterly indifferent. Then in an instant his gaze turned razor-sharp as he stared at Benjamin. Can't you understand? She doesn't want to have dinner with you. Get lost. As soon as the word fell, the entire corridor fell silent. Benjamin's lackeys all stared in disbelief. Christina's mouth dropped open as well. Had this Huaxia guy gone insane? Benjamin's face flushed a livid purplish red, his handsome features twisting with fury. What did you say? You yellow-skinned monkey, say that again if you dare. I said, Gu Yanan enunciated each word, repeating in pure fluent Swedish. Get lost. He met Benjamin's gaze calmly. Beneath that calm, however, surged a madness so fierce it threatened to devour everything. You. If you've got any guts, meet me on the pitch, you Huaxia loudmouth. Benjamin was shaking with rage, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles cracked, as if he would charge forward and throw a punch at any moment. I'll talk. Since you look down on people from Huaxia so much, then we'll settle it on the field. But the stakes need to... If you lose, you and your lackeys will shout at the top of your lungs that people from Huaxia are your fathers. Gu Yanan stared straight at Benjamin. Under that gaze, an unexpected flicker of fear rose in Benjamin's heart. He recovered quickly and let out a cold snort. Fine, I bet it is. Benjamin thought to himself that some Huaxia kid couldn't possibly stir up any real storm. He just had a sharp tongue. He shot Gu Yanan a vicious glare, then turned back to Christina. Christina, you'd better not pin your hopes on this. Go back and pick out your outfit properly. And you Huaxia boy, see you on the pitch. I'll make you pay for every word you... With that, Benjamin spun around and stormed off with his entourage, his retreating back radiating menace. Only when their figures vanished at the end of the corridor did Christina finally snap out of her shock. She looked at Gu Yanan, her expression a complicated mix of worry and excitement. You were so cool just now. She suddenly broke into a brilliant smile that swept away all the gloom. Gu Yanan did not answer. He simply rose to his feet and rolled his stiff neck. His actions had already made his choice. The host has chosen option 1. Beginning time-limited skill draw. As he stood, Christina grabbed his wrist, and without giving him a chance to protest, dragged him outside. Hurry, hurry. The match is about to start. Go get changed. I've even prepared your boots. Her hand was warm and surprisingly strong. Pulled along by her, Gu Yanan sprinted down the corridor. Light and shadows outside the windows streaked past in reverse. The long-lost sensation of running made his blood begin to heat up once more. Drawing in progress. In his mind, a massive ornate virtual roulette wheel spun at high speed. Ding! The wheel suddenly halted, the pointer landing squarely on a golden slot. 2 English words pulsing with a strange rhythmic energy suddenly expanded, filling his entire field of vision. No look pass. No look pass. The phrase echoed in Gu Yanan's mind while his body was being pulled forward by Christina's brute force sprinting down the corridor. This skill is quite impressive. In the youth team of Xinqing, he played as an organizing playmaker, excelling at tearing apart the opposing defense with unbelievable passes to create sudden scoring opportunities. This skill seems tailor-made for him. Soon the two of them arrived at the school soccer field, which was already surrounded by students eager to watch, bustling and noisy. Seeing that Christina had actually brought Gu Yanan over his classmates who had previously looked troubled finally showed a glimmer of hope. Gu, you finally made it. A tall black classmate patted him on the shoulder, revealing a bright smile. I heard from Christina that you were trained professionally before. With you here we feel reassured. Right? That Benjamin relies on being a U17 player from a professional team, bullying us every day. It's so arrogant. U17 from a professional team. Gu Yanan followed their gaze. On the other side of the field, Benjamin was surrounded by a group of people. He indeed had a standard physique. Tall and muscular, clearly someone who had undergone systematic training, a perfect candidate for a center forward. Seemingly sensing Gu Yanan's gaze, Benjamin turned his head to look over. He grinned cruelly, then raised his hand and made a slicing motion across his neck. A throat-cutting gesture. A provocation, a blatant one. Gu Yanan tugged at the corners of his mouth, and he lazily raised one hand in Benjamin's direction, returning a world-famous friendly gesture. Benjamin's smile froze instantly, then faded, turning into a sullen expression. At that moment, the physical education teacher walked over, blowing the whistle and instructing both teams to get ready as the match was about to start. Gu Yanan quickly scanned his classmates one last time. Various shapes and sizes, but none seemed capable of playing soccer. He wisely opted for the safest defensive crouch and counterattack. Wait a moment, we'll play a 532 formation. Gu Yanan succinctly organized. You 3, the tallest, go play center backs. Your only task is to not let him, Benjamin, receive the ball comfortably. Use your bodies to bump him, crowd him, disturb him, understand? The 3 classmates looked at each other, but nodded vigorously. The players soon took their positions. Benjamin stood in the center circle, glaring fiercely at Gu Yanan, his intensity almost palpable. With the referee's whistle, the match officially began. The situation on the field turned out exactly as Gu Yanan had anticipated. A total domination. It was a purely one-sided affair. Benjamin's team had over 80% possession, and the ball hardly ever reached Gu Yanan's side. Gu Yanan felt a bit off himself. It had been 2 years since he last touched a ball, and he felt quite out of practice. On his first touch, he even mishandled the ball, letting it roll past him. However, that feeling of awkwardness quickly faded as he made more touches. Muscles have memory. That sense of unity with the ball was gradually returning. Gu Yanan's class was being thoroughly suppressed. The opponent's strategy was simple and brutish. Launch high balls to find Benjamin directly targeting his head. But Gu Yanan's initial strategy was proving effective. The three center backs were like three sticky plasters taking turns to physically challenge Benjamin. Although they were clearly outmatched in physical stature, each clash felt like running into a wall, yet this relentless harassment was indeed making it difficult for Benjamin to play. The three defenders' faces were nearly bruised, but Benjamin still couldn't find a comfortable opportunity for a header. The game time was short, each half lasting 30 minutes with a 15-minute break in between. Just as the first half was nearing its end, the deadlock was finally broken. The opponent launched another high ball, and Benjamin was tightly surrounded by three defenders in the penalty area. He let out a roar, using a nearly barbaric strength to shove aside everyone around him, leaping high into the air. A powerful header. The ball soared into the top corner of the net. 10. After scoring, Benjamin did not celebrate with his teammates. Instead, he arrogantly turned around, striding towards Guyanin with a deeply mocking expression. "Asian monkey, is that all you've got?" His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached Guyanin's ears. Guyanin's expression remained unchanged, not even a single extra movement. He directly ignored Benjamin, turning around to gather his teammates for a meeting. They needed to change their approach. Continuing like this would yield no chances. In the opposing lineup, aside from Benjamin, the others were roughly at the same level as his teammates. All amateurs. Guyanin's mind raced, and he quickly changed tactics. In the second half, we'll switch to a 4,231 formation. Everyone push forward, high pressing. Don't give them an easy chance to pass the ball out. The whistle for the second half blew. The dynamics on the field shifted dramatically. Guyanin's class abandoned their defensive shell and launched a frenzied press. As expected, Benjamin's teammates panicked. They were used to leisurely passing the ball around looking for Benjamin. They had never encountered such a rabid style of play. Soon an opposing defender made a critical passing error under Guyanin's pressure. The ball was intercepted perfectly by Guyanin. A breakaway. He surged forward, facing only a panicked goalkeeper. 11. Guyanin easily slotted the ball home, equalizing the score. Seeing Guyanin score, Benjamin fumed, pointing angrily at his teammate, who made the mistake. Meanwhile, Guyanin simply gave a thumbs up to his teammates, encouraging them with his actions. The tide had turned. At that moment, the morale on the field shifted instantly. Benjamin grew increasingly anxious. He started to frequently drop back to receive the ball, but Guyanin's teammates executed the strategy resolutely, not allowing him any comfort. Guyanin completely took charge of his team's offense. He created several scoring opportunities for his teammates with exquisite passes. Unfortunately, his teammates' ability to capitalize on opportunities was woefully inadequate. They either kicked the ball into the stands or stood in front of the goal contemplating life, allowing the opposing defenders to disrupt their shots. Just as Guyanin received the ball in the midfield again, preparing to organize and attack, a furious figure, it was Benjamin. "Damn yellow-skinned monkey, give me the ball," he shouted as he charged, hurling profanities. Ding! That familiar prompt tone rang in Guyanin's mind once more. Detected that the host is facing a critical decision. Options generated. Option 1, step past Benjamin. Reward minor experience points. Option 2, use a skill to fake out Benjamin, achieving a humiliating dribble. Reward level 1. Guyanin's movement paused slightly. Looking at the aggressively charging Benjamin, a wicked smile suddenly crept onto his face. Do I even need to choose? Is there even a choice? Benjamin, consumed by rage, charged forward like a crazed bull. His handsome face twisted in extreme anger, emanating a ferocious aura, as if he were about to devour life itself. He clearly had no idea of what he was about to face. Guyanin couldn't even be bothered to feign extra move. The moment Benjamin reached him, attempting a fierce tackle, Guyanin gently pulled the ball back with his right foot, then deftly tapped it sideways with his heel. A simple yet practical pullback and turn. Although Guyanin hadn't touched a football in ages, the maneuver was far from perfect. Yet the ball still slipped right through Benjamin's legs. Meanwhile, the fully charged Benjamin, unable to stop due to his immense momentum, lost his balance. He stumbled forward, flailing his arms wildly, ultimately crashing down onto the grass in an extremely awkward manner, face first. A classic case of a dog eating shit. At that moment, the entire field fell into a profound silence. Everyone's actions froze. Students in the stands, regardless of which side they supported, gaped in disbelief, as if witnessing the incredible. Benjamin's followers, their laughter and disdain still lingering, froze in place. Guyanin's classmates were collectively petrified. They had expected Guyanin to be knocked away, but never anticipated such an outcome. Humiliation. This was blatant and unapologetic humiliation. Guyanin did not stop. He effortlessly bypassed the sprawled Benjamin, chasing after the ball to continue advancing. At the other end of the field, the opposing defense was in disarray. On Guyanin's flanks, teammates surged forward at high speed, creating an optimal 3-on-2 situation. He did not rush to pass. Instead, he turned his head fully towards the left flank, intently watching his rushing teammates, seemingly determined to tear open a gap from that side. Benjamin, on the ground, just managed to lift his head and see this scene. He couldn't care less about getting up or the grass in his mouth, using all his strength to shout hysterically while sitting on the ground. Defend the left side. He's passing to the one on the left. Benjamin's authority was still intact. His two panicked defenders, upon hearing the captain's command, dashed toward the player on the left without hesitation, trying to lock him down completely. On the right flank, the tall black student was left completely unmarked. Before him lay an open path. Seeing this, Guyanin smiled. The football at his feet was gently passed out. The ball traced a beautiful arc on the grass, but it did not fly toward the left flank he had been watching. Instead, it rolled accurately and unerringly to the feet of the black student on the right. This was the look passing without looking. Sitting on the ground, Benjamin saw the trajectory of the ball, and his frantic shout abruptly halted his mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside. He was utterly stunned. How could this be? He had clearly seen the pass to the left. On the sidelines, Christina's beautiful blue eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliant light. She jumped up excitedly, covering her mouth with her hands, but still unable to suppress a delighted scream. The black student who received the ball even had time to stop it and adjust his stance. Facing the goalkeeper who had rushed out, he calmly took a shot. The ball found the back of the net. 21. Yay! The black student who scored roared with excitement, not celebrating for himself, but turning to rush toward Guyanin, giving him a tight hug and vigorously patting his back. Gu, you are amazing. You're like a magician. Other teammates rushed forward, surrounding Guyanin, each face radiating joy and admiration. They had won. Against all odds, they had overturned the seemingly invincible captain of the school team. After celebrating, Guyanin and his teammates slowly walked toward the center of the field. He passed by Benjamin, still sitting on the ground. Guyanin paused, looking down at him from above, speaking in a tone that was almost pitying. So how's the scenery from down there? Is it clearer than when you're standing? Benjamin suddenly looked up, his face smeared with dirt and grass, turning a deep shade of crimson, his eyes bloodshot. You? He wanted to say something, but couldn't utter a word, his chest heaving violently. Anger, shame, and resentment intertwined, nearly tearing him apart. At that moment, the referee's final whistle sounded. The match was over. Players from Benjamin's team hung their heads in disappointment, while Guyanin's side was utterly immersed in a sea of jubilation. Christina was the first to rush onto the field, leaping like a joyful little deer, directly landing on Guyanin's back, wrapping her legs around his waist, and shouting excitedly. We won. Gu, you were incredible. After saying this, she turned and yelled at Benjamin, who was preparing to flee not far away. Hey, Benjamin, don't even think about escaping. If you're a man, fulfill your bet. Benjamin's body quivered violently, and he lowered his head. He walked up to Guyanin and Christina. My father is a Huaxiao man. Guyanin and Christina burst. This made Benjamin feel even worse, and he immediately turned to run. Although Benjamin's voice was not loud, many still heard him. From then on, a legend spread around the school that Benjamin had a Huaxiao father. Subsequently, Guyanin was hoisted high by excited classmates, tossed into the air. Gu, gu, gu. The cheers echoed throughout the entire field. At that moment, the system's prompt sounded repeatedly in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the class match. The skill in the look pass has been permanently ding. Congratulations to the host for completing a humiliating dribble task. Reward level 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the match, gaining a large amount of experience. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving a successful pass. Match difficulty low, gaining a small amount of experience. Congratulations to the host for leveling up to LV2. You have gained 10 free attribute points. A series of prompts lifted Guyanin's spirits. He glanced at the system panel. Name Guyanin. Age 17. Nationality Huaxia. Height 180 centimeters. Weight 70 kilograms. Offense 65. Defense 45. Organization 65. Physical 60. Overall 59. Badge no look pass permanent. Template none. Level 2 experience 150,500. Free attribute points 10. The overall evaluation remained unchanged. It seemed he needed to allocate points to improve. Guyanin pondered for a moment, choosing not to allocate points for now. These 10 attribute points were precious, better saved until he encountered stronger opponents to adapt as necessary. Just as he was about to leave, surrounded by his classmates, Christina squeezed in and grabbed his arm. Gu, don't go yet, my father is looking for you. He said to invite you to dinner at my house tonight. Night fell. The evening breeze carried a hint of the unique chill of Northern Europe. Guyanin passed by a supermarket and walked inside. He remembered Christina's father, old Eric, loved to drink a locally produced red wine. He walked over to the snack aisle and picked up a box of Christina's favorite hazelnut chocolates. With his items in hand, he soon arrived at the familiar standalone house belonging to Christina's family. He rang the doorbell. Ding dong. Soon a flurry of hurried footsteps came from inside. The door opened. It was Christina who appeared. She wore an oversized apron and had a white chef's hat on, tilted slightly to one side. The cutest part was a bit of white flour dust on her upturned nose combined with her slightly dazed blue eyes from being busy creating an indescribably charming look. Guyanan stepped through the door greeted by the warm aroma of food mixed with a faint hint of burnt smell. In the living room a robust figure sank into the soft sofa. It was none other than Christina's father, old Eric. A thick cigar hung from his mouth, smoke swirling around as he spotted Guyanan, a hearty smile spreading across his face. "Gu, you're here. Uncle Eric." Guyanan changed into slippers and placed the red wine and chocolate on the coffee table. Old Eric smiled and gestured for him to sit down, then tilted his head towards the kitchen and lowered his voice. "Tina insisted on cooking today. I fear she might blow up the kitchen, haha." Before he finished speaking, a frustrated shout from Christina echoed from the kitchen. "Dad, you're talking bad about me behind my back again." Old Eric laughed even more heartily, nearly dropping his cigar. He turned back to look at Guyanan. "Gu, I heard you played football again today. Well done. Tina came back and told me all about it. Oh, I'm happy for you." He paused, extinguished his cigar, leaned forward slightly, and his expression grew serious. "So I have prepared a gift for you." Old Eric picked up a neatly stacked pile of papers from beside the sofa and pushed them towards Guyanan. Guyanan looked at the stack of papers and then at Old Eric. Old Eric nodded with his chin, signaling him to as Guyanan reached out, his fingertips brushed against the paper, and a strange premonition surged within him. He picked up the stack of documents. The top line in bold Swedish read like a steel needle, piercing straight into his mind. IFK Trelleborg Youth Training Contract. Guyanan froze, his mind blank. IFK Trelleborg, a local professional club, was currently struggling in the Swedish Allsvenskan. He slowly lifted his head, staring vacantly at Old Eric. Old Eric relit a cigar, took a deep puff, and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, wearing a smug smile. "Just last week I acquired IFK Trelleborg. Their financial situation was in dire straits, and you know I love football. Oh, I've been a fan of this team since childhood. So I decided to step in and save my home team." Guyanan's throat went dry. "Then, what about this?" Old Eric chuckled, smoke seeping through his teeth. "I watched you grow up. Oh, I know how passionate you are about football. I am well aware of your abilities. I think it's time to give you a real opportunity. But..." The moment those two words left his mouth, Old Eric raised his hand to interrupt. "I know what you're worried about." His expression turned serious. "I assure you, while you're here, you will never experience anything like what happened to you in Huaxia. I, Eric Lindbergh, guarantee it with my reputation. However, don't get too ahead of yourself." Old Eric suddenly broke into a grin, revealing a set of white teeth. "This weekend the team has an open trial. You must pass the trial to officially join. I won't give any special treatment to anyone, haha." Guyanan nodded, but his heart raced wildly in his chest. Joy. Excitement. No, it was fear. 2 years ago, that cold face, the malicious slander, the despair of being isolated by teammates surged up from the depths of his memory like a tide, nearly drowning him. At that moment, a cold system notification tone abruptly sounded in his mind. Ding. Major choice detected for the host's special task triggered. Option 1, agree to participate in the IFK Trelleborg trial. Task reward, time-limited template, randomly draw a star player template effective until the trial ends. If successfully joining the club, the template will permanently solidify to LV1. Option 2, refuse to participate in the trial. Task reward, 1 million euros. After the reward is issued, this system will automatically disengage and permanently disappear. Countdown 19959, 1 million euros. Enough for him to comfortably finish university in Sweden and even start a small business, ensuring a lifetime of no worries about food and clothing. Then he would completely bid farewell to football. Farewell to the glory and farewell to the pain. His fingertips trembled slightly. Yet images from this afternoon involuntarily surfaced in his mind. The moment the football passed through Benjamin's legs, the ecstasy of teammates rushing to embrace him, the deafening cheers from the stands, and Christina's astonishingly bright blue eyes. That feeling of his heart being filled with victory and joy was irreplaceable by any amount of money. Just as he was in turmoil, the kitchen door swung open. "Guyanan, do you really think you're a guest? Come in and help." Christina's shout pulled him out of his chaotic. Guyanan regained his senses and forced a smile at Old Eric. "Uncle, I will think about it." Old Eric nodded with a smile, wearing an expression of "I knew you would say that." Guyanan stood up and walked into the kitchen. Then he was stunned again. The counter was in disarray, flour scattered everywhere, pots and pans in disarray, and a single carrot lay forlornly on the floor, complete with a footprint on it. This was no kitchen, it was a battlefield ravaged by artillery fire. He looked at the culprit, Christina, and couldn't help but tease. "Christina, are you sure you're cooking and not developing a new type of explosive in the kitchen? Are you itching for a fight?" Christina waved the spatula in her hand, which was still smeared with some unknown paste. "Hurry up and help me chop these vegetables." Guyanan shook his head helplessly, washed his hands, and picked up a knife. Having studied in Sweden for these past few years combined with his innate talent, his culinary skills had become quite proficient. Soon under his guidance, several decent dishes began to take shape. The atmosphere in the kitchen gradually warmed up with the aroma of food. Christina quietly assisted him from the side, handing him plates and washing vegetables. Suddenly she spoke in a low voice. Have you thought about it? What? Guyanin pretended not to understand, focusing intently on drizzling sauce over a fish fillet. You know what I'm talking about. To be honest, I was very happy when you first came to Sweden. But then I realized you became a different person, slowly turning into someone I dislike. Someone who disappointed me. Christina didn't look at him, but diligently wiped the plate. Guyanin halted his movements, a look of surprise on his face. But during the match today I saw the old you again, and I hope you can consider participating in the trial. She paused for a moment, her voice dropping lower. I'm advising you. As a friend. Guyanin's actions froze. He turned his head to look at the girl beside him. Under the light her golden hair shimmered softly, and her long eyelashes cast a faint shadow on her cheek. A peculiar emotion quietly spread within him. Unbeknownst to him, a barely perceptible curve appeared at the corners of his lips. Just as he was about to speak, Christina suddenly lifted her head. Her clear blue eyes bore straight. Those clear blue eyes, like two polished sapphires, gazed directly into his heart. There was not a trace of impurity, only pure, unmasked trust. I believe you can do it, Guyanin. I have been your fan since childhood. Guyanin's heart felt as if it were gripped by an invisible hand. The cold, slanderous words from 2 years ago stood in stark contrast to the sincere encouragement from the girl before him. He opened his mouth, but his throat felt as if it were stuffed with cotton, unable to utter a single word. In the end, thousands of words condensed into a single sentence which he struggled to push out through his teeth. We'll try. The moment the words fell, Christina smiled, her blue eyes curving into beautiful crescents. You can do it. At that moment, the cold system prompt echoed in Guyanin's mind once more. The host has chosen to participate in the IFK Trelleborg Trial Training. Special task rewards are being Congratulations to the host for obtaining the time template Hagi. Guyanin was taken aback. Hagi. The Romanian legend, hailed as the Maradona of the Carpathians and the midfield schemer. One of the greatest classic playmakers in football history, renowned for his unpredictable creativity and astonishing long-range shots with his left foot. This template is simply tailor-made for him. Template Hagi details: type time template duration 30 minutes, effect during the usage period. The host's offensive and organizing attributes temporarily increased by 20. Obtained exclusive badge, left foot cannon. Note: if the host successfully passes the trial training and joins the club, the time template will convert into a permanent template Hagi LV1 effect. Various related attributes. 5. Duration 10 minutes. Obtain a weakened version of left foot cannon badge. Side effect: stamina depletion. A tremendous joy instantly washed over his mind. With this template, he would have a much better grasp of the trial training this weekend. Hey, Guyanin, what are you daydreaming about? Are you too happy to think straight? Christina's voice pulled him back to reality. Half an hour later, under Guyanin's leadership and Christina's destructive assistance, a sumptuous dinner. The three of them sat around the warm light. Old Eric stretched out his large palm, one hand holding Guyanin and the other holding Christina. This was old Eric's unique pre-meal ritual. He closed his eyes and spoke in a solemn and resonant, "Thank you, God, for granting us this wonderful food, and thank you to my daughter, for participating in the preparation of this feast. At the same time, bless Guyanin to sail smoothly on his upcoming football journey, overcoming all obstacles. Let's eat." Old Eric released his grip, picked up his knife and fork, and eagerly cut a large piece of steak. He chewed while mumbling indistinctly to Guyanin. "Yanin, with your ability, I believe you can enter the first team. However, considering that you haven't been exposed to the intensity of professional training and matches for 2 years. So I want you to first go to the youth training team, get a feel for it, and regain the rhythm of professional football. This will be beneficial for you." Guyanin nodded. He indeed needed time to recover. The Bodis memory and the feeling of competition cannot be regained overnight. Old Eric swallowed the food in his mouth, took a big sip of red wine, and his cheeks flushed slightly. "However, I hope you can make a name for yourself quickly and enter the first team." His voice sank, tinged with a hint of barely perceptible concern. The team's current situation is dire, deeply mired in the relegation zone. Moreover, the summer transfer window has closed. The Swedish league does not operate across years, and we cannot acquire players to supplement the squad, especially in the front line, where we are severely understaffed. So you need to work hard. The team needs you. The heavy pressure fell on Guyanin's shoulders along with old Eric. "I believe in him. Dad, don't worry." Christina chewed on her beef, unhesitatingly vouching for Guyanin. Guyanin, however, merely stared at the fish fillet on his plate, somewhat lost in thought. The information about the Hagi template still echoed in his mind. The midfield schemer, left foot cannon. A long-lost flame, named ambition, was reigniting it. "Hey, Guyanin, eat." Christina nudged him with her elbow. If you don't eat soon, my dad will finish all the food. Guyanin snapped back to reality, picked up his knife and fork and smiled. After dinner, he chatted with old Eric for a while about the team's arrangements and the trial training before getting up to take his leave. Walking home, the Nordic evening breeze brushed against his face, bringing a cool chill that could not extinguish the fire within his heart. Upon returning to his modest apartment, he did not turn on the lights. By the light of the moon filtering in through the window, he walked straight to the bedside, crouched down, and dragged out a dusty cardboard box from under the bed. He blew off the dust on top and opened the box. Inside lay some old items. At the top was a slightly yellowed photograph. In the photo, a 15-year-old boy with black hair wearing a jersey from a youth training team in his country was surrounded by a group of equally youthful teammates, all smiling with immense joy. That was the time he once cherished the most. It was also the scar he least wanted to touch later. Guyanin picked up the photograph, his fingertips gently brushing over the smiling version of himself. He remained silent for a long time. Then he stood up and rummaged through a long and used photo frame from the drawer. He carefully placed the photograph inside. He did not put the frame back into the box, but instead placed it on the bedside table, facing his pillow. After doing all this, he finally took off his clothes and lay down on the bed. He turned off the bedside lamp, and the room plunged into darkness. He turned on his side, facing the direction of the frame. He wanted the past version of himself to see how he would step by step reclaim everything he had lost. He slowly closed his eyes, succumbing to the intertwining of exhaustion and excitement, and fell into a deep sleep. The night grew deeper. Moonlight poured through the window, spilling onto the bedside table, casting a faint light on the glass of the frame. In the play of light and shadow, the boy in the photograph with the radiant smile seemed to be quietly watching him. At 5:30 m, dawn had yet to break fully. The street below the apartment building stood deserted, bathed only in the dim amber glow of street lamps. A lone figure shattered the hush of twilight, stirring a faint breeze across the cold asphalt. Guyanin's breathing was steady and powerful. Each stride struck the ground with unwavering resolve. Sweat traced paths from his temples down his jawline, only to vanish instantly beneath the bite of the chill wind. It had been a long time since he had run like this. 2 years of despondency and silence seemed with every breath to be expelled from his body. In their place rose a blazing fire, rekindled searing, deep within his chest. After school that afternoon, instead of heading home, he made his way to the weathered open-air court in his neighborhood. A single football, a crumbling brick wall. Juggling, controlling, passing, shooting. He repeated the most fundamental drills over and over, striving to awaken muscle memory long dormant. His touch felt stiff, yet the familiar, almost symbiotic connection with the ball was returning, gradually, insistently. Time dissolved swiftly into sweat. Before he knew it, Saturday had arrived. The Van Gavelen Stadium, the training base of IFK Trelleborg. Capable of seating 10,000, the stadium loomed grand by the standards of Sweden's lower-tier leagues. Guyanin arrived neither early nor late. Scattered across the pitch were already several young players likewise here for the trial. Most gathered in small clusters, murmuring softly, their faces betraying equal measures of nervousness and anticipation. Guyanin's arrival subtly disrupted that fragile atmosphere. A towering white youth, spotting Guyanin's East Asian features, let out an unmasked derisive snort. He nudged his companion's shoulder and jerked his chin toward Guyanin. The two exchanged pointed glances and mocking gestures in his direction. Guyanin did not react. He walked straight to the sidelines, set down his backpack, retrieved his cleats and shin guards, and changed in silence. Then began stretching and warming up alone. Silent dismissal was the finest retort, at least until he silenced them all with sheer ability on the pitch. Soon it was 9 o'clock. All trial participants had assembled, over 40 in total. The vast majority were Swedish youths, only a handful bore foreign features, and Guyanin was the sole Asian among them. 5 men in club coaching kits approached. At their head stood a stern middle-aged man, thinning blonde hair, piercing eyes. He was Mika's head coach of IFK Trelleborg's U18 Academy. "Everyone, gather around me," he said, voice low but laced with unassailable authority. The players quickly formed a circle. Today's trial is simple, a competitive match. Mika swept his gaze across the sea of youthful faces. "Based on the information you submitted upon registration, we've divided you into red and blue teams. Your assistant coaches will shortly brief you on tactical assignments. Your formations and tactical instructions are identical. Whether you stay depends entirely on your own merit." "Understood. Understood." Their replies varied in tone, but all brimmed with fervor. Mika's gave a curt nod and handed a list to his assistant coach. "Team selection begins now." The assistant began calling names. "Blue team, Soder, Banks and Elfas." Guyanin heard the tall white youth's name, Soder. Soder stood beside his friends, wearing an air of arrogant certainty. "Red team, Guyanin, Abdullah Marco." At the sound of his name, Guyanin moved toward the red team's assembly point. As he passed near the blue team, Soder abruptly stepped sideways and slammed his shoulder hard into Guyanen's. It was deliberate provocation. Guyanen staggered slightly, then steadied himself. Glancing sideways, he met Soder's gaze, aloof, condescending, wreathed in taunting amusement. Guyanen said nothing. He turned away and continued walking toward his team. There was no need to engage a barking dog. Upon joining the red contingent, he surveyed his surroundings and noticed something curious. Aside from himself, the other two foreign-named players, Abdullah, a black winger, and Marco, who appeared East European, were also assigned to red. The rest were slender or notably younger Swedish players. Red team, it seemed, had become synonymous with the ragtag. Meanwhile, blue team stood unified, tall, robust Swedish locals led by Soder radiating raw confidence. A red team assistant coach stepped forward to outline tactics. Our formation is 4,231A, built around high-pressing, aggressive forechecking from the front line, immediate counterpressing after losing possession. The coach sketched movement patterns on his tactical board. Guyanen, here, you'll play as the attacking midfielder, orchestrating linking play and making intelligent forward runs. That position was his natural domain, and the very heart of the Hagi archetype. The coach assigned roles to others, then distributed red training vests emblazoned with numbers. Match duration 60 minutes, 30 per half, 10-minute halftime. Remember, this is no friendly. It is your opportunity. Give everything you have. Guyanen pulled on his vest and exchanged brief words with nearby teammates. Abdullah, the black winger, greeted him warmly, offering a fist bump. Yet between each pair lingered a subtle, unspoken distance, a facade of camaraderie fragile and fleeting. Every player here was both ally and rival. All knew the truth. Only the most dazzling performance on the pitch could lift one from this field of 40+ and secure that coveted contract. After a brief warm-up, both squads entered the pitch under the referee's guidance, red and blue standing apart, distinct as day and night on their respective halves. Guyanen positioned himself at the top of the center circle, rotating his ankles. Lifting his gaze, he found Soder unmistakable, towering at the heart of Blue's defensive line. Soder, Blue's central defender, watched him back, arms crossed, face etched with undisguised contempt. A fierce confrontation was inevitable. Just then the familiar system prompt rang sharply in his mind. Ding. Special scenario detected. Trial map. Random quest activated. Option 1. Humiliate blue team's central defender Soder through sheer footballing prowess, stripping him of dignity. Reward substantial experience points, 1 skill point. Option 2. Ignore provocations and complete the match normally. Reward minimal experience points. Option 3. When provoked, deliberately step forward and loudly declare, "That feels amazing." Reward unique title. Old AI Moo. Passive effect, excessive affection from teammates in the locker room. Guyanen froze entirely. What on earth was option 3? Old AI Moo. Excessive affection in this system was growing increasingly absurd. His thoughts raced. From the outset, Soder had regarded him with open hostility, and now the system had issued a personalized challenge. The answer, it seemed, was glaringly clear. He raised his head once more, locking eyes with Soder across the pitch. Humiliate him. That sounded intriguing. The referee checked his watch, placed the whistle between his lips. The air on the pitch thickened, tense, electric, suspended. Every breath ceased. Then beep. A crisp, piercing whistle tore through the stillness. The match had begun. The whistle signaling the start of the match sounded like the opening of a floodgate. The red team kicked off. The football passed through a series of simple passes and arrived at Guyanen's feet. He made no unnecessary movements, sending the ball to a teammate on the wing with a single kick. It was steady, but only he knew how unfamiliar the sensation beneath his feet felt just a moment ago. His teammate attempted to break through on the wing, and Guyanen immediately surged forward, ready to support. However, after a 30-meter sprint, a burning pain began to radiate from his lungs. It had been 2 years, and his body's reactions were more honest than his mind. The blue team completed a steal and immediately launched a counterattack. Guyanen had to turn around and chase back. After a back and forth, fine beads of sweat had already formed on his forehead, and his breathing had become rapid. On the sidelines, head coach Myhash frowned slightly. "This kid from Huaxia has no special traits, does he?" muttered his assistant coach. "And his physical condition is so poor. What did the new chairman bring him in for?" Another coach chimed in. "I heard he hasn't touched a football in 2 years. The exact reason is unclear." A few coaches exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. Guyanen observed all these subtle movements on the field. His heart tightened, and an invisible pressure made it hard for him to breathe. At that moment, a teammate in the midfield sent a horizontal pass rolling over. The ball was not fast and landed comfortably, but with such a simple stop, Guyanen stumbled. The football struck his ankle heavily and bounced straight out of bounds. It was a basic amateur mistake. The red team teammate who passed him the ball threw up his hands and muttered a few complaints in Swedish. Guyanen immediately raised his hand, signaling to his teammate that it was his fault. The embarrassment and frustration made his cheeks flush. Just then a clear yet somewhat anxious shout rang out from the sidelines in the Huaxiao language he was most familiar with. Gu Yanin, what are you doing? Play properly. Gu Yanin suddenly looked up at the sidelines. Christina was at the railing waving her arms and gesturing animatedly. Her comical demeanor made the surrounding Swedish spectators laugh. Seeing her anxious, flushed face, the knot in Gu Yanin's chest suddenly began to unravel. Indeed, what was there to rush about? He still had a trump card. However, he hadn't intended to use it so early. His consciousness sank into his mind, and that familiar blue panel instantly appeared. Skill points 10. Physical condition could not possibly recover to a professional level in just 1 week. Spending valuable skill points on it would undoubtedly be a tremendous waste. But now he had no choice. He had to stand firm on the field before he could consider what came next. Physical condition 60-70. As 10 skill points were consumed, a warm current surged from his heart to the limbs. The burning pain in his lungs vanished, and his heavy legs became light once more. It felt as if he had shed an invisible shackle filled with boundless energy. The match resumed. Gu Yanin, his physical condition restored, was like a different person. His movements became more proactive, receiving, passing, and penetrating each touch of the ball exuded calmness. Under his orchestration, the red team's attack began to take shape. In the 18th minute, Gu Yanin received the ball in the center, executed a clever pullback, turned to evade the opponent's midfielder, and immediately sent a precise through ball. The ball pierced through the blue team's defense, finding the advancing black winger Abdullah. It was a perfect onion. Unfortunately, Abdullah's shot was weak and easily collected by the blue team's goalkeeper. Gu Yanin could only helplessly shrug. A few minutes later, he attracted 2 defenders near the edge of the penalty area, and then flicked the ball to an unmarked teammate with his heel. The teammate had a chance to shoot near the penalty spot, but was thwarted by a retreating defender due to excessive adjustment. Opportunity after opportunity was wasted. If the system could check others' abilities, he would discover that his teammates' overall ability ratings generally hovered around 49. As the first half of the match approached its end, the score remained 0-0. Gu Yanin received a pass in the front court, his back to the goal, holding off the defender behind him while observing his teammates' movements. Just as he was about to distribute the ball, a powerful force suddenly slammed into him from behind. Bang! He was knocked flying, rolling twice on the grass before coming to a stop. The referee's sharp whistle immediately sounded. Gu Yanin pushed himself up and looked up. Suya was towering over him, wearing a smirk of amusement. Asian, you don't belong in European football. Your body is too weak. He didn't even bother to conceal his malice. The referee rushed over, pushing aside Suya, who wanted to say more, and showed him a yellow card. Gu Yanin slowly got up from the ground. He noticed that not a single red team teammate came forward to help him up or stand up for him. They merely stood by indifferently. Perhaps in their hearts, seeing their competitor injured and leaving the field would actually be a good thing. Only Christina on the sidelines was anxiously jumping up and down, berating Suya in Swedish. Are you okay? Can you hold on? The referee approached, concerned. Gu Yanin brushed off the grass from his clothes and moved his sore back. I'm fine. He lifted his head, staring intently at Suya's departing back. A red team teammate hurried to take the free kick from this advantageous position, but ended up blasting it over the crossbar and into the stands. Beep, beep. The referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. The players left the field one by one. Gu Yanin did not immediately walk towards the resting area. He simply stood still, picked up a bottle of water, twisted it open, but did not drink. His gaze cut through the crowd on the field, locking onto that tall figure in the blue team. Suya sensed his stare, turned around, and made a throat-cutting gesture of provocation. Gu Yanin tightened the bottle cap and threw the water bottle at his feet. During the 10 minutes of halftime, he sat silently on the bench. The coach was discussing tactics, teammates were complaining, and Christina was shouting something at him from the sidelines. He could hear none of it. In his world, there was only Suya's arrogant face and the words, "You don't belong in European football." A violent emotion suppressed for 2 years was growing wildly in his chest. He closed his eyes. The system interface that only he could see lit up in his dark vision. Effect template, Haji, duration 30 minutes. Effect during use, the host's attacking and organizing related attributes temporarily increase by 20. You have obtained the exclusive badge, left foot cannon. Below the line of cold text was a flashing virtual button. Gu Yanin pressed it heavily with his thoughts. Confirm. The sharp whistle signaling the end of the halftime break pierced the air. The players returned to the field. Suya's gaze immediately locked onto Gu Yanin, but he soon sensed something was amiss. The feeling of that Asian kid had changed. If he was a stagnant pond in the first half, now he was a volcano on the verge of eruption. In those black eyes a chilling flame surged, evoking a sense of dread. Gu Yanin slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. He could clearly feel a powerful force filling his body. His vision became unprecedentedly broad, with everyone's positions and running routes on the field imprinted in his mind in a three-dimensional format. This was the power of the Haji template. Beep. The second half of the match began. The blue team attempted a long pass after kickoff, but as the ball crossed midfield, Guyanin accurately anticipated its landing spot and easily intercepted it. In the next moment he moved. Like an arrow released from a bow, he advanced with the ball. Two midfielders from the blue team immediately closed in from both sides. Just as the three were about to collide, Guyanin lightly nudged the ball outward with his right foot, then swiftly flicked it back, with his left foot executing a simple, yet highly deceptive move that slipped past both defenders. Fluid as a flowing river. The coaching staff on the sidelines stood up collectively. Is this the same person? A bewildered assistant coach exclaimed. Head coach Mahashi said nothing, but the sharp glint in his eyes revealed a brewing storm. Could the mediocre player from the first half truly be the genius before him? After breaking through, Guyanin did not seek glory. He made a diagonal pass to the wing, finding Abdullah. Unfortunately, the black winger clearly could not keep up with his pace, the ball stopping 3 meters away, giving possession back to the opponent. Guyanin did not complain, merely retreated silently to resume defense. Suya, witnessing this, felt his anger surge. He roared at his teammates in Swedish, cursing their defense as ineffective. Guyanin glanced at him, a hint of mockery flashing across his face. Don't worry. My target is you. In the 15th minute of the second half, the red team intercepted the ball in their backfield and passed it to the retreating Guyanin. As soon as he received the ball, a tall figure charged out from the blue team's defense, heading straight for the wing where he was. It was Suya. He was completely enraged by Guyanin's ghostly performance, disregarding his position as a center back and losing his composure. Suya, get back to your position. The blue team's coach shouted frantically from the sidelines. But Suya could no longer hear. In his world, only the detestable Asian kid before him remained. Seeing Suya rushing out of the defense, he deliberately slowed down, resembling a startled rabbit, turning his back to Suya, feigning the act of shielding the ball. As Suya grinned and reached out with his long leg from the side, intending to make a fierce tackle, at that very moment, Guyanin's right heel deftly nudged the ball backward. The ball precisely slipped through Suya's wide-open legs. He had split the ball from his body. Suya's massive frame stumbled forward several steps due to inertia, and when he finally managed to turn around, all he saw was Guyanin's retreating figure. He had been thoroughly toyed with. The blue team's left back rushing to help was like a wooden post before Guyanin. A simple change of direction and acceleration left him in the dust. Unknown. Faced with the advancing goalkeeper, Guyanin showed no hesitation and executed a precise shot with his right foot. The ball skimmed the grass and rolled into the far corner of the net. 1-0. The red team took the lead. The blue team's goalkeeper leapt up from the ground, unleashing a torrent of furious words directed at the out-of position Suya, with various profanities spewing forth. Suya's face turned red, fists clenched, and in a fit of impotence he slammed his fist into the grass. Guyanin jogged past him, speaking softly in a tone only the two could hear. European football doesn't seem so hard. Suya abruptly looked up, that phrase piercing his heart like a The match resumed. Guyanin's performance continued. His organizational skills had completely revitalized the red team, a ragtag outfit. Merely 5 minutes later, Guyanin received a pass again at the edge of the center circle, and Suya charged at him like an enraged bull, eyes bloodshot. Guyanin didn't even look at him. He simply leaned his body lightly against Suya, and in that moment of unsteadiness he slipped past him with a single step. Immediately after, as another blue team center back closed in, Guyanin's right heel, seemingly with a mind of its own, sharply nudged the ball diagonally backward. The ball traced a bizarre arc, accurately finding the teammate making a late run. Assist. If the teammate couldn't score from such a caregiver-level pass, retirement was the only option. 2-0. Watching Guyanin celebrate with his teammates, Suya's mental defenses completely crumbled. The ensuing moments turned into Guyanin's personal show and Suya's day of suffering. Every time Guyanin received the ball, the first to be surpassed was inevitably Suya. Tricks like the cow-tail Maradona spin rainbow flick. Various humiliating moves were executed one by one. Suya resembled a clown spun around and humiliated every fall and every dribble, drawing laughter from the sidelines. In the final moments of the match, Guyanin again dribbled towards Suya. Suya's eyes were bloodshot, the strings of reason completely severed. Just as Guyanin made a motion to separate the ball from his body again, Suya abandoned the pursuit of the ball, leaped into the air like a pair of scissors, and viciously aimed a flying tackle at Guyanin's supporting leg. This was an attempt to cripple Guyanin. But Guyanin was already prepared. At the moment Suya struck, he jumped preemptively, avoiding the deadly tackle. Even so, the tremendous force caused him to lose balance, rolling on the grass several times before coming to a stop. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded urgently as he rushed towards Suya and brandished a red card without hesitation. Suya did not argue. He merely shot a venomous glare at Guyanin on the ground, cursing under his breath as he left the field. Guyanin got up from the ground, feeling no pain at all. He immediately ran over, hugged the ball placed on the ground by the referee, denying any teammate the chance to take the free kick. In European football, opportunities are always seized for oneself. The position of this free kick was more than 30 meters from the goal, but just right to try that. Badge. Holding the ball, he walked to the penalty spot. Badge left foot cannon. The referee blew the whistle for the penalty. Guyanin took a few steps back and started his run up. He swung with his non-dominant foot, the left foot. Boom. A muffled sound. The football exploded from his foot at a speed almost impossible for the naked eye to capture, as if infused with boundless power. In the air, the football spun not a bit, shooting straight towards the goal like a fired cannonball. The blue team's goalkeeper didn't even manage a reaction, standing dumbfounded in place. Swish. The ball struck the bottom edge of the crossbar and smashed into the dead corner of the net. The entire stadium fell into a dead silence. Seconds later, a thunderous applause and gasps erupted. Mihashi silently closed his tactical notebook. The name Suya, previously circled in the book, was now crossed out with a heavy line. Beside him, a foreign name from Huaxia was carefully written down. Guyanin. He seemed to understand why the chairman had recommended this person. Beep, beep, beep. The final whistle sounded. The red team won 3-0, decisively defeating the blue team. A series of system prompts echoed in Guyanin's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the random task of humiliating blue team center back Suya with strength during the match. Reward: a large amount of experience points. Skill point 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing 2 goals and 1 assist in the trial match. Reward: medium experience points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully passing the trial. Haji template LV1 has been unlocked. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level LV3. Reward: skill points 5. Current skill points 6. A series of prompts swept away Guyanin's fatigue. Guyanin, you were amazing. Christina's excited shout came from the sidelines as she dashed over like a flower butterfly. Mihashi called a halt to all players, briefly commented on the game, and announced the dismissal. Go stay back. Guyanin walked over. A smile finally appeared on Mahashi's face. Welcome to IFK Torku U18. Guyanin, thank you, coach. Get some rest. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning, come for training at the base. Guyanin nodded and turned to pack his things. At that moment, a hand clapped heavily on his back. Bang. Guyanin stumbled, almost losing his balance. Miss, are you trying to murder me? Christina, hands on her hips, laughed triumphantly. You did great. It was worth me cheering for you all match. As a reward, take me out for Chinese food. I want to eat braised pork. No problem, miss. Guyanin replied with a smile. Indeed, without her cheer in the first half, he might have truly sunk. The two chatted and laughed, leaving the field side by side. The setting sun stretched their shadows long. But in a dark corner of the stands, unnoticed by anyone, a cold voice slowly arose. I want that Asian kid to never play football again. A chilling voice dissipated in the corner of the stands, unnoticed by anyone. On the field, Guyanin and Christina walked side by side, the setting sun stretching their shadows long. That free kick in the second half was simply amazing. Christina exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement as she waved her fist. How did you do it? It was your left foot, yet you managed to kick with such speed. It's a secret, Guyanin replied succinctly. TCH stingy. Christina pouted but quickly changed the subject. But seriously, that nutmeg move past Soya was so satisfying. I wanted to record his expression at that moment, she said, mimicking Soya's awkward turn with exaggerated and comical gestures. Guyanin watched her, finally relaxing after the tension of the entire match. Christina's understanding of football far surpassed that of an average girl. Having been influenced by old Eric since childhood, her tactical analysis was even more insightful than some amateur coaches. The two soon arrived at a Chinese restaurant. The restaurant was small but decorated in an antique style, the air filled with the familiar aroma of dishes. A middle-aged woman in an apron exuding warmth immediately greeted them with a friendly smile. Little Gu and little Tina are here. Christina darted over like a cheerful little bird, familiar enough to link arms with the woman. Hello, Aunt Jo. I want to eat braised pork. Guyanin also greeted with a smile. Hello, Aunt Jo. Aunt Jo was the owner of the restaurant and the only Chinese person in the area. She had come here years ago with her Swedish husband and had stayed for over 20 years. Half of Guyanin's decent cooking skills were learned from her. The two found a seat by the window. The afternoon sun streamed through the glass, warmly illuminating the table. Guyanin looked at Christina, who wore an expectant expression across from him, and inexplicably asked, what was written on the wish in that box? I won't tell you. Christina made a face at him. Don't you know my dream? She fixed her gaze on Guyanin, her blue eyes holding a trace of subtle hope. Guyanin was taken aback. He thought carefully and realized he truly did not know. He honestly shook his head. The light on Christina's face dimmed instantly, revealing a hint of clear discomfort. She turned her head away, no longer looking at him. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Fortunately, Aunt Jo came over with a plate of glossy, aromatic braised pork. Here comes the braised pork that little Tina loves the most. Christina's attention was instantly captured, all her displeasure forgotten. She picked up a piece, carefully blew on it, then popped it into her mouth, her eyes squinting in satisfaction as she chewed, her cheeks puffing. Guyanin watched her and suddenly laughed. I know now your dream must be to be a foodie. Christina swallowed the meat in her mouth and rolled her eyes at him. Aunt Jo, your dishes are so delicious. She praised, her words a bit muffled. Aunt Jo laughed heartily. If it's delicious, eat more. An hour later, the two left the restaurant fully satisfied. The sky had darkened and Guyanin was responsible for taking Christina home. The moonlight was cold, spilling onto the deserted street, creating a somewhat subtle atmosphere. After walking for a while, Christina broke the silence first. You really don't know my dream. Her voice was soft, tinged with a hint of unwillingness. Guyanin slowed his pace. He began to seriously search his memories. Their experiences from childhood to present flashed through his mind like scenes from a movie. Suddenly, a long-buried memory became clear. It was when they were about 7 or 8 years old. Christina had been playing at his house when she accidentally broke a beloved antique vase of his father. Faced with his father's questioning, the little Christina burst into tears, shifting all the blame onto her. Acting was flawless and convincing. The result was that Guyanin got a beating from his father. Afterward, he went to find Christina to settle the score, rubbing his sore bottom while asking her how she could act so well. At that time, Christina was joyfully swinging on a swing, her little legs dangling. Of course, I'm going to be a Hollywood superstar. Memory returned. Back on the silent street, Guyanin looked at the girl beside him and hesitantly spoke. Hollywood. Superstar. Christina suddenly stopped in her tracks, looking at him in surprise. You actually... Guyanin scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. I thought you were just joking back then. Christina's face showed a hint of disdain as she puffed out her chest and slightly raised her chin. You said you wanted to take the national team to the World Cup, wasn't that a joke? Her words left Guyanin speechless. He indeed had no rebuttal. Seeing him at a loss, Christina burst into laughter, her previous disappointment completely vanishing. The two exchanged playful banter, and the atmosphere became relaxed again. Just as they turned into a dimly lit street, without streetlights, several figures suddenly emerged from the shadows ahead, blocking their way. There were 5 of them, all tall and burly, exuding a rough aura. They had cigarettes in their mouths and empty bottles in their hands, with 2 of them wielding baseball bats that glinted with a metallic sheen. The leader, a yellow-haired thug, spat out his cigarette, butt, and ground it underfoot. Are you Guyanin? Seeing this scene, Guyanin's body tensed up in an instant, instinctively stepping forward to shield Christina completely behind him. What do you want? The leading thug grinned, exposing a mouthful of yellowed teeth stained by smoke, his laughter grating. We want your legs. The dimly lit street was eerily silent. The leader of the gang flashed a grin, revealing a set of yellowed teeth stained by smoke, his laughter piercing the stillness. I want your legs. The moment the words fell, 5 men began to slowly approach. The beer bottles and baseball bats glistened with an unsettling metallic sheen under the faint light. The air seemed to solidify. Guyanin's mind raced. He could surely escape. But Christina was still here. He could never leave her alone in this place. He had to think of a way. He quickly spoke in the ancient Huaxia language, which only the 2 of them could understand. You run first, go find the police. No. Christina's voice was tinged with tears as she clutched at his shirt. I can't leave you behind. Stop fussing, it's inconvenient for me if you're here. Guyanin's voice was low but carried an undeniable command. If both of us stay here, neither of us will escape. You go find someone, that's the only way to survive. They'll create a chance for you, and you run immediately, don't look back. His peripheral vision caught a glimpse of several black garbage bags piled in the corner on his left, one of which was bulging, seemingly filled with something. A plan instantly formed in his mind. Christina bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes, but she ultimately nodded heavily. Okay. He'll count down from 3. 3, 2, 1, run. The moment the last word left his lips, Guyanin's intention sank into his mind. Template Haji, LV1 activated. Left foot heavy artillery, low configuration. A familiar warmth surged through his body again. Although it was far from the overwhelming power during a competition, it was enough to allow him to perform extraordinary feats. Without a moment's hesitation, he suddenly pivoted, his left leg tensing like a drawn bowstring, and struck the garbage bag on the ground with all his might. Shoo! A sharp sound pierced the air. The black garbage bag shot out like a cannonball, hurtling directly toward the face of the blonde gang leader. The bag was filled with beer cans, which under the immense force instantly transformed into a lethal weapon. Bang! The leader of the gang had no time to react. He was hit and fell back, letting out a scream as he covered his face and collapsed. The remaining 4 gang members were stunned. They had no idea what had happened. All they saw was a garbage bag flying over and their leader falling. Now's the time. Guyanin shoved aside the still-dazed Christina and sprinted in another direction. What are you dawdling for? Chase after him. The fallen gang member clutched his bloodied nose, letting out a furious roar. A game of subway parkour unfolded on the streets of Sweden. Christina came to her senses, glanced back with tears in her eyes, then gritted her teeth and sprinted with all her might toward the police station. She couldn't afford to stop for a moment. Guyanin couldn't be in trouble. This thought sustained her lungs, which felt as if they were about to burst. Meanwhile, Guyanin weaved through the narrow alley. The boost from the Haji template made his body unusually light. Every turn and every change of direction carried the rhythm unique to a soccer player. The footsteps and curses behind him grew closer. These gang members were physically fit and knew the terrain of the area like the back of their hands. They quickly spread out, encircling him from different side streets, gradually reducing Guyanin's escape route. 10 minutes. The duration of the Haji template LV1 was only 10 minutes, and the side effect was a sudden depletion of physical stamina afterward. He could feel the warmth in his body rapidly fading. His legs began to feel heavy, and every breath came with a searing pain. Just as he burst out of an alley and prepared to turn onto the main road, two gang members wielding baseball bats were already waiting at the corner, grinning menacingly. The way ahead was blocked. He suddenly stopped, turning to break through from another side. However, two others had already caught up, completely sealing off his escape route. The time was up. Just as he prepared to force his way through, the last bit of strength in his body was drained away. His legs buckled, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. The four gang members immediately surrounded him, their faces twisted with the mockery of a cat playing with a mouse. Run? Aren't you supposed to be good at running? One gang member stepped forward and kicked Guyanin hard in the stomach. Ugh! Guyanin curled up in pain like a shrimp being boiled, unable to even breathe. Another gang member with a baseball bat approached, poking the end of the bat against Guyanin's thigh. Kid, I told you I want your legs. He raised the baseball bat high, aiming for Guyanin's knee. Wait! Guyanin gritted his teeth through the pain, struggling to speak. Who sent you? The gang member paused his action, leaned down, and whispered in his ear with extreme disdain, You don't need to know. Just remember not to be too arrogant, especially you stinky foreigner. In our place it's best to keep your tail tucked in. He straightened up, and the smile on his face turned sinister. In the next life, remember to choose a good place to be born. The baseball bat came crashing down toward Guyanin's leg with a whistling sound. At that critical moment, woo, woo, the sharp sound of a police siren grew louder, instantly shattering the night's tranquility. At the intersection, several blinding headlights illuminated the scene. Before the gang members could react, several uniformed police officers rushed out from the shadows, pinning them forcefully to the ground. Seeing that familiar shade of blue, Guyanin's tense nerves finally relaxed, and he collapsed onto the cold ground, gasping for breath. The saying "the villain dies from talking too much" proved true. The police car door swung open, and Christina immediately dashed out. Her face was streaked with tears, and upon seeing Guyanin on the ground, she cried even harder. Guyanin, are you okay? She rushed over and helped Guyanin up. I'm fine. Guyanin grimaced in pain. If you use any more strength, I really won't be fine. Christina was both angry and anxious, punching him on the shoulder. Cough, cough. Spare me, young lady. At that moment, a tall police officer approached. We have caught them all. You two please come back with us to the police station to give a statement. He looked down at Guyanin, asking with concern, Young man, are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital? Guyanin shook his head. No need. Having finished the notes, it was already midnight. At the entrance of the police station, the cold light dispelled some darkness. They have all confessed. We have also sent people to catch the mastermind. One of the police officers said as he handed over his phone. The screen lit up with a photo revealing Suwa Yas' malicious face. Guyanin glanced at it, feeling unsurprised. However, Christina was trembling with anger, her blue eyes almost spitting fire. Thank you. Guyanin returned the phone to the officer, calmly expressing his gratitude, and then took Christina, who was still fuming, and left. A black Volvo XC90 was parked not far away, its headlights illuminated. The tall figure of old Eric leaned against the car door, and as soon as he saw the two come out, he immediately strode over. He pulled Christina into his embrace, his large hand patting her back. My precious daughter, are you all right? I'm fine, Dad. Christina broke free from his embrace. She turned around, pointing at Guyanin, and complained. It was Guyanin who got kicked hard in the stomach and still wanted to show off. Old Eric's gaze immediately shifted to Guyanin, appraising him from head to toe. Little Gu, are you all right? Is it serious? We should go to the hospital right now. Guyanin shook his head. No need, uncle. It's just a minor injury. I'm fine. Should I help you take a leave for tomorrow's training? Old Eric continued to ask. After all, such a terrible thing happened, you need to rest. No need, Guyanin refused without hesitation. I can manage. This is his first official training session with the team, and he did not want to leave any bad impression on the coach and teammates. You are just showing off. Christina stomped her feet in frustration. All right. Old Eric waved his hand, making a summary. Little Gu said he's fine, so he's fine. Let's go get in the car, I'll take you back. The car quickly arrived at Guyanen's apartment building. Thank you, uncle. You two should rest early as well. Guyanen got out of the car and waved to the two inside. Take a good rest. Don't push yourself tomorrow. If it doesn't work, just rest. Do you hear me? Christina leaned out of the car window worryingly reminding him. Guyanen nodded and watched old Eric's car disappear at the end of the street before turning and walking into the apartment building. Once back home, the first thing he did was charge his phone, which had shut down automatically. As soon as it powered on, a series of missed call alerts popped up, all from his father. Guyanen immediately called back. The phone was picked up almost instantly, and his father's concerned voice came through the receiver. Guyanen briefly reported that he was safe and downplayed the situation. On the other end, his father was silent for a moment, then expressed genuine happiness. Good boy, congratulations on joining the professional team. Dad is very happy that you can play football again. The father and son chatted about trivial matters. His father told him that he would come to Sweden to watch his match once he finished his business in the country. After hanging up, Guyanen walked into the bathroom and took a hot shower. In front of the fogged-up mirror, he looked at the clear red mark on his abdomen, feeling a stir within him. Turning off the light, he lay down on the bed and quickly fell into a deep sleep. A few hours later, before dawn, Guyanen opened his eyes. He changed into sportswear and stepped outside to start his morning run. Physical fitness is the foundation of everything, and he dared not slack off for a moment. Experience 1. Accompanied by his steady breathing, his experience points were slowly increasing. At 8 in the morning, Guyanen arrived at the training base of IFK Trollhättan. The locker room was empty. He was the first to arrive. He found an empty locker, began to leisurely organize his gear, and then laid out a mat on the floor to start. At that moment, a voice with a hint of scrutiny broke the silence of the locker room. Are you the new one? Guyanen turned to look and saw a thin Swedish man about 1.78 meters tall. When Guyanen saw the way the other person was scrutinizing him, he felt a pang of unease, thinking it was another one like Sia. However, the other party surprised him. He relaxed his scrutinizing posture, replaced it with a friendly smile, and walked over. My name is Lucas. Hello. The other party extended his hand. Guyanen was taken aback for a moment, but extended his hand as well. Guyanen from Huaxia. Lucas revealed a big white smile. Huaxia. That's a beautiful place. I really want to visit after watching the live stream of Speed last year. Guyanen was clearly not accustomed to the other party's enthusiasm and was grabbed by the arm. Come on, I'll show you around our training area. Lucas began to tour Guyanen. First the gym, then the cafeteria, and finally the training field. He enthusiastically introduced every place, from how to use the equipment to which day's lunch in the cafeteria was the best, covering everything in detail. Guyanen felt somewhat helpless about his enthusiasm, but the layer of vigilance that had arisen due to Sim gradually melted away without him realizing it. The two changed into their gear and came to the field. Lucas took out a ball from the bag and tossed it to Guyanen. Come on, let's pass the ball a few times and warm up. The two began passing the ball on the empty field, engaging in simple ball training. Your passing is very steady, Lucas exclaimed as he received a ground pass. You too, Guyanen replied. Lucas had solid footwork. Every stop and pass was crisp and clean, showing that his fundamentals were quite good. Hey Gu. Lucas suddenly stopped his movement, stepping on the ball with his foot. I watched that match of yours yesterday. Guyanen paused. Your passing, dribbling, and shooting were great, but it seems like you haven't played in a while. However, I feel we will get along. Lucas looked at him, seemingly wanting to say more, but the sounds of other teammates laughing and chatting came from the direction of the locker room. Let's go, the coach is coming soon. Lucas tapped the football under his foot. The sounds of laughter and chatter from teammates grew closer, and soon a dozen young players of various heights and builds began to enter the changing room one after another. They mostly cast a glance at Guyanen, who was standing next to Lucas, before dispersing to prepare for training. At that moment, a tall, serious-looking middle-aged man walked in. He clapped his hands, instantly capturing everyone's attention. It was Maguire, the head coach of IFK Trollhättan U18. Maguire's gaze swept across the entire room, finally landing on Guyanen. This is Guyanen from Huaxia, he introduced succinctly. From now on, he will be joining our IFK Trollhättan U18 family. The applause was sparse, with most people merely clapping a couple of times out of politeness, their faces showing little emotion. On the contrary, Lucas was particularly enthusiastic, clapping energetically with a sunny smile, winking at Guyanen. After Maguire's introduction, he immediately got down to business, outlining the training plan for the day. First, we will warm up with laps. Afterwards, we will do 8 sets of shuttle runs from one baseline to the other. At this announcement, a few barely audible groans emerged from the team. Guyanen followed the group to the sideline of the field. With a whistle, the players in line shot off like arrows, each one racing forward. Guyanen glanced at the adjacent line where Lucas was making his final preparation moves, leaning slightly forward like a cheetah poised to pounce. The coach's whistle blew again. Shoo! Lucas launched himself like a cannonball, his speed astonishing. This guy was definitely skilled on the wing. Soon it was Guyanen's turn. His overall stamina rating was only 70. Could he even endure these 8 sets of shuttle runs? Just as he began to worry, a familiar system prompt echoed in his mind. Option 1, give it your all, and complete 8 sets of shuttle runs. Reward random attribute points 2. Option 2, run until you can't take it anymore and voluntarily give up collapsing on the ground. Reward, acquire the title Coward passive effect. When facing a challenge while in possession of the ball, you will abandon the ball 100 of the time to avoid physical confrontation. Gu Yanen's face twitched. What the hell was option 2? A 100 chance of losing the ball. Wasn't that like sentencing his football career to death? It seemed he could only choose option 1. After today's training, he had to carefully plan his growth path. His stamina was a critical weakness. Gu, it's your turn. The coach's shout interrupted his thoughts. Gu Yanen nodded and stepped up to the starting line. He took a deep breath. Who? Beep. The piercing whistle sounded, and Gu Yanen propelled himself forward. The scenery around him raced by. He could manage the first couple of laps. But from the third lap onward, his lungs felt like they were on fire, each breath bringing searing pain. Who? His gasps grew heavier, and his speed visibly slowed. The gap was too obvious. His stamina was simply not on the same level as these teammates who had trained with the system for years. The teammates who had finished running gathered in small groups at the sideline, openly laughing at Gu Yanen's struggling appeal. Hey, that Huasha guy, are you okay? Do you need us to call a medic? Ha ha ha. A blonde youth shouted. Laughter erupted around him. Gu, don't listen to them. Focus on your breathing rhythm. Lucas' voice cut through the jeers, clearly reaching him. Gu Yanen heard it. He couldn't stop. If he did, that damn title Coward would be branded on him, and it would He gritted his teeth and, using his last ounce of strength, moved forward step by step. Finally, after completing the last lap, he crossed the finish line, collapsing onto the grass in utter exhaustion. His teammates merely glanced at him before laughing and walking away. The coach noted the results on the tactical board with a blank expression. Gu Yanen came in last. A hand reached out, offering a bottle of water. It was Lucas who pulled Gu Yanen up from the ground. Gu, are you okay? Don't mind what they said. Gu Yanen shook his head, took the water, and gulped down a few mouthfuls as a gesture of thanks. He truly didn't mind. Stamina had always been his greatest weakness. There was nothing to deny. After a brief rest, the coach called everyone to gather. Next, we will have an 8v8 scrimmage. Maguire approached Gu Yanen and whispered, let your teammates see your abilities, you're passing your vision. He patted Gu Yanen on the back, increasing the force. I hope I haven't misjudged you. Gu Yanen nodded seriously. System prompt, gain random attribute points 2. Do you want to allocate them immediately? Yes. Please choose an attribute to allocate short passing. Attribute allocation complete, short passing 6870. The teams for the scrimmage were quickly finalized, and he and Lucas were placed on the red team. The formation was 313, with 3 forwards, 1 midfielder, 3 defenders, and a goalkeeper. Gu Yanen's position was that of the sole midfielder. Lucas was positioned as the left winger. Just as the match was about to start and the players took their positions, the system interface popped up in his mind again. Option 1, score 2 goals. Reward shooting 2, current 65. Option 2, provide 2 assists. Reward passing 2, current 70. Option 3, create 4 excellent scoring opportunities. Reward vision 2, current 71. Note, multiple tasks can be completed simultaneously. Beep. A sharp whistle pierced the air. The match had officially begun. Possession belonged to the blue team. Just as Gu Yanen prepared to shadow their midfielder, a voice rang out from behind him. Hey newbie. The speaker was the central defender of the red team, a stocky, freckled young man named K. Don't go weak-kneed and fumble the pass, Casey drawled with lazy amusement. Whoever loses this match treats the whole team to drinks. Salaries in minor European leagues were meager, especially for youth squads, so even a round of soft drinks represented a real expense. Gu Yanen ignored him entirely, his full attention locked on the pitch, tracking the blue team's midfielder with razor focus. Before kickoff, Lucas had already briefed him on the opposing lineup. The blue team fielded their full U18 starting 11. Defense had never been Gu Yanen's strength, and with this body, stamina was a glaring liability. His only recourse was to cling like stubborn adhesive, to suffocate the opponent's playmaker, making every touch uncomfortable and every pass agonizingly difficult. Casey's voice cut through again, edged with impatience. Hey you Gu. Stop mindlessly chasing. Cut off his passing lanes. After a hard tackle near the sideline, Lucas knocked the ball out of bounds and turned back to shout at Casey, it's Gu. Not Gu. Not Gu. Casey scratched his head, shrugging indifferently. Whatever. Gu or Gu, Chinese names are all baffling. He then pivoted toward Gu Yanen. Newbie, just do your best to block his passes. Deny him one route, and you've done your job. Gu Yanen gave a single firm nod. As Lucas jogged past, he murmured low, Casey's solid. He just talks too much. You'll get used to it. The opponent threw the ball in, and play resumed. Gu Yanen heeded Casey's advice. He abandoned blind pursuit, instead anticipating the midfielder's intent. and sealing the most probable passing lane. The blue team's midfielder faltered instantly. His sole remaining option now lay down another path, where Casey already stood poised and waiting. Thwack! The ball was intercepted with surgical precision. Brilliant, newbie. Take it. Without hesitation, Casey fired a crisp pass straight to Guyanin. A split second before contact, Guyanin's mind rendered a flawless panoramic map of the pitch. On the left flank, Lucas coiled like a panther ready to spring, already primed for a forward run. Guyanin received the ball, spun, and released it, all in one seamless motion. No wasted movement. A laser-guided through ball sliced cleanly through the blue team's defensive line. Lucas timed his burst perfectly. His explosive speed manifested in full force, and suddenly he stood alone before the goalkeeper, a clean breakaway. On the touchline, Coach Mijas, who had watched the entire match with impassive stillness, spontaneously broke into applause at that pass. Lucas faced the keeper calm and composed, and slotted his shot low. Clang! The ball thundered against the post and ricocheted out of play. Lucas buried his face in his hands, groaning in frustration. "Oh, what a pass! Sorry, Gu," he called across the pitch. Guyanin shook his head, raised a hand in reassurance, and signaled next chance. "Let's go." Casey sprinted over and thumped Guyanin hard on the back. Perfect pass. Play resumed. Yet the blue team, fielding their full first 11, clearly held superior collective strength. On the red team, only Casey and Lucas were starters, the rest were reserves. In defense, Guyanin was relentlessly dragged across the pitch by the opponent's midfielders, sapping his stamina with brutal efficiency. Near the sideline, assistant coaches murmured among themselves, "That Chinese kid's stamina is abysmal. Let's watch. He just delivered an incisive through ball. Probably luck. I'll bet $5 he collapses any second." Coach Mijas cleared his throat sharply. Observe the match, no idle chatter. On the pitch, the ball shifted to the red team's left flank. Lucas surged back, aggressively partnering with the left back to win possession cleanly. "Gu, take it." Lucas didn't pause. He flicked the ball with his heel directly into the center. Before it reached Guyanin's feet, his peripheral vision caught the opponent's midfielder lunging fiercely toward him. Casey bellowed simultaneously, "Watch your back." Guyanin let the ball roll, then deftly nudged it left with the inside of his foot, spinning fluidly to evade the onrushing challenge. In that same breath, he lifted his gaze and spotted the right winger surging forward at blistering pace. Without hesitation, he chipped a delicate lofted pass. The ball traced a graceful arc, sailing effortlessly over the entire blue team backline, and settled precisely onto the winger's intended path. "Excellent pass," Mijas exclaimed, electrified. The right winger didn't break stride. He took one smooth touch forward and unleashed his shot. Goal. 10. The scorer sprinted straight to Guyanin, thrusting his thumbs skyward in exultation. Lucas and Casey rushed over, slapping Guyanin's palms with fierce, joyful force. Play restarted. Stung by the goal, the blue team visibly sharpened their focus, and their pressing intensity surged dramatically. Guyanin's stamina plummeted at an alarming rate. Defensive lapses multiplied rapidly. Gu, that man's yours." Casey's shouts grew more frequent, each one a grim marker of Guyanin's nearing physical limit. Soon the blue team struck back on a swift counterattack to level the score. Minutes later, they seized the lead from a corner kick, 21. Guyanin bent over, hands on knees, gasping raggedly, his lungs searing with fire. Time was bleeding away. There could be no more waiting. Template Haji LV1 I activated. A cool, revitalizing current flooded his limbs and core, dispelling fatigue like mist before dawn. Indeed, the Haji template conferred tangible stamina recovery. Offensive organization stats increased by 5 points. Guyanin straightened up and signaled emphatically to his teammates, "Push forward." Losing by 1 or 2 made no difference in outcome. Only defiance remained. Casey stared startled. Moments ago, this guy looked seconds from collapse. Now he was commanding a full frontal assault. Yet Casey relished such raw grit. The relentless pressure soon exacted its toll. The blue team's stamina, too, began to wane. Under Guyanin's direction, the red team's striker harried the opponent's center back with ferocious intensity, forcing a panicked errant clearance. By sheer fortune, the ball bounced directly to Guyanin's feet. Opportunity. He shifted it subtly with his left foot, preparing to unleash the template's innate ability, left foot thunderbolt. But as he drew his leg back, the errant center back charged forward like a maddened bull, desperate to atone for his mistake. All shooting angles vanished, completely sealed. Yet in that instant, Guyanin's periphery caught sight of his striker utterly unmarked, wide open on the opposite side. His shooting motion continued, but his descending left foot feathered the ball sideways in a feint. The charging center back, momentum unchecked, launched himself into a wild, skidding tackle, carving a long, ragged furrow across the turf. Before Guyanin stretched an open field, he didn't hesitate, didn't seek glory. A precise, driven through ball landed softly at the striker's feet. An empty net. The striker barely adjusted, lifted his foot and fired. Goal. 22. Leveled. The scorer erupted in joy, sprinting over to wrap Guyanin in a bear hug. Casey sprinted in from deep defense, ruffling Guyanin's hair vigorously while roaring, "Team, push on. For Gatorade. For Gatorade. For Gatorade." Casey's roar ignited the fighting spirit of the entire red team, and their morale soared to new heights. On the sidelines, Mahasi clenched his fists tightly, and unmistakable excitement lighting up his face. The talent of this Huaxiao lad is beyond doubt. Unparalleled vision and precise passing like a surgeon's scalpel. If he can be developed and promoted to the first team, it will mark a new turning point in my coaching career. The match resumed. The blue team, undeterred by the equalizer, unleashed their aggression. Only 4 minutes remained in the game. The blue team launched a tidal wave of attacks down the left flank. The ball was swiftly passed along the sideline. The blue team's left winger executed a smooth 1-2 with the midfielder tearing through the red team's fullback's defense. Without any hesitation, he struck the ball for a cross. The ball curved dangerously through the air, heading straight for the penalty area. Casey judged the landing point and leaped high into the air. "My ball." He swung his head fiercely, trying to clear the ball. However, things didn't go as planned. The ball grazed his scalp and flew past. He misjudged the timing. The blue team's center forward had already lurked behind him, appearing like a ghost. He met the incoming ball with a powerful header. Bang! A loud crash. The ball slammed into the crossbar and bounced out. A gasp swept through the crowd. The rebounding ball landed perfectly at Lucas' feet. Without a moment's pause, Lucas received the ball, pivoted, and executed the movements in one fluid motion. He sprinted toward the opposing half, like an arrow released from its bow. 2 defenders from the blue team immediately chased back, closely tailing him. Lucas surged forward with the ball reaching the sideline. Faced with the tight marking of the defender, he used an extremely subtle feint to create a minuscule passing opportunity. "Now's the time." He struck for a cross. The ball arced toward the blue team's penalty area. Another misjudgment. This time it was the red team's center forward who narrowly missed the ball. Everyone thought the match would end in a draw. Just then a figure appeared at the back post of the goal. Guyanin. He didn't know when he had dashed over here. He met the descending ball, stretching his body, and executed a beautiful side volley. The football shot into the net like a cannonball. Beep, beep, beep. The whistle signaling the valid goal and the end of the match sounded almost simultaneously. The ball is in. A dramatic victory. The red team leads 3-2 against the blue team. The moment the goal was scored, the duration of Haji's template also came to an end. A wave of overwhelming fatigue instantly engulfed Guyanin. His leg muscles spasmed violently, unable to support him any longer, and he collapsed to the ground. Lucas, Casey, and all the teammates of the red team rushed over, madly encircling him and piling on top. "We won. We won. Gu. You are amazing. Gatorade hero." Casey's voice was the loudest as he ruffled Guyanin's hair, grinning like a child. On the sidelines, Mahasi and the other coaches stood up, collectively applauding this spectacular last-minute goal. 1 shot, 2 passes. A perfect performance. Mahasi nodded, having already made up his mind about the starting lineup for the weekend league. He instructed the assistant coach to organize the others for continued training while he walked over to Guyanin. "Guyu performed very well." Guyanin stood up with the support of his teammates. A look of appreciation graced Mahasi's face. "You will start in this weekend's Swedish Youth League." A wave of ecstatic joy surged within Guyanin. "Thank you, coach." Mahasi smiled and patted his shoulder. "This is the result of your own hard work." Just then a familiar notification sound rang in Guyanin's mind. "Congratulations to the host for completing the selection task. Assist 2 goals, reward passing 2, current passing 72. Created 4 excellent scoring opportunities, reward vision 2, current vision 73. Overall ability increased to 61. Looking at the rewards on the system panel, Guyanin felt much of his fatigue dissipate. "Keep up the good work." The training session concluded. Guyanin and Lucas sat in the stretching area of the gym, relaxing their tense muscles. "Gu, you are truly strong," Lucas exclaimed sincerely. "Your close range evasion, your passing, and your ability to seize opportunities are simply amazing." Guyanin smiled. "You are not bad either. Your speed and stamina are something I can only admire." All right, let's not blow each other up commercially." Lucas waved his hand. He suddenly lowered his voice and leaned in. "We both have a fatal weakness. Our physical confrontation is too poor." "Ha ha," Lucas said, glancing over at the strength area not far away. "Shall we do a couple of sets?" "Let's go." The two reached an agreement. In the gym, the sound of heavy breathing once again filled the air. "1 set for you, 1 set for me. Experience 1, experience 1. The strength value slowly increased, finally settling at 60. After the training ended, Guyanin dragged his weary body back to the apartment. As he reached the door, he saw a familiar figure. Christina was facing away from him, looking at her phone, occasionally imitating the dance moves on the screen and twisting her body. "What are you doing here?" Guyanen's voice was not loud, but it startled Christina, who was engrossed. Ah! Christina turned around abruptly, her anger flaring as she recognized Guyanen. Who are you trying to scare? She rushed over in a few quick steps and grabbed Guyanen's ear. And can't you change that bad habit of not charging your phone? Is buying a power bank just for you to use as a brick? Ouch! Oh! Oh! Guyanen grimaced in pain, immediately crying for mercy. I was wrong, I was wrong. Christina tightened her grip. Humph, will you dare to do it again, next time? I want dare. I want dare. Guyanen quickly capitulated. Christina then released her grip, stuffing a thermal bag into his arms. I brought you something to eat. After a day of training, you need to replenish some nutrition. Guyanen, understanding the situation, opened the apartment door and made a pleased gesture. Thank you, Lady Christina. Christina looked at his silly act and nodded in satisfaction. Humph. This is more like it. Inside the apartment, the aroma of food instantly dispelled the fatigue from training. Christina stood like a stern overseer, hands on her hips, watching Guyanen devour the dinner she had brought with ravenous enthusiasm. Slow down. You're not racing anyone. Guyanen gulped down a large mouthful of water and exhaled deeply in relief, then briefly recounted the day's training. Her eyes sparkled with astonishing brilliance when she heard about his 2 assists and decisive goal against the first-team squad. Guyanen pulled a crumpled Gatorade bottle from his bag and placed it on the dining table. War trophy. Wow. Christina snatched up the bottle as though it were the Hercules cup. Is this what victory tastes like? And it's lemon-flavored. Guyanen chuckled at her theatrics. My turn's done. Now it's yours, Hollywood's. Of course. Christina instantly perked up, pulling out her phone like a child unveiling a treasure and tapping open a video. On screen, she danced with vibrant energy to an upbeat track, confident, radiant, utterly captivating. Beneath the video, the like count gleamed 50000. Well, am I impressive or what? She lifted her chin, preening like a peacock awaiting praise. Impressive, truly impressive. Guyanen nodded, sincerity evident in his tone. Looks like I'll need to cling tightly to the coattails of a Hollywood legend from now on. Christina beamed, her face blossoming into pure delight. After dinner, Guyanen rose to walk her home. Hold it right there. Christina stepped forward with solemn authority, halting him. Hands clasped behind her back, she mimicked the coach's bearing, circling him slowly, scrutinizing him with mock gravitas before speaking. You are now officially a professional footballer. And what does a professional value above all? Rest, physical readiness, peak condition. With unwavering conviction, she declined his offer, and with a breezy wave turned on her heel and strode away. I'm off. You go wash up and sleep, right now. Tomorrow's training awaits. The apartment door clicked shut and silence rushed in like a tide. Guyanen finished his evening routine and lay in bed. The ache of every muscle screamed, yet his mind hummed with exhilarating clarity. He opened his system interface. Name Guyanen. Overall rating 61. Passing 72. Vision 73. Shooting 65. Stamina 70. Strength 60. He needed to chart a deliberate path for growth. To carve out a place in Europe's fiercely competitive football landscape, relying solely on his native Chinese physique would never suffice. Yet investing precious attribute points into raw physicality offered dismal returns. Daily training would gradually elevate his physical metrics. Consistency alone guaranteed progress. Attribute points must be allocated with surgical precision. Playmaking and technical mastery, not brute strength, were the bedrock of his identity and survival. Just as Guyanen prepared to close the interface, he noticed something new, a previously unseen entry nestled beneath his personal stats. Talent pitch commandant innate. Ah, so that was it. No wonder since childhood he'd always perceived passing lanes and attacking opportunities invisible to others. It was an illusion, it was innate endowment. Clearly Xavi Hernandez, the masterful midfield conductor, was the ideal he ought to emulate. Having resolved this, Guyanen closed his eyes and sank into deep slumber almost instantly. The next morning he rose early for his customary run. Before afternoon training, he visited his school to inform his teacher of his enrollment in IFK Trelleborg's U18 squad. The moment the teacher heard, approval came immediately, warm, even enthusiastic. In this city, nearly everyone wore IFK Trelleborg's colors with pride. When classmates learned one of their own had joined a professional academy team, they gathered round, beaming with genuine joy and quiet pride. Time raced forward, measured only in relentless high-intensity drills. Soon match day arrived, the weekend league fixture. A team bus carried IFK Trelleborg's U18 squad to their first away game against Kalmar U18. The bus eased to a halt outside the opponent's home ground, the Golden Bird Arena. Mihai led the players into the visiting team's dressing room. Chatter buzzed across the cramped space. Players clustered in 3s and 4s, relaxed, unburdened. Mihai strode to the tactical board and tapped the whiteboard sharply with his marker. All conversation ceased at once. Today's starting lineup and tactics. Formation 42. Mihai's voice resonated in the hushed stillness. Goalkeeper Victor Olsson. Defensive line left to right, Emil Johansson, Kaisi, Oscar Lindstrom, Lucas Nielsen. Double pivot, Alba Pettersson, William Eriksson. Attacking midfielder. Mihai paused, then spoke the name deliberately. Guyanin. Left winger, Lucas Eriksson. Right winger, Alexander Holm. Striker, Antoine Emery. The instant the list was announced, a discordant voice cut through the air. Why? It belonged to Jackson, the squad's incumbent starting attacking midfielder. He shot upright, locking furious eyes onto Mihai. He's been here barely days. What gives him the right to start? Mihai met his glare unruffled. Merit decides. Jackson, do you contest that? Jackson's face flushed crimson, his chest heaved. Jaw clenched, he slammed a fist hard into the locker beside him. A dull, hollow thud. I contest it. Mihai nodded. No anger, no hesitation. Fine. You'll watch today's match from the stands. Jackson froze, stunned. He hadn't anticipated such swift, uncompromising consequence. Seconds later he erupted, snatching his jacket and storming out of the dressing room. Pausing beside Guyanin, he fixed him with a venomous stare. Lucas clapped Guyanin on the shoulder. Don't let it bother you. Congrats on starting. You've earned it. Guyanin smiled faintly. He truly didn't care. Competitive sport held one immutable truth: mediocrity was its own condemnation. All right, heads up. Mihai clapped sharply, refocusing the room. Warm up outside, then pitch familiarization. The minor incident faded swiftly into oblivion. Warm up complete. Pitch walkthrough concluded. Match time approached. In the dim tunnel, Guyanin could hear his own heartbeat, clear, steady, resonant. Kaisi stepped beside him and delivered a firm, wordless thump to his back, a silent, grounding assurance. Victor Olsson, the goalkeeper captain's armband gleaming, stepped forward, exchanging crisp, energetic hand slaps with each starter. When he reached Guyanin, he grinned broadly. Go show them what you've got. That 8v8 session. You gave me absolute hell. Haha. I'll give it my all. A sharp whistle pierced the air, the signal for both teams to enter the field. Guyanin drew a slow, deep breath and followed his teammates out of the tunnel. Blinding afternoon sunlight spilled across the pitch. The stands held only scattered spectators, few sparse, quietly seated. Once all pre-match formalities concluded, players took position, awaiting kickoff. At that precise moment, the familiar system interface flickered into view. Choice 1, lead the team to victory. Reward random talent. Choice 2, record an assist. Reward 2 to a random playmaking related ability. Choice 3, score a goal. Reward 2 to a random offensive attribute. The head referee raised his arm, whistle poised between his lips. Beep. Beep. With a long whistle, the match officially began. In Guyanin's mind, 3 options flickered with a soft glow. The random talent reward for winning the match was undoubtedly the most tempting, but the difficulty was also the greatest. Assists and goals were objectives that could be achieved in the process. He quickly made his choice. As a playmaker, organizing attacks and providing assists were his primary responsibilities. The early stages of the match felt somewhat dull, with both sides testing each other and the pace being slow. In the stands, among a handful of spectators, 2 middle-aged men in thick coats were idly munching on popcorn. This is destined to be a boring match, said Jerry, dressed in a black down jacket. I have a feeling about it too. Richard, sitting beside him, responded, scanning the field. Jerry looked at him and asked, Richard, are you sure that Lucas is a promising talent? I've seen him play a few matches. He's good on the wings, Richard said, taking a sip of his cola. He'll probably be promoted to the first team soon. The IFK Trelleborg first team is running low on forwards lately. Just as he finished speaking, his action of sipping cola paused. He fixed a suspicious gaze on an unfamiliar figure on the field. Jerry, check on that East Asian player. I don't think I've seen him before. Jerry immediately followed his gaze to Guyanin on the field and then opened his laptop to search. No data. He seems to be a newcomer. Jerry searched for a long time, but found nothing. He should be a rookie. Let's continue to observe Lucas. Richard adjusted his glasses momentarily, setting aside his doubts. On the field, the IFK Trelleborg U18 squad was being suppressed by their opponents, appearing somewhat passive. Midfield, apply some pressure. Forward, press them. Johnson, don't let anyone slip by. The field was filled with Casey's shouts, his reminders, giving some reassurance to teammates who were feeling a bit frantic. After Trelleborg successfully defended against a round, the ball came to Casey's feet. Without hesitation, he made a long pass forward. Mine. It's yours. Guyanin watched the incoming ball, accurately judging its landing point, and jumped vigorously. Bang. A tremendous force struck from his side, causing him to lose balance and crash to the ground. The referee's whistle did not sound. By the sidelines, Mihash clenched his fist, expressing dissatisfaction towards the fourth official. Isn't that a foul? Guyanin, frustrated, pounded the grass and quickly got up. Body contact indeed remained a significant issue. Gu, are you okay? From a distance, Lucas shouted at him. Guyanin gave a thumbs up, signaling that he was fine. Lucas, stop chatting. Get back on defense. Casey's loud voice rang out again. In the stands, Richard shook his head and remarked, "He's just too weak." Jerry echoed, "Isn't he some sort of nepotism case?" "It's possible." Nearby, Jackson, sitting in the highest row, snickered openly at the scene. The match continued. Defensive midfielder Alba Peterson received the ball in midfield, but the Kalmar U18 players were pressing very effectively. Peterson was caught between two players, completely unable to find a passing route, growing increasingly impatient. "Don't these guys know how to position themselves?" Just as he complained, he caught a glimpse of a blue and white figure moving through the gap in his peripheral vision. He couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. If he didn't pass soon, he'd be intercepted. Even if he failed to pass, the blame wouldn't fall entirely on him. He kicked the ball with force. The ball flew through the gap and landed securely at the feet of that figure. It was Guyanin. The moment he received the ball, he made no pause, and his body turned smoothly. Ahead lay a vast expanse. Guyanin did not let the ball linger at his feet for more than half a second. Even before receiving the ball, he had already locked onto Lucas, who was making an advance on the left flank with his peripheral vision. Straight pass. The ball skimmed the ground, tracing a visibly low arc. The football accurately passed between the two opposing center backs, firmly landing on the path of Lucas, who was sprinting at full speed. Lucas felt no need to slow down whatsoever. A mischievous smile spread across his face. "I knew it." He felt so comfortable leading the ball forward, directly forming a onion. Faced with the advancing goalkeeper, Lucas calmly shot for the far corner. Goal. IFK Trelleborg U18 1-0 Kalmar, U18. "Great goal," Mahash shouted from the sidelines. Lucas did not celebrate alone, but turned and ran directly towards Guyanin, giving him a big hug. "Gu, I knew you could make that pass." In the stands, Jerry clapped excitedly. "Great play, Lucas. Richard, the player you were watching, is indeed impressive." Richard did not reply. Jerry turned his head in confusion, only to see Richard focused intently on typing something on his computer. He leaned in to take a closer look. Richard was creating a new file in the player observation spreadsheet. IFK Trelleborg U18. Number 28. East Asian. He deleted those 3 words and retyped it. Japanese or Korean? Excellent vision and passing. This East Asian? Jerry asked in confusion. Richard did not reply. He took out his phone, zoomed in, and snapped a clear picture of Guyanin on the field. "Keep watching," Richard said calmly. "If you can't identify his good plays, I will file a small report when we get back. You might very well lose your job." Jerry rubbed his forehead and immediately focused all his attention on Guyanin. On the other side of the stands, Jackson snorted disdainfully. "TCH, just luck." The match resumed, but the situation on the field had not changed because of that goal. Trelleborg U18 was still being pressed by their opponents. 10 minutes later, Trelleborg finally gained a counterattack opportunity. Lucas received the ball on the left flank, racing down the sideline with excellent control. The Kalmar U18 fullback quickly retreated, timely blocking his inward path. Lucas was about to crash right into the opponent. "Lucas, give it to me." A voice came from his right side. It was Guyanin. Lucas didn't even turn to look. He stepped back with his right foot, using his left foot to heel the ball toward the center. Guyanin rushed in, not stopping the ball, and directly led it forward to the left. This simple action instantly shook off the defender, marking him, creating a massive space for himself. Almost simultaneously, the right wing forward Alexander Holm was locked onto by his vision. Guyanin lifted his right foot and executed an overhead through ball. The ball traced a precise arc, directly crossing the entire opposing defense line. However, Holm's positioning was off. He was slightly late in his run. He awkwardly chased the ball, and in a rush his shot flew directly into the sky. Holm clasped his head with both hands and shouted to the sky, "I'm sorry, Gu." Guyanin shook his head, signaling that it was fine. On the sidelines, Mahash, however, was very pleased. "Gu, great pass. Just keep playing like that." In the stands, Richard spoke up again, asking Jerry beside him, "Did you notice?" Jerry's expression had turned serious. "Top-tier vision, excellent first touch, always able to create space for the next move." Richard said nothing, merely adjusted his glasses and continued to silently observe the field. In the apartment, Christina was restlessly rolling on the soft sofa. The light from her phone screen reflected on her pouty face. She kept refreshing various football bloggers' updates, trying to find any news about the IFK Trelleborg U18 match. Suddenly, a breaking news alert popped up. IFK Trelleborg U18 1-0 Kalmar, U18. Goal by Lucas Eriksson. Assist Guyanin. Christina abruptly sat up from the sofa, her blue eyes shining with excitement. Barefoot, she dashed to the second-floor study and pushed open the heavy wooden door. "Why didn't Guyanin let me go with him to the match today?" Christina stood with her hands on her hips, looking like a puffed up. This morning she had prepared snacks and a support sign, but her father had ruthlessly left her at home. Behind the desk, old Eric exhaled a cloud of cigar smoke, a frown etched beneath his thick eyebrows. "You need to accompany me to watch the first team's match today." His voice carried a hint of fatigue. "This is what we agreed on." Besides, I trust Guyanan. He doesn't need you cheering him on from the sidelines. Christina's anger paused momentarily. She keenly noticed the worry on her father's face. Dad, what's... Old Eric sighed heavily. We have another injury in the front line. It's serious. Season ending. When I took over the team, the transfer window had already closed. We are in desperate need of players. Christina's eyes twinkled with an idea. Guyanan. Dad, you should recommend Guyanan. Old Eric chuckled at his daughter's naive suggestion. I believe in Guyanan, but the head coach must believe in him too. He just joined the U18 team a week ago. Today is his first match. Christina stepped closer to her father and affectionately linked her arm with his. Dad, you should go talk to the first team's head coach and let him watch Guyanan's match. Guyanan really performed well. I just saw the news that he assisted a teammate in scoring. Old Eric's murky eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Really? Then I'll find an opportunity to mention it. He extinguished the cigar and patted his daughter's hand. All right, you should dress up nicely tonight. I have a friend from America, a director whom I want to introduce to you. Okay, Dad. Christina immediately brightened up. On the field, time ticked away. The first half was near. On the sidelines, Mijas was pacing restlessly on the grass. Damn it, are these forwards blind? Gu has delivered so many good passes and they can't capitalize on any. As Mijas said, Guyanan was dominating the midfield. He stood like a lighthouse in the middle of the sea, illuminating every attacking route with precise passes. But his teammates in the front line were like a few dilapidated boats, always failing to deliver the ball to the harbor. Guyanan could no longer tolerate the right winger, who only dribbled, and the center forward, who stood still waiting for the ball. He focused all his attention on the tirelessly running Lucas. Guyanan actively moved to the right, combining with Peterson, who dropped back for support to execute a simple wall pass. The narrow space was instantly torn open. Guyanan continued to push forward. His peripheral vision remained locked on the edge of the opponent's penalty area. Now's the moment. A blue and white figure darted into the penalty area like a ghost. Guyanan noticed it. But at this moment, the opposing defensive midfielder also aggressively closed in, nearly pressing against his side. Guyanan made no flashy moves. He gently stepped on the ball with his right foot, feigning a backward turn. The defender's momentum momentarily halted, leaving him frozen in place. Guyanan flicked the ball forward, not stopping it, and directly sent a cross. The ball arced perfectly through the air, bypassing the center back's head, and flew accurately to the back post. The landing point was just right. Lucas' run was also impeccable. The ball arrived, and so did he. Lucas met the incoming ball and fiercely nodded it. A header into the goal. The football hit the net with a satisfying thud. 2-0. Mijas on the sidelines jumped up excitedly, vigorously pumping his fists. The scoring Lucas and assisting Guyanan were instantly surrounded by ecstatic teammates. Gu, your pass was incredible. Oh my God, how did that pass get through? Casey laughed heartily, directly lifting Guyanan off the ground and hoisting him onto his shoulders. In the stands, Richard could no longer maintain his composure. He suddenly stood up, his face betraying his excitement. A talent to mold. Jerry, after the match, I want all his information. Jerry also stood up, nodding vigorously. This East Asian kid had completely captivated him. The halftime whistle blew. The IFK Trelleborg U18 players cheered as they walked off the field. It had been a long time since they had a 2-goal lead at halftime. The locker room was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Guyanan and Lucas were undoubtedly the focus of the team, having completely breached the opponent's defense with their 2 perfect connections. Mijas stood before the tactics board, unable to hide his smile. Today someone in the midfield activated all of us. This is crucial. In the second half, everyone keep up the effort. He specifically glanced at several forwards. Lucas, your shooting was decisive and accurate. The other forwards should learn more from him. After briefly discussing a few defensive issues, Mijas' gaze fell on Guyanan. In the second half, Guyanan was initially taken aback. Your stamina needs to build up gradually, you can't rush it. Guyanan nodded. In the final stages of the first half, he had indeed begun to feel a burning sensation in his lungs, and his legs felt heavy. The second half began. Without Guyanan's organization and distribution, Trelleborg's front line lacked more than half of its vitality, reverting to the previously monotonous attacking pattern. In the stands, Richard was somewhat bewildered. Where's that East Asian kid? Probably injured, Jerry speculated. Richard picked up the binoculars and looked toward Trelleborg's substitutes. He clearly saw Guyanan sitting calmly there with no ice packs on him, looking perfectly fine. He realized it was the match ended and the score remained unchanged. Trelleborg U18 secured a clean victory with a score of 2-0. Kalmar U18's head coach approached Mijas, offering a handshake. Mijas, congratulations, you found a gem. That attacking midfielder of yours performed incredibly well. Mijas smiled and humbly responded. The players packed their things and noisily walked toward the bus parked out. A figure stealthily followed behind the team. He seized the opportunity, quietly sneaking to the back of the line, and reached out to pat Casey's broad back. Casey was startled, turning around abruptly. He saw Jerry wearing a self-satisfied smile looking at him. Who are you? Casey asked warily. Jerry quickly waved his hands. Hey, I'm not a bad guy. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice. I want to ask, what's the name of your number 28, and where is he from? Casey scratched his head, suddenly realizing. Oh, you mean Gu. His name is Gu Yanan. He's from Huaxia. Jerry clumsily mimicked the pronunciation while quickly activating his phone's recording feature, speaking into the microphone. Gu Yanan. Great, thank you. With the information in hand, Jerry instantly scampered away. Casey rubbed the back of his head, not paying much attention, thinking he was just another ordinary fan stunned by Gu Yanan's performance today. He had no idea that this small incident would lead to a big misunderstanding regarding Gu Yanan's future. Jerry jogged to the car by the roadside and relayed the information to Richard. Richard adjusted his glasses. He's actually from Huaxia. I thought he was Japanese or Korean. He took Jerry's phone, opened the garbled recording, and listened repeatedly to the name distorted countless times. Gu Yanan. He raised his head. Search for his information. Okay. Jerry immediately started typing. Jerry's fingertips flew across the keyboard of his laptop, with various search combinations constantly changing. Lonely Smoke Dark. Huaxia Football. IFK Trelleborg Huaxia players. However, the results returned were all blank. The bus drove steadily through the night, the cabin unusually quiet with only the faint sound of tires rolling over the road. Most of the players were taking the opportunity to rest. Gu Yanan leaned by the window, watching the scenery rush by, the city lights stretching into blurred bands of glow in his vision. At that moment, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have completed the selection. Assisted in the goal. Reward random increase of 2 in related attributes. Long pass 2, current long pass 70. Lead the team to win the match. Reward random talent. Talent extraction in progress. Ding. A silver badge icon appeared on the panel. Chip Shot Master Silver slightly increases the accuracy and curvature of chip shots in the penalty area, enhancing shooting options. This is great. His attacking methods were no longer singular. The system notification kept sounding. Achieved victory, gained a large amount of experience points. Level increased to level 4. Gu Yanan immediately opened his personal panel, and the points available for allocation had turned into 5 points. His fingers glided across the virtual panel, decisively allocating all points to passing. Passing 72-77, not bad. This passing value would be sufficient even in the Swedish Allsvenskan. The bus continued to drive. The night had completely enveloped the earth. Trelleborg. The Van Gavelen Stadium was packed, but the atmosphere was terrifyingly oppressive. IFK Trelleborg 0-2 at Wittenberg. The numbers on the scoreboard pierced the hearts of every home fan. In the VIP section, old Eric slammed his fist hard onto the back of the front row seat, producing a muffled sound. On the field, the stretcher team rushed in, carrying a player who was groaning in pain off the field. It was the substitute attacking midfielder of IFK Trelleborg. Head coach Sangar rushed to the sidelines, anxiously asking the team doctor. The doctor merely shook his head and uttered a hopeless word, ACL. Sangar instantly exploded with rage, turning sharply and kicking over the water cooler beside him. Fuck. How can we be so unlucky? This was already the last available attacking midfielder for the first team. The main attacking midfielder was out for the season, and now even the substitute had been injured. Sangar's chest heaved violently, and after a few seconds, he forced himself to calm down. Jike Teltoven to warm up switched to a 442 formation. The match continued. But at Wittenberg continued to suppress the home team. The third-place team was playing against the 13th-place team. There was no suspense. After the formation change, IFK Trelleborg played even more awkwardly, losing complete control in the midfield. The team's midfield core, also the star player Alalai Peterson, felt a wave of helplessness. He was supposed to join the Premier League's Wolves during the summer transfer window. But at the desperate plea of head coach Sangare, he chose to stay to help the team avoid relegation, deciding to leave in the winter transfer window. But now he regretted that decision immensely. Not far away at Wittenberg's players were celebrating their third goal, 0-3. Peterson sighed, helplessly clapping his hands. Come on everyone, let's get some spirit. His encouragement received no response as his teammates hung their heads in despair. In the stands, a large number of fans had already left early. Those who remained expressed their dissatisfaction furiously. Sangare, get out. Trash. Refund us. Do you deserve this jersey? The final whistle blew, and outside the locker room, old Eric stopped Sangar. Inside the locker room, the players gathered in small groups, discussing eagerly. Is Sangar going to be fired? The chairman seems very angry. I don't know. This season has been so unlucky. Everyone is getting injured. Peterson coughed heavily. Instead of chatting, why not analyze why we lost? After every match, it's just drinking and chasing girls. It's a wonder we don't get injured. After saying this, he picked up his things and left the locker room without looking back. The few players he pointed out rolled their eyes. TCH, what are you acting all high and mighty for? Outside the locker room, Sangare, if the situation doesn't change, it will be you who has to change. Old Eric's face bore no expression. Chairman, I have no choice. Sangar had a belly full of grievances, so unlucky. The main winger, main attacking midfielder, substitute attacking midfielder, all seriously injured. A few forwards are also nursing minor injuries. It's tough for me too. Now there are no attacking midfielders left. I can only change the tactics, but there are only a few matches left in the league. Chairman, you need to be prepared. Old Eric sighed deeply. I know it's not easy for you, but now we must change. We've lost 4 in a row. We're only 3 points away from direct relegation zone. Sangare, this is an ultimatum. The next match must be won. Old Eric's face turned beet red. Sangar wanted to say something, but the words stuck in his throat. After all, the other party was the boss. Old Eric calmed himself down and continued. Regarding the situation, go watch a U18 match, and there are a few promising young players who I think they will help you. For specifics, ask me, Oz. Old Eric finished speaking and turned to leave, not glancing at him again. Sangar stood there dumbfounded. This means bringing in connections. Why not just say it outright? He didn't think too much and turned back to the locker room. Old Eric walked all the way to the VIP box. Opening the door, an American man in a coach suit was chatting animatedly with Christina. Seeing Old Eric enter, the American stood up. Eric, your daughter has great eloquence. I really like her. Hearing this, Old Eric's previous anger dissipated considerably. Is that so? My daughter is good at everything, just a bit bad-tempered. Christina was displeased upon hearing this and lightly punched Old Eric on the shoulder. The American laughed heartily. Eric, to be honest, your team is playing really badly. It's going to be hard to avoid relegation this season. Old Eric shook his head. So let's not talk about it. Let's not talk about it. All right, let's not discuss that anymore. The American clapped his hands. I really like your daughter. There will be an audition in Miami in 2 months. I'll arrange it for her. Old Eric's face revealed a smile. Really? That's great. Tina, quickly thank Uncle Morgan. Christina immediately showed a sweet smile. Thank you, Uncle. Come on, Morgan, I've arranged a restaurant. Let's treat you well. All right, let's go. Morgan smiled and walked out the door first. Christina stopped Old Eric, who was about to. Dad, did you talk to the coach? Old Eric nodded. Yes, the rest depends on Gu Yanen's own fortune. Christina's face instantly blossomed with a radiant smile. Thank you, Dad. The bus glided into the city of Trelleborg under the cover of night, finally coming to a gentle halt at its destination. The doors opened and the team members disembarked in small groups, exchanging farewells before heading home or returning to their dormitories. Gu, you played brilliantly today. See you later. Lucas embraced Gu Yenen warmly. After bidding farewell to Lucas and the others, Gu Yenen did not head straight home. Instead, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and turned down a different street. A cool night breeze brushed against his skin. He arrived before a gym bearing the sign 24H Fitness and pushed open the glass door. A soft chime rang out. Behind the counter sat an elderly man with silver hair and reading glasses, scrolling absently through his phone while muttering under his breath. Why the hell hasn't class ended yet? These players are utterly dreadful. A bunch of useless slackers. Hearing the door open, the owner lifted his gaze. "Ah, young man, you're here." Since joining IFK Trelleborg's U18 squad, Gu Yenen had made it a habit to train here whenever time permitted. Over time, he naturally grew familiar with the owner. Gu Yenen smiled in reply, "Yes, sir." The owner's eyes lingered briefly on his blue and white training uniform. "That outfit? You're from Trelleborg's youth academy, aren't you?" Gu Yenen nodded. In the corner, a Swedish man performing seated chest presses paused mid-repetition and glanced toward the entrance. The owner's floodgates of complaint swung wide open. "This team is absolutely abysmal. If they're relegated this season, I'll march straight to the Van Gavelen Stadium and yank Sangare's beard clean off, then tie it in a knot. And that team doctor, a quack." Gu Yenen offered no reply, only an awkward, sheepish smile. He headed to the locker room to stow his belongings, then began his rigorous supplementary training routine. Squats, bench presses, core strength drills. Grunt, grunt. The heavy clatter of iron colliding with steel mingled with ragged, labored breathing echoing throughout the gym. The Swedish man in the corner completed his workout. He grabbed a towel, wiped the sweat from his brow, gathered his things, and passed by Gu Yenen's station. Then he stopped directly before Gu Yenen. Just finishing a set of pull-ups, Gu Yenen released his grip, dropped lightly from the bar, and wiped the sweat from his brow. He looked up and recognized the man's face, tall, strikingly handsome, yet carrying an air of aloof reserve. "Is there something I can help you with?" The man spoke, his voice rich and resonant. "You're from the youth academy." Gu Yenen nodded. He had no idea who this man was. Since arriving in Sweden, he'd paid little attention to local football. The man continued, "In all my years at Trelleborg, I've rarely seen a youth player voluntarily trained beyond scheduled sessions. Not even the first team squad does that. I hope this isn't just a passing whim. Fate willing, we'll meet again." With that, he waved once and strode purposefully toward the exit. As he passed the counter, the owner greeted him with a grin off, already alley. You're the only one who's behaved normally tonight. This wretched team truly doesn't deserve your loyalty. Anomaly offered no reply, only a wry, resigned smile, before pushing open the door and stepping out into the night. Gu Yan'an stood frozen in place, momentarily stunned. Anomaly. The name stirred a faint echo of recognition, but he dismissed it, refocusing on his training. Half an hour later, he finished his session drenched in sweat. He approached the counter to bid the owner farewell. Sir, I'm off. By the way, who was that just now? The owner stared at him as if he'd just landed from another planet. You really are from the youth squad. Anomaly Peterson, arguably the finest player IFK Trelleborg has ever nurtured ourselves. He was set to join Wolverhampton in the Premier League this summer, but chose to stay out of gratitude for the club's nurturing to help secure their survival. And yet, the owner shook his head, his expression heavy with sorrowful disappointment. Enough said, enough said. It's all tears. Gu Yan'an nodded slowly. So that was who he was. After exchanging goodbyes with the owner, he left the gym and walked home, his mind still replaying the man's words. Meanwhile, at IFK Trelleborg's headquarters, the head coach's office reeked of stale smoke and spilled whiskey. An empty bottle lay toppled on the floor, the ashtray bristled with cigarette butts. Sangar sat reedied and haggard before his laptop, fixated on match footage. Just this many players. How in God's name do we win one single game? The more he brooded, the deeper his despair sank. He snatched up the bottle and drained another large gulp, its fiery burn searing his throat. Suddenly a thought struck him. The chairman's face flashed before his eyes. Go ask my hash. Fumbling across the sofa, Sangar finally located his phone. He hesitated, then dialed the number. Beep, beep, beep. The call connected. A drowsy, yawning voice answered on the other end. Hello, Sangar. What could possibly be so urgent at this hour? My hash was clearly roused from deep sleep. My hash. Sangar boomed, voice cracking with urgency. Do your youth squads have any promising talents? Any at all? That's what you're calling about. My hash's tone dripped with impatience. This is critical. Sangare's voice rose, bordering on a shout. I'll attend the next U18 match in person. If I spot anyone usable, I'll promote them to the first team immediately. Our senior squad is already engulfed in flames. It's burning to ash. On the other end, my hash rubbed his eyes, blinking himself fully awake. Understood. I'll pass it along. Beep, beep, beep. The line went dead. The next morning, Gu Yan'an, dressed in his athletic gear, as usual, ready for his morning run. As he descended the apartment stairs, he spotted a familiar figure stretching on the vacant lot below. Christina, what are you doing up so early? She turned, puffed out her chest proudly, and gestured to her sleek professional running attire. Isn't it obvious? Running. Gu Yan'an's face registered pure disbelief. You. Running. Christina, the girl who'd always loathed exercise, who'd rather sit than stand if given the choice, was now voluntarily running. Though she rarely trained, her physique had always remained effortlessly graceful. Exactly, what of it? Christina planted her hands on her hips. I've got a casting call in Miami in 2 months. I need to get serious about my physique. Gu Yan'an waved dismissively. All right then, just make sure you keep up. Christina flashed a confident okay gesture, her smile radiant and self-assured. 2 figures, one slightly ahead, the other close behind, pounded the cool, quiet streets of Swedish dawn, moving forward step by step toward their dreams. Time slipped swiftly by until match day arrived. IFK Trelleborg U18 faced off against Braca U18. Before kickoff, the players learned that Sangare, the first team head coach, would be in attendance to evaluate talent. Nervous energy crackled among them. Myhash outlined the tactical plan for the day. Today's starting lineup remains unchanged from last match. Everyone, head out for warm-ups. Gu Yan'an set his phone aside. Just as he rose to join the warm-up, a message appeared, sent by Christina. Good luck today, give it your all. Gu Yan'an smiled, replying with a simple okay emoji, then headed onto the pitch for his pre-match routine. The Wanjiao Warren Stadium. On a Wednesday afternoon, a weekday. An U18 match naturally fails to attract much attention. In the vast stands, only a few scattered fans are seated. On the other side of the stands, 2 figures in suits stand out prominently. Richard and Jerry, they are here again. By the edge of the field, several old fans notice a new East Asian face among the warm-up team. Who is that? Haven't seen him before, is he new? I saw a quick report from the last away game. He seemed to assist 2 goals. Really? Is he that impressive? Then we should pay close attention. Amid the discussions, Gu Yan'an is diligently warming up. Mihaz approached with a serious expression and stopped beside him. Gu performed well today. His voice was kept low. The first team doesn't have a usable attacking midfielder left. Sangar is mainly here for you. Gu Yan'an was taken aback. An opportunity arises so quickly. Okay, coach, I will do my best. He nodded earnestly. Mihaz looked at him, feeling a mix of emotions. If this kid really gets promoted, my U18 record will be in jeopardy. Just as Mihaz turned to leave, a familiar system prompt echoed in Gu Yan'an's mind. Task triggered gain recognition from the first team head coach through excellent performance and enter the first team. Reward random attribute value increased to 80. Guyanen's heart skipped a beat. Attributes up to this reward is too generous. But what if it randomly boosts a defensive attribute? That wouldn't be very useful for his current position. Forget it, since I'm here, I might as well enjoy it. The warm-up quickly ended and the two teams led by the referee walked onto the field. Lucas walked behind Guyanen and gently patted his back. Gu, let's perform well. Shine in the first team. Guyanen nodded. Let's work hard together. In the stands, Richard adjusted his glasses. Jerry, keep a close eye on that Huaxia player. His eyes were fixed on Guyanen. The whistle for the start of the match. Just a few minutes into the game, the U18 players from Blag felt immense pressure. They couldn't control the midfield. Number 28, like a calm commander, orchestrated every pass from the IFK Trelleborg U18 team, flowing with terrifying fluidity. The fans in the stands also noticed this newcomer's exceptional skills. This kid's passes are so stable. Not just stable, look at his positioning, he always appears in the most critical spots. The 12th minute of the match. Guyanen received a pass from the backfield in the midfield circle, executed a deft pullback, turn instantly shaking off the approaching defender. He lifted his head and in his sight Lucas was making a rapid forward run. Now's the moment. Guyanen delivered a precise ground through ball with his right foot. The football sliced through the opponent's entire defense like a precise scalpel. Lucas understood, driving the ball straight towards the goal line. Before the opposing defender could close in, he calmly laid the ball back in a triangle pass. The center forward Antoine Emil was already waiting near the penalty spot. A push shot. The ball cleanly and decisively slipped into the net. 1-0. Antoine, the scorer, excitedly ran towards Lucas, hugging him tightly. Guyanen also ran over with a smile, joining in the celebration. In the stands, Sangare's previously vacant eyes suddenly sparked with light. He leaned forward and patted his assistant coach Kike beside him. What's the name of that number 28? Kike quickly flipped through his notebook. Guyanen, Huaxia player. Just joined the team 2 weeks ago, assisted 2 goals in the last match. Sangar said nothing more, simply clenching his fists. The match continued. Another attacking transition, Guyanen advanced with the ball through the center. His absolute speed wasn't fast, and the opposing defensive midfielder was about to close in. Guyanen didn't look to the right, but suddenly flicked the ball back with his heel. A no-look pass. The ball was accurately distributed to Alba Peterson on the right flank. Alba was completely caught off guard by this pass. He even failed to react in time, mishandling the ball. The ball got away from him. It was directly intercepted by the pursuing opponent. On the sidelines, Mijas instantly fumed, yelling into the field, "Focus! You idiot!" Alba raised his hands in frustration, shouting towards Guyanen, "Sorry, Gu." Guyanen shook his head, signaling him to hurry back to defense. "It's okay." The 30th minute. Lucas on the left advanced with the ball, saw Guyanen retreating to the center, and immediately passed the ball. Guyanen received the ball without pausing. His mind had already planned the next move. He had observed Holmes' position on the opposite flank. With a smooth turn, he followed up with a long-range crossfield pass. A seamless execution. The ball traced a beautiful arc in the air, accurately flying towards the right side. Holmes at the far end was startled by this long pass. He was completely unprepared, and in a rush he jumped to stop the ball, but it went out of bounds. Mijas was so furious he nearly smashed the tactical board he was holding onto the ground. Richard in the stands shook his head. His teammates can't keep up with his rhythm. On the other side, Sangar spoke to Kike. That number 28 should be moved to the first team. His vision and passing fit our tactics perfectly. Everyone else except for that number 11 can't keep up with his awareness. The first half ended with a score of 1-0. Back in the locker room, Mijas' face looked grim. Though the team was leading, he knew better than anyone that without Guyanen this match would also be dangerous. Others, can you not even handle the basics? You can't even control the ball. He shot a fierce glare at home. Alba also hung his head in shame. In the second half, keep your spirits up. Did you hear that? Heard it. The players shouted in unison. After the halftime break in the player tunnel, Alba took the initiative to find Guyanen. "Gu, I really didn't expect you to pass like that." Holm, who was nearby, also came over. "Yeah, your vision is amazing. I didn't even know how you saw the opportunity on my side." Guyanen smiled. "It's okay, let's keep working hard in the second half. I just caught a glimpse out of the corner of my eye and passed instinctively." The second half continued. The fans in the stands couldn't wait to see the performance of that Huaxia kid. He should be in the first team. He can definitely help the team avoid relegation. Other fans nodded in agreement. In the 60th minute, Guyanen attempted to collaborate with his teammates again. He received the ball at the edge of the penalty area, wanting to play a wall pass with center forward Antoine. He comfortably passed the ball to Antoine's feet and immediately ran forward to position himself. But Antoine completely misunderstood his intention, stopping the ball and forcibly turning to shoot. The football shot up into the stands like a firework. Mijas on the sidelines yelled angrily, "Fuck! Pass it right." Taking advantage of the opposing goalkeeper's injury and downtime, Mihas called Guyanin to the sidelines. "Gu, you need to position yourself correctly." This statement left Guyanin confused. "Did I play it wrong? You are the core of our tactics." Mihas stared into his eyes. "You have to seize opportunities yourself. Opportunities are for those who are prepared to understand." Guyanin nodded. He had been focused on creating opportunities for his teammates, but overlooked himself. The match resumed. In the 80th minute, Guyanin received a back pass from Lucas, executing a beautiful turn to evade. He instinctively lifted his head and spotted home, making a run in the distance, but at the same time, he noticed a vast open space right in front of him. Mihas' words echoed in his ears. "Now's the moment. Curler Master Silver." Guyanin no longer hesitated and directly swung his leg back for a shot. The inside of his right foot curled around the bottom of the ball. The football traced a strange arc in the air, perfectly bypassing the goalkeeper's outstretched arm and drilling into the corner of the net. 2-0. The opposing goalkeeper didn't even have time to make a complete save, only able to look back helplessly as the ball found the net. After scoring, Guyanin raised his arms in triumph and his teammates rushed in from all directions to surround him. In the stands, Richard stood up clapping vigorously. Able to pass and shoot, a genius player. "Jerry, this month's performance target can be met early. Let's evaluate him over a few more matches. If he performs consistently, well, make a direct offer to bring him to Ajax's youth team." Jerry nodded vigorously. On the sidelines, Mihas was so excited he jumped up, waving his fists and shouting, "Great goal. Keep playing like that." The fans in the stands erupted in cheers. "My God, that shot was beautiful. This kid must go to the subsequent match passed without incident, concluding with a final score of 2-0. IFK Trelleborg U18 triumphed over their opponent. As the final whistle blew, Sangar stood up. "Tell Mihas that number 28 and number 11 should report to the first team tomorrow to prepare for the next round of matches." Kike immediately nodded. In the locker room, the players were immersed in the joy of victory. Casey threw his arm around Guyanin's neck. "Gu, you're amazing. That shot was simply stunning." Lucas also came up, his face full of excitement. "Yeah, playing with you makes assisting so much easier. You're really great." Several people were laughing and chatting. The locker room door swung open and Mihas walked in. He scanned the room, finally resting his gaze on Guyanin and Lucas. "Gu, Lucas, you two step outside for a moment." The two followed Mihas out of the changing room, the cheers behind them muffled by the heavy door. Inside the changing room, the teammates immediately erupted in excitement. "Gu and Lucas are really going to the first team, right? Damn, I can't believe it. I admit I'm a bit jealous." Casey, while organizing her backpack, spoke with irritation. "Is it really surprising that Gu and Lucas are going? The first team's front line is nearly empty, and without those two, can we really achieve 2 consecutive victories?" At his words, the previously envious teammates fell silent. There was indeed some truth to it. Outside the changing room, the corridor was dimly lit. Mihas stopped in his tracks, turned around, and his excitement was hard to conceal. "Gu, Lucas, you will report to the first team tomorrow." His voice wasn't loud, but it resonated in the empty corridor. "Just now, the first team's assistant coach, Kiki, found me and said you two are a perfect fit for the first team. They need you to step in." Lucas and Guyanin were both taken aback. In the next moment, Lucas suddenly hugged Guyanin tightly, shouting in excitement, "Gu, we did it. We really did it." Guyanin was also very happy. He had promised old Eric to help the first team stay in the league, and now the first step had already succeeded. Mihas looked at the two excited young men and continued, "You two better perform well and don't embarrass me. The next match is crucial for survival. You will definitely have your chances." "Understood." The two responded in unison. Just as Mihas finished announcing the news, a familiar notification sound echoed in Guyanin's mind. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward: a random attribute value increased to 80. Offensive position 60-80 and offensive position. If the teammate's passing ability is sufficient, he could finish the play himself." Guyanin said a few words to Mihas and Lucas before turning towards the restroom. Inside a stall, Guyanin pulled up his personal panel. After this period of training, his stamina had increased by 2 points, reaching 72, and his strength was now at 63. His panel looked like this. Name: Guyanin. Age: 17. Nationality: Huaxia. Height: 180 centimeters. Weight: 72 kilograms. Offense: 67. Defense: 45. Organization: 70. Physical: 63. Overall rating: 63. Badge: No LK Pass Master of Finesse Silver. Template: Haji Template LV1. 10 minutes of offensive. Organization: 5. Left-footed cannon. Low version. Side effect: Stamina exhausted. Talent: Field Commander. Host Inherent. Level 4. Skill points: 0. Passing: 77. Vision: 73. Shooting: 65. Stamina: 72. Strength: 62. Offensive position: 80. Guyanin glanced at his speed again. Speed: 75. Sprinting speed: 77. Not exactly fast. Now he could play in the offensive position, but it seemed he needed to practice finishing skills more diligently. After checking the panel, Gu Yanin exited the stall. He bumped into two middle-aged men in suits who were Richard and Jerry from the stands. Gu Yanin politely nodded and walked straight to the sink to wash his hands. The two middle-aged men smiled and were about to head to the urinals to unzip their pants. Jerry was humming a tune when he suddenly noticed that the person beside him was gone. Richard, where are you going? Richard's mind exploded with something, and he quickly turned around, not even bothering to zip up his pants, and dashed out. Gu Yanin. Gu Yanin. Just as Gu Yanin was about to leave after washing his hands, he heard someone calling him and turned back in confusion, pointing at himself. The middle-aged man nodded frantically, rushing over to him. Hello, Mr. Gu Yanin, I'm Richard Ajax. Gu Yanin was taken aback. Ajax, the Dutch powerhouse. Hello. What can I do for? Richard wore a professional smile. I think you play football really well. I wonder if you would be interested in playing in the Netherlands. He pulled out a business card from his pocket and handed it over. Gu Yanin took the card in a daze. You don't need to rush your reply, you can think about it. Our Ajax youth training is world-renowned, and we excel in using young players. If you come, I guarantee you will play in the first team within a year. Gu Yanin nodded. Then I'll think about it. Thank you. Alright, I won't disturb you any longer. Richard smiled and waved goodbye to Gu Yanin. Goodbye, Mr. Richard. Oh, by the way, Gu Yanin reminded him before leaving, it seems your zipper is undone. Richard looked down, and a bright red color suddenly appeared in his line of sight. His face instantly turned red, and he swiftly zipped up. Thanks for the reminder. He nearly fled the scene. Gu Yanin walked home, pulling out his phone to compose a text. See you at Aunt Joe's tonight, I have good news. The message was sent to Christina. The phone quickly buzzed, and an eager emoji popped up on the screen. Today was a day of double joy for Gu Yanin. The team disbanded directly at the stadium. And not long after the match ended, a news article quietly appeared on the official website of IFK Trelleborg. Two U18 stars officially promoted to the first team. The club has decided to promote two players from the U18 team to the first team, preparing for the upcoming Swedish Superettan League. Lucas Eriksson, 17 years old, plays as a left winger, a product of the club's youth training. His father Bent previously played for the first team. Below is the introduction of another player. Gu Yanin, 17 years old. Nationality Huaxia. The news struck like a stone dropped into a still lake, sending ripples surging through the tight-knit community of IFK Trelleborg supporters. We all know Lucas. He's a promising talent from the academy, and his father is old Bent. But who is this Chinese player? China. Do they even play football there? Or is it just the table tennis kingdom? It's over for the club. Have they started drawing lottery tickets from the youth squad? Has Sangar been drinking too much? Promoting a Chinese player at such a critical relegation stage. Skeptical and bewildered comments flooded the forum in rapid succession. At that moment, a user with the ID Vonga Valen Live On site posted a new thread. The post contained only a video link and a single sentence. I watched Gu Yanin's match live today. He single-handedly energized the entire midfield and led the team to victory. If you doubt him, watch this video. I believe he is our hope for survival. The clip was a match highlight reel, its lens fixed unwaveringly on the figure wearing jersey number 28. In the footage, every turn, every pass he made exuded composure and breathtaking creativity. That incisive through ball cleaving the entire defensive line, that sweeping cross-field diagonal pass, that delicate chipped finish sealing the win. The forum fell into an abrupt, stunned silence. Minutes later, the comment section erupted. I take back everything I said. Good God, was De Bruyne possessed? This vision, this technique. Is he truly one of our U18 players? Mom asked why I'm kneeling to watch my phone. Sangar, start him next match. Hope. I see hope for survival. Gu, you are Trelleborg. Meanwhile, in a Chinese restaurant, the rhythmic sounds of chewing filled the air. Weren't you supposed to control your diet and manage your physique? Yet here you are devouring one piece of braised pork after another. Gu Yanin stared at Christina, who was feasting with unrestrained gusto, utterly perplexed. Mind your own business. I'm just happy, that's all. Christina set down her chopsticks and dabbed her glistening lips with a napkin. Did you know? The school exploded this afternoon. Everyone's buzzing about your promotion to the senior squad. Benjamin's face turned as black as a wok bottom. Ha ha ha. It was absolutely hilarious. Gu Yanin smiled faintly. Really? You haven't disappointed my father's expectations of you. Christina took a long swig of cola. Shame he's in the U.S. for business. Otherwise he'd surely praise you in person. No problem. They'll call uncle later. Just then Aunt Joe approached, carrying a large bowl brimming with skinless chicken thighs, steamed broccoli, and brown rice. For Xiao Gu. Now that you're a professional player, your diet matters. I found this recipe on Red Book, delicious and healthy. Gu Yanin gazed at the bowl, warmth rising in his chest. Thank you, Aunt Joe. He accepted the bowl and began eating heartily. My father's been a lifelong IFK Trelleborg fan. He says he'll attend your match in person this weekend. Xiao Gu, you truly are a source of pride for us Chinese people. Aunt Joe beamed with unrestrained joy. Gu Yanin swallowed a mouthful of rice. Please, Aunt Zhou. There are countless far more accomplished Chinese players legends I can only admire from afar. Compared to them, I'm still a complete novice. Names and faces flickered through his mind. Fan Zi's son Jihai Yang, Xun Dong Fangzhuo Wu Lei. Don't worry, I believe in you. You'll stand shoulder to shoulder with them, and one day surpass them. Keep going. With that, Aunt Zhou patted Gu Yanin's shoulder and turned back to her duties. A lump rose in Gu Yanin's throat. Thank you, Auntie, I will. Christina watched the scene unfold and smiled warmly. See, you've got so many people believing in you, so keep pushing forward. Let's eat. The next day, Gu Yanin and Lucas arrived early at IFK Trelleborg's senior training ground. Also arriving with them was Anomaly Peterson, the same player Gu Yanin had briefly met at the gym days earlier. Lucas nearly leapt into the air upon spotting Anomaly. Brother, I'm your biggest fan. In his excitement, he jumbled his words. Oh no, you're my fan. No, you're my idol. Anomaly didn't smile, only regarded him calmly. You're early. Start warming up. He nodded curtly at Gu Yanin before heading to the sideline to stretch silently. Gu Yanin returned the nod. Lucas awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Gu, let's go. And so the three began their warm-ups separately. Only as training time drew near did the senior players trickle onto the pitch in small groups. Anomaly's early arrival already a familiar sight to them. But seeing two youth team newcomers arrive equally early, several seasoned veterans couldn't resist snide remarks. Well, who's this? Future superstars slumming it for experience. Today's youth sure are energetic. Do they think showing up a few minutes early guarantees a starting spot? Gu Yanin heard them, but said nothing. In football, only ability speaks. His actions would silence them. Lucas, carefree as ever, cheerfully waved back. Soon after, Sangar and assistant coach Kik arrived. Sangar gathered everyone together. Two new players join us today. Let's welcome them. A sparse, perfunctory round of applause followed. Enough talk. Training begins. Kik and the other coaches immediately organized the squad. Laps, passing drills, rondo exercises. The intensity here dwarfed that of the U18 setup by more than 1 degree. Lucas and Gu Yanin quickly felt the strain. Especially during the rondo drill, they were clearly targeted by the veterans, eager to witness the rookies' passes deliberately landed 2 or 3 steps ahead, or slammed straight under their feet. Pressing defenders lunged in with aggressive physical challenges, offering no quarter. When the rondo ended, both leaned on their knees, breath ragged. Nearby veteran players unleashed unreserved mocking laughter. At that moment, Anomaly approached them. Ignore them. Learn to pace your energy. Know precisely where to exert force and where to hold back. I know you want to prove yourselves, but restraint is essential. Understand. Wiping sweat from their brows, Gu Yanin and Lucas nodded in unison. Sangar's booming voice rang out once more. All right, gather up, grab your team bibs and form squads for competitive drills. Kike blew his whistle and tossed a pile of red and blue training vests onto the lawn. Red team, blue team, divide yourselves. Gu Yanin and Lucas silently picked up the red vests and put them on. Anomaly Peterson also donned a red vest and stood with them. A few other players who usually kept to themselves were also on the same team. Gu, that team is mostly the starters. Lucas lowered his voice and gestured toward the opposite side. On the blue team, there were almost all familiar faces from the squad, with a few seasoned players huddled together, murmuring, occasionally casting malicious glances toward the red team. They were clearly discussing something. Newcomers, be prepared. A tall figure blocked the light in front of them. The intensity and pace of the senior team are not comparable to that of the youth team. Gu Yanin and Lucas turned around. It was Jan Kovacic, the center back the team had brought in from the Croatian league last year. At 34, he had a weathered face, and it was said that he had played in the Bundesliga when he was younger. Kovacic didn't look at them, but grinned at Anomaly. Kid, are these the two you said could change the first team situation? They look so skinny and weak that I feel like a bump from me would leave them bedridden for 3 days. Anomaly couldn't even be bothered to glance at him, coldly staring ahead. Be prepared. Kovacic shrugged and turned back to the defense. Kike blew his whistle, signaling the start of the scrimmage. The pace instantly picked up. It was so fast that it was suffocating. Gu Yanin immediately felt the pressure. He looked up to find passing lanes, but realized he was at his limit. As soon as the ball reached his feet, the yellow team's defenders swarmed him like rabid dogs. He attempted a few forward passes, all fiercely blocked by the opposition. In desperation, he had no choice but to pass back to the defender to avoid losing the ball. Lucas was struggling as well. As a winger, he was supposed to be the focal point of the team's attack, but now even receiving the ball was becoming difficult. Whenever he tried to carry the ball forward, the blue team's starting right back Carl Johnson would crash into him with his muscular frame. Once, twice. On the third time, as Lucas received the ball, Carl executed a vicious sliding tackle, taking both him and the ball down to the ground. Grass flew everywhere. Kike, watching from the sidelines, instinctively rubbed his forehead and said to Sangar beside him, "Boss, these two kids are getting a bit wrecked." Sangare, however, was grinning widely, taking a swig from his whiskey flask. This is just the beginning. In a real match, the opponents will be even tougher. Carl Johnson got up from the ground and pretended to stroll over to Lucas, a barely concealed grin on his "Are you okay?" Our IFK Trelleborg's Hope Star. You absolutely can't get injured or the boss will kill me. Lucas sat on the ground, leisurely adjusting his skewed socks, then looked up, revealing a bright, sunny smile. He looked at Carl Johnson and sincerely said, "Brother Carl, it's fine. I know you're just trying to help me adapt to the senior team's competitive intensity quickly. Thank you. He'll work hard to adapt." After saying that, he pushed himself up from the ground and brushed off the grass from his clothes. Carl Johnson's smile froze on his face. The barrage of sarcastic remarks he had prepared was instantly silenced, leaving him speechless. This kid doesn't play by the rules, huh? He awkwardly chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. Good to know, keep it up. Kovacic watched this scene and said to his teammate beside him, "This kid is interesting. Keep going. Keep going." Kike shouted from the sidelines. The match resumed. After receiving the ball in midfield, Anomaly seemed to intentionally start passing more toward the left flank. His passes to Lucas were always comfortable, providing him with the best positions to initiate. Once again, Lucas received a pass from Anomaly near the sideline. Carl Johnson immediately charged at him like a tiger descending a mountain, ready to give him another physical lesson. But this time Lucas did not choose to confront directly. Just as Carl closed in, he pulled the ball back with his left foot, followed by a swift turn, successfully separating the ball from his body. Clean and neat. Carl Johnson missed his tackle and stumbled forward a few steps due to inertia, looking quite foolish. He turned back sharply, only to see Lucas speeding down the line with the ball. After getting past him, Lucas did not hesitate and directly crossed the ball. The ball arced perfectly through the air, bypassing the center back Kovacic's head, landing steadily at the far post. The red team's center forward Tobias Schaefer had been waiting there, meeting the ball with a powerful header. The ball 1-0. As Lucas ran back, he passed by Carl Johnson. He flashed that bright, sunny smile again. "Thank you, bro." A powerful wave of defeat surged in Carl's heart. He clenched his fists but had to maintain the demeanor of a senior. "No need to thank me, you're adapting well, no wonder you're the Hope Star, ha." Lucas had indeed adapted. However, Guyanin was feeling even worse. He played as an attacking midfielder, the hub of the offense. Lucas' outstanding performance had completely shifted the focus of the blue team's seasoned players onto him. As soon as he received the ball, the two defensive midfielders from the blue team rushed toward him like programmed robots. They used their bodies to shove, pulled him with minor fouls, and even went for dirty plays where the referee couldn't see. During one attack, as Guyanin received the ball in midfield preparing to turn, the blue team's left defensive midfielder Anton Nielsen charged in from the side. He wasn't even aiming for the ball. A brutal stomp landed solidly on Guyanin's right ankle. A sharp pain struck, and Guyanin instantly lost his balance, clutching his ankle in agony as he fell to the ground. The whistle did not blow. Kovacic was the first to rush over, shoving Anton Nielsen aside. "Anton, you went too far. That kick was too heavy." Anton Nielsen also realized he might have gone overboard. If he seriously injured someone, it would not be easy to explain to the coach. He immediately squatted down and patted Guyanin's shoulder. "Are you okay, bro? It was a slip, not intentional. I'll tone it down." Guyanin gritted his teeth, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He braced himself against the ground, slowly getting up, and tried to move his ankle. Fortunately, it was just a sprain, the bones were fine. At that moment, Anomaly walked over, looking at him expressionlessly. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Guyanin squeezed out two words through gritted teeth. "Let's continue. Show the performance you had in U18. "No problem." "Good." Guyanin nodded. That kick had truly ignited the anger within him. Rubbing his still aching ankle, the fire in his chest grew stronger. At that moment, a familiar system notification sound rang in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has encountered a malicious foul, triggering a temporary mission: court revenge. Mission requirement in this scrimmage: score a goal or assist to make the fouler Anton Nielsen a mere backdrop. Mission reward: a random skill badge. Revenge on the field. Good, very good. Guyanin let out a cold grunt, the fire of indignation burning within him intertwined with the cold prompt of the system task. Even without the task, this kick would not let him off easy. He moved his ankle slightly. The sharp pain lingered, but the fierce momentum within him was completely ignited. The match resumed. The blue team's defense showed no sign of restraint, even becoming more aggressive due to the earlier interruption. But they quickly realized that Chinese kid seemed to have transformed. He had the ball less often, or rather the time the ball spent at his feet was almost negligible. When the ball came to him, he could always pass it with the simplest kick, delivering it to the most reasonable position while perfectly avoiding any potential body clashes. The two defensive midfielders of the blue team charged at him like two bulls being toyed with, yet they couldn't even touch the hem of Guyanin's shirt. Each failed attempt to take the ball only wasted their stamina, frustration continuously building up in their hearts. On the sideline, Sangar patted assistant coach Kike on the shoulder, grinning widely while taking a swig of his drink. This is really interesting, Kike. This kid's adaptability is faster than I imagined. Another attack. The blue team was awarded a corner kick. The ball was sent into the small penalty area amidst the chaos. The tall center back, Kovac, jumped high, delivering a powerful header that cleared the ball from the danger zone. The ball fell perfectly at the feet of the midfield maestro, Alali Peterson. Alali showed no hesitation, glancing up for just a moment. He spotted the figure racing down the left flank. With a precise long pass, the ball soared across half the field, finding the speeding Lucas like a guided missile. The pass was so comfortable. Lucas didn't even need to slow down, and with the outside of his foot, he gently cushioned the ball that obediently stuck to him. He stopped the ball, turned, and dribbled in one smooth motion. He directly shook off the defender behind him, reaching. The blue team's defense was performing while quickly regrouping, with fullback Carl Johnson tightly blocking the inside route, forcing Lucas away from the penalty area. Lucas could only carry the ball along the sidelines, his speed slowing down. He halted, glancing up to observe his teammates' runs. The forwards and midfielders of the red team were charging into the penalty area at high speed. But the blue team's defense had already positioned itself. Carl and the recently fouled Anton Nielsen had formed a tight encirclement, trapping him near the sideline in a Toversuson deadlock. "Kid, there's no way out," Carl shouted fiercely. Anton also moved in from the side, ready to close the door. But Lucas showed no sign of panic. He suddenly flicked the ball towards the baseline, his body feigning a forceful breakthrough. Carl instinctively shifted his weight to block the baseline. In that instant, Lucas sharply backheeled the ball with his right foot. The ball perfectly slipped through the gap between Carl's legs. He split the ball from his body. No, it was even more audacious than that. He used the obstruction of Carl's body to circle around from the other side. Anton lunged and missed while Carl stood frozen in place, caught off guard. The two collided, tumbling in a disorganized heap. Lucas shook off the defense. He found that all his teammates in the penalty area were tightly marked. Even the route for a back pass was blocked. Just as he prepared to force a shot, a figure flashed in his peripheral vision. At the back post, the most easily overlooked position. It was Guyanin. He didn't know when Guyanin had run over there, but his Botus instinct had already reacted. With his left foot, he curved the ball into a cross. The ball arched over the heads and arms of every player in the penalty area, tracing a beautiful curve. Red team's center forward Scheffel was just about to jump for a header, but realized the ball was not intended for him at all. The ball passed through the middle of the penalty area. It plummeted toward the back post. Nobody was there for the blue team. All eyes in the stadium followed the ball converging on that solitary figure. Guyanin had already ambushed there, calm and unhurried. He watched the trajectory of the descending ball, his body slightly tilted. He prepared to strike. He tightened his foot. With his right foot, he met the descending ball with a crisp volley. Bang! The ball shot like a cannonball straight into the top corner of the net. 20. Great goal. On the sidelines, Sangar could no longer contain himself, leaping up and applauding vigorously. Red team's teammates rushed toward Guyanin and Lucas. "Beautiful shot, Gu." Scheffel excitedly gave him a bear hug. "You passed it well." Guyanin smiled and playfully punched Lucas on the chest. The two embraced tightly. Anton Nielsen stood by, watching the celebrating duo, then glanced at the position he had just let slip, kicking the grass in frustration. The match continued. 10 minutes left. Kike shouted loudly from the sidelines. Letting in 2 goals left the seasoned players of the blue team feeling humiliated, and they began to charge forward wildly. But pushing forward also meant leaving huge gaps in their defense. They could not afford any mistakes. Unfortunately, standing in the midfield for the red team was Alali, the highest valued player on the team. He was as calm as a machine, seizing on a hasty lateral pass error from the blue team, completing the interception cleanly. Counterattack. As Alali intercepted the ball, Guyanin had already started his off-the-ball run. With a clever return run, he instantly shook off the defensive midfielder, marking him, creating a huge gap. This kid's positioning is truly impressive. Alali immediately delivered a ground pass. The ball accurately found Guyanin. Guyanin received the ball and surged forward. Anton Nielsen, like an enraged beast, quickly closed in, his face flushed. "Kid, give me the ball." He growled lowly, ready to bulldoze. Guyanin's speed wasn't particularly fast now, but his advantages lay in agility and cleverness. Faced with the aggressive Anton, he chose not to collide head-on. Instead, just as Anton was about to close in, he gently nudged the ball to the left with his right foot, while leaning his body to the right. A simple change of direction feint. Anton was deceived. His massive body lunged to the right due to inertia. At the same time, Guyanin used his left foot to nudge the ball behind his supporting leg, sending it to the right. A cowtail move. Although not as flashy as Ronaldinho's, it was incredibly practical. Anton Nielsen felt a gust of wind sweep by him. He clumsily turned his body, but only saw Guyanin's back. He stumbled, fell directly to the ground, and bit into the grass. Humiliation. After Guyanin passed him, the path ahead opened up. He and Lucas formed a perfect Tuntuo situation. The last defender of the blue team was forced to step up to block Guyanan. Guyanan didn't even glance at him, delivering a Naluk pass that sent the ball directly into Lucas' path. Unknown. Lucas faced the charging goalkeeper and calmly slotted the shot into the far corner. 30. Another goal. Just as the ball rolled into the net, Kike blew the whistle to signal the end of the match. Ding. Task completed. Reward 1 random skill badge. Badge drawing in progress. Ding. Dribbling Master Bronze note can be upgraded to a silver badge after completing 1,000 successful dribbles. Great badge. Guyanan felt a surge of joy. This badge came at just the right time. Great goal. Kovac strode over, high-fiving Guyanan, and Lucas's face openly showing admiration. Alali also approached, nodding at the two, though he said nothing. The acknowledgement was evident. Just then Sangar approached with a mischievous smile. You did well, kids. But I feel your stamina isn't quite enough. He scanned the exhausted blue team players. So next up, laps. Blue team, 5 more laps. Start. No. Boss. The blue team players let out a wail, but no one dared to disobey the orders, dragging their heavy legs to start running laps. The red team followed suit just without the extra penalty. Guyanan jogged along with everyone, adjusting his breathing. At that moment, Anton Nielsen caught up from behind, running alongside him. You did great, Chinese guy, he said, his voice a bit hoarse. Guyanan still felt a knot in his heart from the earlier foul and didn't want to engage. Anton Nielsen seemed to read his thoughts, panting as he continued, Sorry, brother. That foul was the boss orders. He wanted us to up the intensity for you two newbies, help you adapt quickly. I don't usually play that way. Guyanan turned to look at him. Anton Nielsen's face was drenched in sweat, and he appeared very sincere, devoid of the fierceness from the field. He extended his hand toward Guyanan. Guyanan hesitated for a moment, but still reached out and shook hands with him. It's okay, I should thank you. Without that kick, I might not have been able to ignite my form so quickly. Anton Nielsen smiled, revealing a set of white. By the way, I used to be on another team and had teammates from China too. But you're different from them. It's up to you guys to keep us from relegation. After saying that, he patted Guyanan on the back and accelerated ahead. Guyanan stopped, watching his retreat. Different? In what way? Guyanan watched the retreating figure of Anton Nielsen, standing in place, his mind still echoing with those words. Not the same. Where is it not the same? The whistles signaling the end of training sounded, and the players left in small groups. Guyanan also walked toward the locker room, the salty sea breeze blowing from the direction of the Baltic Sea, carrying the unique tranquility of the small town of Trelleborg. On both sides of the street were low, brightly colored houses, and the ancient cobblestone road stretched out beneath his feet, everything appearing slow and serene. His phone vibrated. It was a message from Christina. The movie tickets are booked, the one in the city center, don't be late. Guyanan changed his clothes, said goodbye to Lucas, and headed to the cinema in the city center. When he arrived, Christina was already waiting there, holding a massive bucket of popcorn. Why are we watching a romance? Why not watch Captain America? It's Marvel. Guyanan looked at her helplessly, accepting the bucket of popcorn. And aren't you supposed to be managing your figure? This stuff is a mix of sugar and oil. Christina completely ignored him, holding her phone up, taking selfies with herself, and the giant movie poster behind her, the clicking sounds incessant. You talk too much, just be a good popcorn holder. After finishing her photos, she put away her phone, pointing at the leading actress on the poster. I want to learn her acting skills. Guyanan looked in the direction she was pointing. The poster depicted a couple gazing deeply into each other's eyes, yet the background was eerie and sinister, with the title written in small letters below, romantic horror film. He felt his temples throb. A romance film is one thing, but a romantic horror film. Suddenly his body stiffened, arms outstretched as he mimicked a zombie's movements, emitting an unintelligible growl from his throat. Are you going to play a zombie? Ha ha ha. Thud. A delicate fist, neither too heavy nor too light, landed on his face. The movie began. The lights in the cinema dimmed, and the huge screen lit up. The opening was an extremely romantic love story where the male and female leads met in a picturesque seaside town and fell in love at first sight, the scene beautifully resembling a music video. Guyanan idly stuffed popcorn into his mouth. Just then the atmosphere changed abruptly. The warm background music vanished, replaced by a series of eerie sounds that made one's teeth ache. On a night when the female lead was alone at home, inexplicable, strange events began to occur. Christina immediately sat up straight, tightly clutching her soda, her eyes instinctively covered by her hand, peeking through a small gap between her fingers. Wanting to watch, but too scared to look, Guyanan glanced at her and couldn't help but mutter, "You're so weak, why are you watching this?" As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain shoot through his calf. Hiss! That kick was no joke. Before he could retaliate, the horrifying scenes on the screen escalated. A ghostly figure with disheveled hair suddenly lunged out from under the bed, accompanied by a piercing scream that pierced the eardrums, leaping towards the screen. Ah! A chorus of gasps erupted in the cinema. Gu Yanin felt a warm, soft body suddenly crash. He was completely taken aback. Christina, like a startled rabbit, leaped into him, her face buried deep in his chest, her body trembling slightly. The scent of her shampoo mixed with the sweetness of popcorn filled his nostrils, and time seemed to freeze at that. Moments later, Christina realized her loss of composure, her body stiffening, and then she sprang back as if shocked, sitting back in her seat. Her head down, her cheeks flushed deep red, she dared not look at Gu Yanin. The cinema fell silent again, with only the sounds of the movie playing. Yet between the two a subtle and awkward atmosphere enveloped them. Neither of them could focus on the rest of the film. The movie's ending was delightful. The male and female leads worked together not only to defeat the evil spirit, but also to achieve great success in their careers, becoming winners in life. The lights came on, and the ending song played. The two walked out of the cinema one after the other without a word. The cool evening breeze swept by, rustling Christina's golden strands. It was Gu Yanin who broke the silence first. "What did you learn?" Christina was caught off guard by the question, clearly still not fully recovered from the earlier emotions. I think the female lead's acting isn't better than mine. If I were to act, I would definitely do better." She tried to save face, puffing out her chest. "Ha, enough about that, my dad is calling me home for dinner." As she spoke, it was as if to cover something up, she turned and dashed across the street like a fleeing deer. Gu Yanin watched her figure elongate under the streetlight, somewhat lost in thought. "Be careful," he shouted after her retreating figure. On the way home, Gu Yanin couldn't shake off the scene from the cinema, the warm and soft sensation in his arms, the faint fragrance at the tip of his nose. Although they had grown up together as childhood friends, it seemed they hadn't had such intimate physical contact in a long time. Gu Yanin shook his head, driving those messy thoughts out of his mind. Now was not the time for such things. He stopped in his tracks, looking up towards the distant Van Gavelen Stadium. Though he couldn't see it, he could feel the current silence of the stadium and the uproar that would erupt 2 days later. The crucial relegation battle. IFK Trelleborg facing Östersund at home. 13th in the league against 12th. There were only 2 points separating the two teams. In this battle, there was no retreat. 2 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this time, the training base of IFK Trelleborg felt like a pressure cooker. The tactical analysis meeting stretched late into the night as Sangar went over the last 5 matches of Ellerbru, dissecting each player's characteristics and movement habits with clarity. The intensity of the training session was unmatched compared to the previous group match. Everything was geared towards this crucial relegation battle. On Saturday at dusk, the golden sun sank into the Baltic Sea, setting the sky ablaze with magnificent shades of orange and red. The soft glow of the sunset bathed Van Gavelen Stadium, yet it could not dispel the palpable tension hanging in the air. Outside the stadium, fans had already gathered their blue and white flags, creating a sea of color. "Have you heard? If we lose today, Sangar is out. The new chairman wants immediate results. Can he tolerate 4 consecutive losses? He's risking it all on 2 inexperienced kids. I think he's lost his mind." Various rumors circulated among the crowd, blending worry and anticipation for the team. An hour before the match, the official starting lineup was announced. Lucas Eriksson's name was prominently listed. Gu Yanin was on the bench. This was expected by Gu Yanin. Yesterday, Sangar had called him into the office, clearly stating that he would be the team's key player in the second half of the season, and advised him to conserve his energy. On an inconspicuous bench outside the stadium, 2 men were eating hot dogs. "Richard, are they really moving up to the first team this quickly?" Jerry asked, taking a big gulp of cola, his words muddled. "Can they adapt to such a crucial relegation battle?" Richard remained silent, merely scrolling through his phone. On IFK Trelleborg's official Twitter, a photo of Lucas in the home team's jersey stood out. "This was to be expected," he finally said, putting away his phone. "Such a match is precisely the opportunity to assess their psychological resilience. If they can perform like they did in the youth team, we can directly recommend them to Grimm." Richard glanced at the hands of his Rolex watch. "Let's go, it's time to enter the field." Inside Van Gavelen Stadium, the roar of cheers was nearly enough to lift the roof off. The visiting team had brought only a little over 1,000 fans, their voices quickly drowned out by the wave of nearly 10,000 home supporters. In the most direct manner, they made it clear to the players on the field whose home ground this was. The team bus slowly drove into the players' tunnel. The bus doors opened, and the players of IFK Trelleborg got off one by one. Fans spontaneously lined the sides of the tunnel, shouting wildly. Gu Yanin followed behind the tall Kovac, instantly stunned by the scene before him. This was his first time entering the first-team squad, and his first experience of such a spectacle. "Feeling nervous, kid?" "Huh." Kovac patted him on the back with a heavy hand. In the locker room, the atmosphere was so tense it felt tangible. Sangare unusually did not scold anyone, merely crossing his arms and scanning each player with his bloodshot eyes. It wasn't until everyone was fidgeting that he suddenly slammed the tactical board, creating a loud noise. "Did you all see that?" he roared, spitting as he spoke. "Those fans outside. They skipped work, left their families, and spent their entire week's salary just to watch you play. Can you? He pointed toward the door, his entire arm trembling. Now, everyone stand up. All the players instinctively jumped to their feet. Put your hands out. Rough, calloused hands piled heavily on top of each other. 3, 2, Trelleborg, go. The players shouted with all their might, their voices chaotic, yet filled with strength. In the VIP area of the stands, Dad, when are you arriving? Christina paced anxiously, holding her phone. He'll be there by the second half. Oh, I have an important meeting I can't miss. The calm voice of old Eric came from the other end of the line. All right. Why is Guyanin on the bench? What is Sangar thinking? Christina pouted. The coach has his arrangements. By the way, there's an acting training class in France coming up and the spots are rare. Ooh, I've arranged one for you. Okay, we'll talk later. The match is about to start. I have to go. Christina quickly hung up the phone, stretching her neck like a giraffe, desperately trying to glimpse the action on the field. As the players emerged from the tunnel, she spotted the figure in a green training vest heading toward the bench. Guyanin, she shouted at the top of her lungs, using every ounce of her strength. Unfortunately, her voice was instantly drowned out by the deafening cheers, not even making a ripple. Guyanin took his seat on the bench. He looked around. Every face in the stands was flushed with excitement. In his home country, he had never seen such a scene. Youth team matches were so sparsely attended that only a few parents would watch. This was an atmosphere that could make one's blood boil. Kovac sat down beside him, also donning a bench vest. Relax. The veteran handed him a bottle of water. The fan song swept across the entire Van Gavelen Stadium. As the players entered the field, Lucas walked in the middle of the line, his face brimming with uncontainable excitement and nervousness. The two teams lined up. The referee put the whistle in his mouth. At that moment, the uproar of the crowd eerily fell silent. Beep. A long whistle pierced the sky. The match began. The moment the match began, the Van Gavelen Stadium erupted. A tidal wave of sounds surged from all directions, almost overturning the roof of the substitutes bench. The diehard fans in the south stand ignited blue and white smoke flares, thick smoke enveloping the entire stadium, in a fervent atmosphere of battle. Such momentum made the players of the away team Östersund appear somewhat constrained in the opening phase. Both teams were closely matched, struggling at the edge of the relegation zone, with neither able to afford a loss. From the very first minute, the match entered a frenetic back-and-forth rhythm. IFK Trelleborg maintained their 442 formation from the previous game, with Balquan pushed up front. Especially Lucas. This kid, who had just been promoted from the youth team, became the most active spark for the team in the first half. The opponents clearly hadn't researched him thoroughly, unable to keep up with his unreasonable acceleration. Guyanin sat on the substitutes bench, watching Lucas repeatedly outmaneuver opponents on the left flank, feeling a twinge of excitement. In the 12th minute, the opportunity arose. IFK Trelleborg intercepted the ball in their own half, launching a quick counterattack. After several passes, the ball reached the feet of midfield maestro Alali. He spotted a vast gap on the left flank, executing a precise long-range pass that sailed over the halfway line and found the speeding Lucas. Lucas received the ball facing the approaching defender. With his left foot, he deftly juggled the ball, dazzling with a series of stepovers, and suddenly exploded outward with a burst of acceleration. The defender was completely deceived, helplessly watching as Lucas sped away from him. His pace was blind. Lucas charged into the edge of the penalty area, and without a moment's hesitation, he sharply curled the ball inward with his right foot. A direct cut inside. He lifted his head, aiming for the far corner of the goal, curling the ball with his left foot. The entire stadium's fans rose from their seats. The ball traced a crescent arc in the air, slipping past the goalkeeper's desperate fingertips. Bang! A crisp sound. The ball smashed against the crossbar and bounced out of play. Oh! A massive sigh echoed throughout the stadium, and the players on the substitutes bench, who had stood up ready to celebrate, all sank back down, holding their heads. If that shot had gone in, it would have undoubtedly been the best goal of the round. On the sidelines, Sangar clapped vigorously. Good shot. Keep it up. Stay focused. Just play like that. Lucas stuck out his tongue, his face full of excitement, showing no signs of disappointment for missing the opportunity. The fans in the stands began to loudly discuss the 17-year-old winger. Amazing. Lucas. He should have been brought in at the start of the season. That speed. So damn fast. Inspired by this attack, IFK Trelleborg grew bolder, constantly creating threats in front of the opponent's goal, but always lacking the final touch. As time reached the 30th minute, IFK Trelleborg encountered their best opportunity of the first half. Lucas received the ball on the wing, using a series of feints to create a sliver of space before accelerating to the byline and delivering a high-quality cross. The ball bypassed the defenders at the near post, heading toward the far post. Östersund's goalkeeper rushed out, but he misjudged the ball's landing spot. He leaped high, intending to catch the ball, but only touched air. He misjudged it. The ball sailed over his head and landed at the far post. Their IFK Trelleborg striker, Jens Holm, faced an entirely empty goal. Everyone in the stadium believed this was a sure goal. Yin's greeted the incoming ball with a direct shot. The ball flew high over the crossbar straight into the stands. What? A gasp rippled through the crowd, followed by a thunderous chorus of boos and curses. Even my grandma could score that. Yins, get lost, you useless player. On the sideline, Sangar kicked a water bottle, sending it flying several meters away, then turned around muttering curses under his breath. On the pitch, Yin's stood with his hands on his hips, staring incredulously at the goal, and then at his feet. Wasting opportunities comes with consequences. As the first half approached its end, Östersund earned a corner kick opportunity. The home team fans erupted in loud boos, trying to disrupt the taking player. Östersund's number 11 raised his right hand and launched the ball into the penalty area. Inside the box, chaos ensued as players jostled and pushed. The ball's trajectory headed straight for the goal. In the confusion, a foot reached out and gently prodded it. The ball changed direction and rolled into the net. 10. Östersund takes the lead. The Van Gavelen Stadium fell silent in an instant. The away fans erupted in piercing cheers, some making unfriendly gestures towards the home team stand. With this goal, the referee also blew the whistle for the end of the first half. Inside the dressing room, there was a dead silence. Yin's covered his head with a towel, curling up in a corner like a child who had done something wrong. Sangar tapped on the tactical board with his knuckles, producing a dull sound. He was furious. The team had created so many opportunities but failed to capitalize, conceding a goal due to a defensive lapse on a corner. He took a deep breath, suppressing the anger bubbling in his throat. Everyone lift your heads. His voice was hoarse but carried an undeniable authority. The players each raised their heads. Sangar's gaze swept over them, pausing briefly on Jens, but not naming. He slammed his hand on the tactical board, pointing at the defensive positioning diagram in the penalty area. How many chances did we create in the first half? 3, 4. His voice rose sharply and then quickly lowered again. Jens, that was an open goal. You just needed to calmly push it in. But now is not the time to blame anyone. They lead with one corner. Does that mean we crumble? Look at how you all look like soulless deserters. He thumped his chest heavily. In the second half, make more runs on the wings and push through the middle. Mark your man during defense. Opportunities will come again. Now turn your anger into movement, into fighting spirit. We did not come here to lose. Okay, coach. The players responded weakly. As they filed out of the dressing room, Guyanin found Sangar. Coach, I think I can go in and try to change the game. Sangar patted Guyanin on the back, shaking his head. Not yet. Guyanin wanted to say something more, but seeing the bloodshot eyes of Sangare, he ultimately sighed and returned to the substitutes bench. In the VIP section of the stands, old Eric finally arrived, greeted other players' families and guests, and sat down next to Christina. He glanced at the scoreboard side and looked towards the sidelines. Guyanin, wearing a green vest, was emerging from the player tunnel, his face showing a hint of suppressed displeasure. Old Eric elbowed Christina. It's only been a short while since we last saw him, and this kid has bulked up. Haha, his expression is just like his dad's. Dad? Why isn't Guyanin on yet? That number 9 couldn't even score an open goal in the first half. You must invest more next season to buy a good striker. Christina complained. Old Eric just smiled and said nothing. As the second half began, the match continued to be a battle. But as time ticked by, IFK Trelleborg still could not break through the opponent's goal. The patience of the fans was slowly wearing thin, with complaints and curses rising and falling. Sangar's expression on the sidelines grew increasingly grim. Guyanin on the substitutes bench was anxiously tapping his feet, wishing he could rush onto the field. Suddenly a voice called out to him. It was assistant coach Kike. Go warm up. Okay. Guyanin jumped up suddenly. Kovacic next to him patted his back, giving him an encouraging gesture. Guyanin took off his jacket and ran toward the warm-up area. His movement immediately caught the attention of the fans by the sidelines. In one corner of the stands, a group of students in school uniforms suddenly shouted excitedly. That's my classmate. Guyanin. He's my classmate. Guyanin diligently warmed up on the sidelines, stretching and sprinting. 5 minutes later, just as Lukas' sharp cross caused chaos in Östersund's penalty area, and striker Jens once again missed a good opportunity for a rebound, Sangar finally could no longer hold back. He nodded towards Kike. Kike immediately understood. Gu, come back. Guyanin heard the call and quickly jogged back to the substitutes bench. He quickly put on his shin guards while listening to Kike explain the tactical arrangements in a hurry. Finally, after a dead ball, the opportunity to substitute came. The fourth official raised the substitution board at the sidelines. Red number 28, green number 9. Sangar pulled Guyanin over and patted his shoulder firmly. It's up to you now, Gu. The entire crowd stood up, directing their attention to this young Chinese player about to make his entrance. Dad, Guyanin is coming on. Christina excitedly patted old Eric's arm. Old Eric nodded silently, praying. It's up to you, little Gu, don't let me down. Guyanin stood at the sidelines, watching as the exhausted Jens ran toward him. At that moment, all the noise in the stadium faded away, and Jens' movements seemed to slow down in his eyes. This was his first official match debut for the senior team. This was his chance for rebirth after enduring criticism. The 70th minute. 20 minutes were left in the match. Come on, Gu Yanan. He high-fived Jens and ran onto the field. The 70th minute. Gu Yanan and the exhausted Jens high-fived and ran onto the field. The moment he stepped onto the grass. In the distant land of Huaxia, in the fog city, inside a cramped rental room, a young man with instant noodles for hair was huffing and puffing as he ate his noodles. The walls were plastered with posters of Cristiano Ronaldo, Messi, and various other football stars. He slurped the noodles with delight while scrolling the mouse, the screen flashing with scores from matches around the world. Suddenly his slurping stopped. In the corner of the screen, a substitution notification from the Swedish Allsvenskan displayed an unfamiliar Huaxia name. Jens Sihomov. Yanan Ji-yuan. He was momentarily stunned, quickly took a screenshot, and skillfully opened the forum for Huaxia players in Europe. Does anyone know this player? He posted the screenshot and typed rapidly. Swedish League from IFK Trelleborg, can't find any information, only know he's 17 and from Huaxia. The post was sent out sinking like a stone. He pouted and had no choice but to click on a live stream from an unknown website to continue watching. Back at the Van Gavelen Stadium, as Gu Yanan stepped onto the field, the gaze of nearly 10,000 spectators enveloped him like a tangible spotlight. His heart raced uncontrollably, a mix of nervousness and excitement surged within him. The midfield core alley noticed his unusual demeanor. The veteran rushed over, patted him on the shoulder, and said with heavy breaths, "Focus on the football, run according to your instincts, I will deliver the passes." Gu Yanan nodded heavily. The referee's whistle blew and the match continued. Östersund's FK's throw-in was executed. The ball was passed around midfield and Östersund's FK's number 10 attempted a direct pass, but made an error. Gu Yanan anticipated the pass route and quickly positioned himself. However, he still underestimated the intensity of competition in the senior team. Östersund's FK's number 10, furious from embarrassment, charged at him with his body. Gu Yanan felt a tremendous force hit him, stumbling to the ground. His physical condition was still too weak. But almost simultaneously the referee's sharp whistle echoed. Foul. Östersund's FK's number 10 spread his arms, angrily shouting at the referee, arguing that he hadn't committed a foul. The referee was unhesitant, pulling a yellow card directly from his pocket. The home fans erupted in cheers. Gu Yanan was helped up by his teammates. IFK Trelleborg was awarded a free kick in midfield. Anomaly raised his hand, signaling to Lucas. With a long pass, Lucas accurately found the speeding Lucas on the left flank. Lucas received the ball, glanced at the penalty area, and realized the passing opportunity was not good. Without hesitation, he chose to accelerate to the baseline in the way he was most skilled. In the penalty area, several tall players from IFK Trelleborg were fighting for position, eager to compete for the header. All of Östersund's FK's defensive focus was drawn to these tall players. Lucas lifted his foot and crossed the ball. The ball curved sharply, sailing over everyone's heads. All the fans on site stood up from their seats. Just when everyone thought the ball would fly out of bounds. At the far post, a figure darted out from behind the defenders. It was Gu Yanan. He locked in on the ball's landing point, leaping into the air, his body stretching out. He dove to head the ball. The ball shot like a cannonball, crashing into the net. Goal. 1-1. Van Gavelen Stadium erupted with cheers that felt like an earthquake after a half of silence. Coach Sangar rushed to the sidelines, excitedly waving his fists towards the sky 3 times. The players and coaches on the bench all rushed out, embracing each other. First touch, first shot. Professional debut, first goal. This cooperation was a routine he and Lucas had practiced countless times in the youth team. At the moment Lucas lifted his foot, he believed Gu Yanan would be in that position. Gu Yanan leaped up from the ground, not celebrating, but running into the net, grabbing the ball, and heading towards the center circle. IFK Trelleborg wanted victory, not a draw. His teammates rushed over, patting his head and back heavily. Lucas also came over, his face filled with excitement. Good goal, Gu. Let's do it again. Gu Yanan nodded, his eyes firm. Let's do it again. Standing on the center circle, he looked up at the lights above the pitch, forcing back the warmth that threatened to overflow from his eyes. The grievances, unwillingness, and anger of the past 2 years found a slight release at this moment. Anomaly walked over, patted him hard on the shoulder. Well done. With this momentum, let's do it again. Meanwhile, in the rental room in the fog city, the curly-haired youth had just finished his biological needs, humming a tune as he returned to his computer. He glanced at the score. 1-1. Huh. It's tied. He clicked on the goal information and saw that familiar yet strange name. Yanan Gu. He was stunned. How long had it been? He immediately rewound the livestream a bit and watched the entire process of Gu Yanan's goal. Holy crap. He suddenly jumped up from his chair. That positioning. That header. Amazing. He quickly created a GIF of the goal and posted it under the thread he had just made. The match restarted. The Östersund's FK coach, having conceded the equalizer, roared from the sidelines, urging his players to concentrate. They launched a frenzied counterattack with several attacks creating enormous threats. But IFK Trelleborg's goalkeeper was in superb form today, making spectacular saves to keep the goal intact. The aggressive push also meant they left huge gaps behind. In the 82nd minute, an opportunity for a counterattack arose. Anomaly intercepted the ball in the backfield, making a precise, direct pass to the retreating Guyanan. As soon as Guyanan received the ball, the defending player behind him charged in fiercely. He didn't panic, using his right foot to pull the ball back, smoothly turning around with a delicate pull to evade the defender. Badge dribbling master Bronze activated. The defender stumbled as he was faked out. Guyanan surged forward with the ball, his speed suddenly increasing. From the midfield line to the opponent's 30-meter zone, 4 defenders from Östersunds FK chased him down, forming a pincer movement. The left center-back rushed up first, striding forward to block. Guyanan changed his foot's rhythm, using the outside of his right foot to nudge the ball outward. The ball brushed past the opponent's cleats, and his body used the momentum to dodge, shouldering off the covering fullback. He got past 2 players. At the top of the penalty arc, only 2 center-backs remained. The defensive midfielder, seeing that his speed was unrelenting, decisively threw himself to the ground to tackle. Guyanan lightly flicked the ball with his toes. The ball just cleared the sliding tackle of the long legs, and he himself took off into the air, landing sideways, having already shaken off the 3rd player. Facing the last center-back. That center-back was stunned by a series of maneuvers, afraid to rashly make a tackle, and could only retreat step by step, shouting for the goalkeeper to cover the near corner. Guyanan charged into the penalty area, his left foot suddenly raised, feigning a powerful shot. The center-back instinctively stretched his leg to block. Now's the time. Guyanan pushed the ball inward with his right foot, sliding it through the tiny gap between the opponent and the goalkeeper. He dribbled past 4 defenders in total in just 9 seconds. An excellent 3-on-0 situation formed instantly in the penalty area. The goalkeeper abandoned his goal, rushing desperately towards Guyanan. Guyanan didn't get greedy. He caught a glimpse of Damien coming in from the middle, unmarked in the open space. He pushed the ball with the outside of his left foot. The ball passed through the goalkeeper's legs, rolling to Damien's feet. An open goal. Damien easily slotted it into the net. 2-1. A dramatic finish. The cheers from the crowd were several times louder than when the first goal was scored. IFK Trelleborg's bench erupted again, everyone rushing onto the field. But at that moment, the linesman raised his flag high. Offside. The goal was disallowed. Damien knelt on the ground, holding his head in disbelief. How could that be offside? IFK Trelleborg's players immediately surrounded the referee, demanding an explanation. Sangar was furiously spewing trash talk at the 4th official. Anomaly pushed aside his agitated teammates. Stop talking. Continue the match. The Swedish league doesn't have VAR. A perfectly good goal was blown off. Damn. How could that possibly be offside? In the rental room, the curly-haired youth smashed his keyboard in anger. Such a beautiful assist. That lousy referee. He angrily clipped that moment into a GIF and posted it under the thread. Guyanan looked at the timer on the sidelines. A time was running out. He took a deep breath, the anger and unwillingness inside him nearly bursting out. It couldn't end like this. He closed his eyes and issued a command in his mind. Haji template LV1 activate. Buzz. A faint ringing echoed in Guyanan's mind. Remaining time 1000. Temporary attack organization attribute 5. Acquired skill left foot heavy cannon low version. In an instant, the entire world transformed in his senses. That damn good play was called off. In the VIP area, the burly old Eric sprang to his feet, unleashing a torrent of Swedish curses towards the field, his spittle showering the front row VIPs. Christina had long since cursed the referee's entire ancestry. After finishing his tirade, old Eric calmed down a bit and turned to his assistant, coldly instructing, write a report, attach the video, and send it to the Swedish Football Association first thing tomorrow morning. On the field, the players of IFK Trelleborg were ignited by this blatant misjudgment. Their pressing became fiercer and their actions more ruthless. An enraged beast is often the most terrifying. Under such intense pressure, the players of Örebro began to make frequent mistakes. The match entered stoppage time. In the 91st minute, amidst a midfield skirmish, Damien executed a fierce slide tackle, cleanly stealing the ball from the opponent. Without any hesitation, he quickly passed the ball to the advancing Guyanan. Just as Guyanan received the ball, the opponent's defensive midfielder lunged at him like a rabid dog. But with the Haji template's enhancement, the opponent's movements appeared comically slow in his eyes. With a simple shift of his body, Guyanan deftly sidestepped the opponent's pressure. He surged forward with the ball. He could distinctly feel that Lucas at the far end had already started his run. A precisely angled long pass. The ball soared across most of the field, landing steadily on Lucas' path like a guided missile. Lucas received the ball effortlessly, facing Örebro's right back. He even had the leisure to smirk. Right there he executed consecutive stepovers his body, swaying with the rhythm, shifting the defender's center of gravity. The right back, dazzled by the feints, finally lost patience and lunged in for a tackle. The outcome was evident. Lucas flicked the ball with his right foot, followed through with his left, executing a nutmeg. The ball slipped between the opponent's legs, and Lucas maneuvered past. The right back lost his balance and comically fell flat on his face. Without losing speed after the dribble, Lucas cut sharply towards the center. The center back who came to assist was easily evaded with a sudden stop and change of direction. At the edge of the penalty area, he performed a feint shot, deceiving the last defender. A gap opened up. He raised his left foot ready to shoot. Everyone in the Vanguard Stadium stood up from their seats. Richard in the stands excitedly grabbed Jerry's arm, exclaiming, "This Lucas. He must go to Ajax." But just then an unexpected incident occurred. The right back, humiliated by the nutmeg, went mad after falling. He sprang up, his eyes bloodshot like a raging bull, fiercely pursuing Lucas. Just as Lucas was about to shoot, he leaped from the side, both feet off the ground, flying in for a tackle. It wasn't aimed at the ball. His studs gleamed as they viciously stomped onto Lucas' supporting ankle. A piercing scream shattered the stadium's chaos. Accompanied by the sharp crack of bone, everyone on site froze. The next moment, the players of IFK Trelleborg charged towards the perpetrator like madmen. A fierce conflict erupted between the two teams, shoving, shouting, and grappling. Guyanin did not join the brawl. He rushed towards the fallen Lucas. When he saw the horrific state of Lucas' calf, he covered his mouth instinctively. The calf was twisted at an unnatural angle, the stark, white bone even piercing through the sock. Guyanin instinctively turned and shouted with all his might towards the bench. "Team doctor! Damn it, team doctor, hurry up!" The team doctor and stretcher crew rushed onto the field upon seeing the situation. The entire Vanguard Stadium was in shock. This was undoubtedly a malicious foul that could end a career. The players of IFK Trelleborg, upon seeing Lucas' calf, also ceased the conflict, their faces filled with shock and fear. They spontaneously formed a wall blocking the cameras and everyone's view. The referee rushed over, took one look, and with a grim expression approached the right back of Örebro. Red card. Without any hesitation. The perpetrator, upon seeing Lucas' calf, completely calmed down, the madness in his eyes replaced by fear. He offered no defense, hung his head low, and silently walked off the field. An ambulance drove directly onto the field. The fans, unsure of what had happened, knew the injury was serious upon seeing the ambulance. A thunderous chorus of curses was directed at the departing player. Coach Sangare, old Eric in the VIP area, and Richard in the stands, all in different positions, uttered the same phrase almost simultaneously. "It's over, his leg is broken." Lucas was secured onto the stretcher. The usual sunny smile was gone from his face, 2 lines of tears streaming down his cheeks. Guyanin stood beside the stretcher, his throat tight, unable to utter a word. Lucas looked at him, his lips moving. "Gu, take me to score this free kick. Bring home the victory. I love IFK Trelleborg. We can't let them be relegated. Promise me, okay?" Guyanin nodded. Lucas forced a smile more painful than crying to reassure his teammates. "I'm fine. He'll be back. Go for it." Some emotional teammates had already turned away, unable to bear the sight. They all understood how cruel such a horrific injury could be for a young player whose debut had dazzled the entire audience just at the beginning of his career. Lucas was lifted onto the ambulance, which wailed as it left Vanguard Stadium. The referee blew the whistle, signaling the resumption of the match. Alali picked up the ball, walked over, and placed it into Guyanin's arms. This was a perfectly positioned free kick, just slightly left of the penalty arc. "He believes in you so much, oh just score this damned free kick." Guyanin cradled the ball, his nails nearly digging into his flesh. His mind was filled with Lucas' optimistic smile. Detected a prolonged interruption in the match. Template usage time paused. Template remaining time 0100. Enough. Guyanin steadily placed the ball on the penalty spot. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, he retreated. He closed his eyes and then opened them again. Nearly 10,000 fans stood up, holding their breath. There was no noise. Christina gripped old Eric's sturdy arm tightly, her knuckles turning white. Sangar turned around, unable to watch the shot. Far away in a rented apartment in the foggy city, the noodle-haired youth clenched his fists, muttering, "Score it! Score it!" Beep. The referee's whistle sounded. Guyanin focused on the upper left corner of the goal, his gaze resolute. He took a run, swinging his leg. Left foot, heavy cannon. Master of curling shots. Bang. The ball shot out like a cannonball, spinning mysteriously. It fluctuated wildly in the air, erratic and unpredictable. The Örebro wall jumped high, but only touched the air. The goalkeeper shouted WOC. He had guessed the direction right, but completely failed to predict the ball's trajectory. He didn't even make a move to save it. He could only watch helplessly as the ball traced a bizarre arc in the air, skimming the underside of the crossbar and embedding itself in the net. The ball went in. The stadium fell silent for 3 seconds. Then a volcanic eruption of cheers erupted. A last-minute winner. 2-1. The fans went wild, embracing each other in a frenzy, roaring in release. Old Eric and Christina hugged tightly, the tough old Eric with tears glistening in his eyes. Thank God. Thank God. Guyanan. Awesome. Christina cried and laughed, her voice hoarse. Guyanan sprinted towards the sidelines, kneeling down in a passionate slide. He spread his arms wide, howling to the sky. This shout carried Lucas along with the past humiliations. The players and coaches on the bench rushed forward, piling on top of him. Awesome. Damn. Awesome. The noodle-haired youth jumped up excitedly from his chair, kicking over his bowl of noodles, completely oblivious. The commotion awakened his roommate next door, who sleepily opened the door. What are you shouting about in the middle of the night? Why are you kneeling in front of your computer? The noodle-haired youth excitedly pointed at the screen, babbling incoherently. I've discovered a genius. A genius from Huaxia. The revelry in Vanguard Stadium came to a brief pause. Guyanan crawled up from the pile, facing the nearest camera lens, forming a 37 gesture with his hand. That was Lucas' number. He jogged back to his half of the field as the fans rhythmically chanted his name. Gu, Gu, Gu. This was the highest recognition from the fans. Guyanan suddenly felt a twitch in his left calf, the muscles starting to involuntarily spasm. The side effects of the Haji template had arrived. Fortunately, just as the ball was kicked, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the match. IFK Trelleborg ended their 3-game losing streak, surpassing Örebro in points, temporarily escaping the relegation zone and moving up to 12th place in the league. Sangar knelt on the ground, hands pointed to the sky, mumbling something incessantly. However, the players of IFK Trelleborg did not show much joy on their faces. They knew this was a Pyrrhic victory. Lucas leg. In the VIP area, everyone gathered around to congratulate Old Eric. Old Eric responded with smiles, while Christina took photos of the figure in the field, hands on hips, high-fiving team. At this moment, assistant coach Kike called out to Guyanan. Gu, you are the MVP of this match, come over. In the Fog City, the noodle-haired youth clipped the final last-minute free kick into a GIF and posted it under an. The fatigue from the time difference hit him, and he could no longer hold on, collapsing onto the table and falling asleep. Guyanan limped towards the interview area at the sidelines. The fans in the stands chanted his name again. Gu is awesome. So damn awesome. Our future. Gu. The voices of several female fans were particularly loud. Guyanan applauded towards the stands, thanking the fans, then turned to face the microphone extended by the reporters. The reporter held the microphone up to his lips. Hello, Gu. This is your first professional team debut. Guyanan's legs were still trembling, slightly a result of the template's side effects and exhaustion. He steadied himself, and instead of the euphoria of a winning goal, what flashed through his mind was the pale face of Lucas being carried off on a stretcher. I don't feel much of what's important is that the team can overcome its difficulties. His response was so flat that it surprised the reporter. Guyanan, congratulations on scoring twice in your professional debut. Do you feel your emotions exceed expectations at this moment? Scoring twice is an unexpected joy before the match. I just hope to help the team. Guyanan's response remained succinct. The reporter smiled and continued to ask, contributing a winning goal in your debut, do you think this will help you in the competition for a regular starting position? Do you have any preliminary goals for your first season in the Swedish league? This question finally piqued his spirit. It definitely gave me enormous confidence. After all, the competition in professional teams is fierce. Being able to help the team with goals, I hope it shows the coach my stability. The season's goals are quite realistic. There are only 4 rounds left in the league, helping the team avoid relegation, and the rest will come step by step. All right, thank you. The last question, how is your teammate Lucas' injury? Guyanan's heart sank. He instinctively looked at the assistant coach Kike beside him. Kike subtly shook his head. I don't know the specifics about Lucas, but my teammates and I will go to the hospital later. As for the rest, let's wait for the official announcement. The reporter, realizing he couldn't extract more information, had to give up. Thank you, Gu. Guyanan nodded and responded with a thanks, then limped back to the locker room with Kike. The locker room was devoid of the celebration after a dramatic comeback. It was filled with a heavy silence. The players sat in their places, some head down, arranging their gear, others covering their faces with towels, the air thick with an oppressive atmosphere. Sangar stood in the middle and cleared his throat. Thank you all for your efforts in this match. He paused, seemingly at a loss for words. Everyone performed well today, especially Gu. At this moment, Guyanan also covered his head with a towel. The passion and fervor from the game faded, leaving only the chilling sense brought by Lucas' twisted leg. Sangar also knew that any words of encouragement at this moment would seem hollow. Tomorrow, let's visit Lucas in the morning and take the afternoon off. Tonight, everyone should go home and rest well. Pack your things, everyone worked hard. Sangar understood very well what such a serious injury meant for a 17-year-old who had just begun to shine. After he finished speaking, he left the locker room with Kike, heading straight to the hospital. In the locker room, the captain, anomaly, stood up. I'm going to the hospital soon. Is anyone coming with me? Guyanan raised his hand first. Soon one by one hands were raised in silence. Owly glanced around the team, no one was absent. He nodded and slung his bag over his shoulder. Let's go. Gu Yanin walked at the back of the line. Just as he stepped out of the locker room door, the system's prompt sound echoed in his mind. Congratulations to the host for achieving victory. Reward level increased by 1. Skill points 2. Long-term task helped the team avoid relegation. Reward Haji template upgrade. Gu Yanin was not in the mood to pay attention to these. He silently followed the group, joining the staff, and boarded the bus to the hospital. Malmo University Hospital. It was a 40-minute drive from Van Gaviland Stadium. When the entire IFK Trelleborg team arrived, the surgery had already been underway for 20 minutes. At the door of the operating room, a red light was on. A middle-aged woman leaned against the wall, her shoulders shaking as she suppressed her sobs. It was Lucas' mother, Camila. A sturdy man held her in his arms, whispering comfort. That was Lucas' father, Bent, who was once a club legend. The players stepped forward one by one, greeting the couple and clumsily offering their condolences. Bent raised his bloodshot eyes and said to the crowd, I appreciate everyone caring so much about my son, but you just finished a relegation battle. You should go home and rest. It's all right, uncle. This is what we should do. Alali spoke on behalf of the entire team. Just then, almost everyone's phones vibrated, simultaneously popping up a news notification. It was an announcement from the official IFK Trelleborg account. Important injury announcement regarding our player Lucas Eriksson's injury. In today's match against Cerebro, our player Lucas suffered a malicious stomp from an opponent while competing for the ball, resulting in a compound fracture of his calf, and he could not continue playing. He has been urgently sent to Malmo University Hospital for examination. After a detailed diagnosis, Lucas was confirmed to have a comminuted fracture of the fibula and tibia in his left calf, requiring urgent surgical treatment, and the subsequent rehabilitation period will be determined after surgery. The club has coordinated with Sweden's top sports medicine expert team to follow up closely and will do everything possible to provide Lucas with the best treatment and rehabilitation guarantees. Regarding the violent foul play on the field, the club has submitted a complaint to the Swedish Football Association, determined to uphold the legitimate rights and interests of the players. Thank you for all the fans concerned. Our updates on the injury will be communicated promptly. IFK Trelleborg, Lucas Strong, Swedish football, Vistager Lucas Hellevagen. We fully support Lucas. After reading the announcement, everyone gasped. Comminuted fracture. The weight of these words pressed heavily on everyone. The comments section below the announcement have been flooded with messages from fans. Lucas is the heart of Trelleborg. I can't believe this, wishing for a speedy recovery. The violent foul was disgusting. Lucas, you must take care of your injury. The field is always waiting for your return. IFK cannot be without you. Our own child faced this on his first debut. Sigh, wishing for a quick return to the field. It hurts to the point of, I hope the association punishes that butcher severely. Lucas, recover well, and we will charge forward together. The comments were filled with curses directed at Örebro and the offending player. Gu Yanin turned off his phone. He gazed at the red surgical light, lost in thought. Scenes flashed through his mind. On the training ground, he and Lucas had practiced countless times the cross from the wing and the follow-up at the back post. The first time they met, the sunny smile on that boy's face could melt the ice and snow of Northern Europe. At that moment, the tall figure of old Eric appeared at the end of the hallway, followed by Christina. Old Eric nodded in Gu Yanin's direction as a greeting, then walked straight towards Lucas' parents. Christina quickly walked up to Gu Yanin. Are you all right? She looked at Gu Yanin with concern. She had also seen the official announcement, and she could fully imagine how much visual and emotional impact Gu Yanin must have felt being the first to rush to Lucas' side and witness the horrific scene. Gu Yanin shook his head and said nothing. Christina didn't ask more, but quietly stood by his side. Old Eric and Lucas' parents exchanged a few words in low voices, then walked over to Gu Yanin. Xiaogu, you performed very well, living up to my expectations of you. Uncle, this is what I should do. Old Eric looked at the young and weary faces around, and swallowed the words he originally wanted to say, urging everyone to go back and rest. He turned and instructed his assistant behind him, who immediately nodded and left to buy coffee. Time passed by second by second. The hallway was terrifyingly quiet, only occasionally interrupted by the sound of footsteps and suppressed breathing. Journalists from a few media outlets had caught the scent of news and sneaked to the hospital's outskirts, hoping to capture exclusive material. But when they peered through the window and saw the IFK Trelleborg players not dispersing, but standing orderly outside the operating room, with even the club president, old Eric, personally accompanying them, they gave up the idea of digging for sensational stories. One of the reporters silently raised his camera and captured a photo. In the photo, a group of players in club training gear stood or sat silently watching that tightly shut door, the light casting long shadows behind them. This photo, devoid of any sentimental captions, was posted on his social media. Soon it went viral among local fans in Sweden. 5 hours passed. The sky at the end of the hallway had changed from deep blue to a pale white. The red light above the operating room extinguished. The door opened. A doctor in green surgical scrubs took off his mask and walked out looking exhausted. The doctor took off his mask, walking out wearily. Lucas' parents rushed forward first. Others gathered. Camilla's voice trembled. The doctor waved his hand. The surgery was very successful. We will observe the recovery situation. Upon hearing this, Camilla's body softened and the tense nerves finally relaxed. Thank you, doctor. Ben held his wife up. The doctor nodded and turned to leave. After comforting his wife, Ben turned towards the players of IFK Trelleborg. Thank you all for being here. Everyone please go back and rest. I thank you on behalf of Lucas. The crowd nodded one by one. Everyone exchanged brief pleasantries with Lucas' family, then began to leave in succession. Old Eric spoke a few more words with Lucas' parents before leaving with Christina and Guyanin. On the way back, Guyanin gazed out the window. He felt no fatigue at all. This match was too fulfilling for him. Debut first goal a brace. There was also a teammate who was seriously injured. Christina beside him had long been sleepy. Her head slowly leaned against Guyanin's shoulder. Guyanin's body stiffened, but he did not push her away. A warmth surged into his heart. Old Eric caught this scene in the rearview mirror and chuckled. Guyanin, he quickly explained, Uncle, we didn't. Old Eric laughed, even louder. I'm not misunderstanding anything. Just don't be nervous. You performed exceptionally well today. I really didn't misjudge you. I always knew you were a talent when you played football. Guyanin's voice was low. That's thanks to my teammates. Without Lucas' pass. And the free kick he earned. The car happened to stop at a red light. Old Eric picked up his coffee and took a sip. Don't think too much. Football is like this. Bad people will. The most important thing now is to ensure the team's relegation. I will find the best recovery specialist for Lucas. You can rest assured. Guyanin nodded. He recalled what Lucas said on the field. I love IFK Trelleborg. We cannot let them be relegated. Guyanin's gaze was determined. He was now fighting not just for himself, not just for Old Eric, not just for the fans, but also for Lucas. I will do my best, Uncle. I won't let IFK Trelleborg be relegated. Guyanin clenched his fist tightly. Old Eric laughed heartily. Good. Just hearing that makes me satisfied. Let's stop talking about football. What do you think of Tina? A sly smile appeared on Old Eric's face. He curved his lips. Guyanin was taken aback. He didn't expect Old Eric to ask like this. What do you mean by what? Guyanin pretended to look out the window. I mean, how do you find her as a person? Old Eric continued to press. Guyanin's face flushed slightly. He recalled the moments with Christina. She's really nice. Very carefree. Adorably cute. And very intelligent. Guyanin went from stuttering at the beginning to getting more and more lively as he spoke. Old Eric listened, his smile never fading. He would occasionally tease his daughter. The two chatted and laughed. None of them noticed that Christina, resting on Guyanin's shoulder, had a slight smile on her lips. The next day, Fog City. The young man with noodle-like hair lifted his head from the table. He rubbed his eyes. The computer screen flickered continuously. The post he made last night went viral. He quickly scanned through the comments. Is this a Huaxiao person? This free kick is amazing. This last-minute goal, wow, such a big heart. How can he easily pass 4 defenders? Is there anyone studying in Sweden or living locally? A reply appeared before his eyes. I'm a student in Sweden. IFK Trelleborg is almost relegated this season, with 3 consecutive losses before this match. I often follow the Swedish league, but I haven't heard of any Chinese players. The young man with noodle-like hair continued to scroll down. I think I remember this Guyanin. He seemed to be from the youth training in Xinjiang, accused of match fixing, and was banned by the Football Association. He clicked on the link provided in the comment. Announcement from the Huaxia Football Association regarding the punishment of Guyanin, a U15 player from Xinjiang, for violations and misconduct. To all member units, clubs, and football professionals, based on recent reports and investigations concerning the alleged manipulation of youth match results by Guyanin, the Huaxia Football Association's Discipline and Ethics Committee has organized a special review in accordance with relevant provisions of the Huaxia Football Association's disciplinary code. Upon verification, although the current materials and investigation findings have not yet formed a complete evidence chain sufficient to fully establish the violation, considering the nature of the incident, its impact on the industry, and the need to maintain fairness in youth football competitions, the following punishment decision is made to strictly uphold league discipline, purify the youth football development environment, and prevent the transmission of violation risks. 1. Player Guyanin is prohibited from engaging in any football activities organized or certified by the Huaxia Football Association for 5 years. The penalty period begins from the date of this announcement until March 2, 2039. 2. Guyanin is prohibited from registering or participating in any level or type of football events, youth training, or coach qualification certification within the jurisdiction of the Huaxia Football Association during the penalty period. All member units must strictly adhere to this punishment decision, enhance management and education for their personnel, maintain the bottom line of sports ethics, and collectively uphold a fair competitive ecosystem in the football industry. Youth football is the foundation for the development of football. The Huaxia Football Association maintains a zero-tolerance attitude towards all types of violations and misconduct, and will continue to strengthen competition supervision and improve investigation mechanisms to safeguard the healthy growth of youth players. If there are objections to this punishment decision, a written appeal can be submitted to the Huaxia Football Association Arbitration Committee within 15 working days from the date of receiving this announcement. This is the announcement. Huaxia Football Association, March 2, 2024. He read the announcement word for word. A voice exploded in his heart. What? Evidence insufficient and a 5-year ban. Sure enough, someone shared his thoughts. In the comment section, someone wrote, "Why ban for 5 years if the evidence is insufficient? What does 5 years mean for a young player? Isn't that ruining someone? No wonder Huaxia football is so bad." Another comment followed, "Yeah, but I seem to remember that there was talk at the time that the coach wanted them to fix a match and Guyanin didn't want to, so he was slandered. In the end, it just fizzled out. That coach truly deserves to die along with that damned Huaxia Football Association." Another new comment appeared. "I found out that in the next match IFK Trelleborg will be away to challenge the first-ranked Vasteras. They'll be free then to go to the scene and bring back news for everyone." Good. Thank you, OP. It would be best to bring a national flag so the overseas players know we are their strongest support. I'll make sure to. In Sweden, Trelleborg, Guyanin didn't sleep much. It wasn't that he didn't want to sleep, but rather that his IG was flooded with attention from IFK Trelleborg fans, and the notifications didn't stop. He simply got up and went to the gym. At the gym door, just as Guyanin was about to push the door open, a voice called, "Gu, you're here too." Guyanin turned his head. It was Anomaly, the team captain, straddling his somewhat aged bicycle and unbuckled. "Yeah, you're quite early," Guyanin replied with a smile, as Anomaly parked his bike on the stand at the entrance, and, "Let's go practice together." He approached and naturally draped his arm over Guyanin's shoulder, both of them pushing open the glass door of the gym. The gym owner was on tiptoe, carefully wiping a row of picture frames on the wall, which was adorned with photos of Telefort players. Seeing the two enter, the owner's eyes lit up. "Anomaly, Gu, you're early." "Yeah, boss." Anomaly greeted with a smile. The owner jumped down from the ladder and walked over to Guyanin, holding a cloth. He pointed at a freshly printed photo on the bar, his face brimming with excitement. "Gu, your free kick was amazing. Good luck in the next match." In the photo, Guyanin was kneeling, sliding on the ground, arms outstretched, letting out a howl to the heavens. "Sign this photo for me, and it'll give you free gym access, haha." Guyanin was somewhat bewildered. This was the first time in his life someone asked for his autograph. Anomaly patted his back and gestured towards the photo wall. On the wall, Anomaly's own photo bore his flamboyant signature. Guyanin took the marker handed to him by the owner and picked up the photo. He hesitated for a moment, then with careful strokes wrote his name in the empty space on the photo. There was no design, just the plain 3 Chinese characters. "Great." The owner happily took back the photo and carefully blew on the ink, as if it were a rare treasure. The two changed into their workout clothes and entered the training area. "Your physical confrontation is still weak. This is the first lesson the Swedish league gives you," Anomaly said while stretching his wrists. "He'll help you adapt." For the next hour, Guyanin experienced the intensity of confrontation at the captain's level of a professional team. Each time they closed and each time they positioned themselves, Anomaly was like a wall. Guyanin used all his strength, barely managing to protect the ball during the confrontations. Sweat soaked his training outfit. "Take a break." Anomaly handed him a bottle of water. The two sat on the bench, breathing heavily. "About Lucas." Anomaly opened the bottle cap, took a big gulp, but paused midway. Guyanin's heart sank. Didn't the announcement say the surgery was a success? Anomaly was silent for a few seconds before slowly speaking. "The announcement was for the fans. I heard from his father that it's far more serious than what was said. A comminuted fracture. Do you know what that means? Bones shattered like glass. The doctor said it would be great if he could recover to walk normally." Anomaly's voice, his career might be basically over. Boom. Guyanin's mind went blank. Career over. He thought of the boy who flew across the field like the wind, Lucas, whose face shone with sunlight. He remembered Lucas reaching for his hand before being carried off on a stretcher, forcing a smile and saying, "Gu, carry me to score this free kick. Get the victory. I love IFK Telefort. We can't let them be relegated." A surge of unnamed fury shot up from his chest. Anger, unwillingness, and a heavy sense of responsibility overwhelmed him, making it hard to breathe. Guyanin suddenly stood up, downing the remaining half bottle of water and crushing the empty bottle in his hand. "Captain, let's go again." Anomaly looked at his reddened eyes, said nothing more, and nodded. "All right." In the next training session, Guyanin was like a relentless beast. Each collision, he charged at Anomaly, getting knocked down, getting back up, and charging again. He poured all his emotions into this pure physical confrontation. Anomaly, who was initially at ease, began to take it seriously as well. He could clearly feel that this boy from Huaxia harbored a terrifying tenacity within his body. After another hour, Gu Yanin finally exhausted himself and collapsed onto the floor. Anomaly was also quite tired. He walked over to Gu Yanin and extended his hand. "Are you trying to break my bones?" Gu Yanin took his hand to stand up, grinning, but there was a fierce determination in that smile. "Thanks, Captain." The next day at the training base, Sangar called for a team meeting. The atmosphere in the locker room, next match away against Vasteras. Sangar's voice broke the silence. "They are first in the league, no need for me to elaborate. But we have no retreat." He took out a tactical board. "Here is the starting lineup for the next match." As he spoke, he placed magnetic pieces representing players one by one on the board. When he reached the attacking midfielder position, he paused, picked up an unfamiliar piece, and placed it in the center forward position. Gu Yanin. The entire locker room fell silent. No one voiced any objections. In the last match, 1 goal, 1 assist that was disallowed, and 1 decisive free kick. Gu Yanin had already earned everyone's respect with his performance. After the meeting, the players prepared for training. As Gu Yanin stepped out of the locker room, he saw a familiar figure standing at the training field entrance. Christina was holding a thermal lunchbox, peeking inside. When she saw Gu Yanin, she immediately waved. Gu Yanin walked over. "What are you doing here? I was worried you didn't eat well this morning, so I brought you some nutrition food." Christina handed him the lunchbox with a radiant smile. A few teammates passing by saw this scene and started, "Oh, the chairman's daughter personally delivers food. The treatment is just different." "Gu, not bad you." The teasing voices echoed. Gu Yanin's face instantly felt a bit hot. Christina blushed even more. She glared at the teasing players and then hurriedly said to Gu Yanin, I should go now. You train well." After saying that, she turned and ran away like a startled rabbit. Gu Yanin held the still warm lunchbox, feeling a mix of amusement and bewilderment. At that moment, Sangar walked over and patted his shoulder. "The hospital just called. Lucas has woken up, and after training, everyone let's go see him." In the afternoon, the IFK Telefort bus stopped at the entrance of Malmo University Hospital. The group arrived outside Lucas' hospital room. A nurse signaled for everyone to be quiet, saying that the patient needed rest, and too many people couldn't enter at once. As Captain Anomaly looked around at his teammates, his gaze finally landed on Gu Yanin. "Gu, you go in first. You two came up from U18 together." Gu Yanin nodded and pushed open the door to the hospital room. Inside, Lucas was leaning against the bed, holding his phone to watch a video. His injured left leg was raised high, encased in thick plaster. Hearing the door open, he turned his head, and upon seeing Gu Yanin, immediately broke into a smile. "Hey, the hero of my goal has arrived." His smile was as bright as ever, dazzling, as if he were not the one injured. Gu Yanin had prepared a belly full of comforting words, but found himself unable to say a single one. Instead, it was Lucas who spoke first. "Don't look so glum, we won. I watched the replay. That free kick you took was so damn cool. In the upcoming matches, you have to keep playing like that, understood?" He kicked the edge of the bed with his uninjured foot, as if encouraging Gu Yanin. Gu Yanin forced a smile. Then one by one, teammates took turns coming in, each wanting to comfort Lucas, but ended up being comforted, and after everyone left, the hospital room fell silent again. Gu Yanin was the last to leave. He closed the door. Inside, Lucas' smile gradually faded away. He put down his phone and slowly turned to look out at the gray sky. After a long while, he raised his hand and touched the cold, hard plaster. A single tear without warning slipped from the corner of his eye, falling onto the white bedsheet and quickly spreading. Malmo Stirrup Airport. 2 men in trench coats walked out of the arrivals hall, the wheels of their suitcases making a soft sound on the smooth floor. Richard adjusted his glasses and turned to Jerry beside him, saying, "What a pity about that, Lucas." Jerry sighed and took out a crumpled report from his pocket. "Yeah, I saw the hospital report. It's a comminuted fracture. He can't come to Ajax now." Richard's tone was calm, yet it carried a professional coldness. The two walked silently as the airport announcements echoed above their heads. Now all the hopes are pinned on that kid from Huaxia. Jerry stuffed the report back into his pocket. Facing the league leaders away from home. This is the best litmus test. Richard stopped looking at the sky outside the airport. If he can deliver a decisive performance this match, we'll make an offer to IFK Trelleborg right away. Hope he doesn't make our trip in vain. The distance from Trelleborg to Vasteras is over 500 kilometers. The team bus drove steadily on the highway. Gu Yanin leaned against the window, watching the scenery blur into abstract patches of color. Lucas' forced smile, old Eric's expectant exhortation, and the deafening cheers from the fans at the end of the last match. Gu, Gu, Gu. Each shout struck at his heart. If it weren't for that damn system, would he still be a drifting international student living aimlessly, letting his life pass by? He didn't want to let anyone down, especially not Lucas, who was lying in a hospital bed. 6.5 hours later, the bus slowly entered the city of Vasteras and stopped in front of a hotel. Old Eric had arranged everything in advance, providing each player with their own room for the best rest. Gu Yanin received his room, he dropped his luggage and without changing clothes turned and headed to the hotel gym. He was eager to improve to grow stronger. The sound of weights clashing echoed in the empty gym. Sweat dripped down his jawline, splattering onto the floor. Sangar appeared at the door at some point, leaning against the door frame and quietly observing for a while. Kid, Guyanan put down the weights, gasping for air as he turned around. It's good to have this spirit, Sangar said, walking in, his graying beard twitching. But football is not just about training, there's also recovery. Excessive fatigue only increases your risk of injury. Go back, take a shower, and get a good sleep. Guyanan looked at the coach's serious face, nodded, and ended his training. Back in his room, his phone buzzed. It was a video call from Christina. On the screen, the girl wore a loose t-shirt, her golden hair casually draped. Good luck in tomorrow's match. I've told my classmates that we'll all watch your live match together in the classroom. Christina waved her fist, making a gesture of encouragement. A warm current flowed through Guyanan's heart. He blurted out, "Thank you, Tina." As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt something was off. On both ends of the screen, they fell silent simultaneously, a subtle atmosphere hanging in the air. Christina broke the silence first, her cheeks slightly flushed, changing the subject. You should rest early, and don't train too late. After saying this, she hurriedly hung up the call. Guyanan listened to the busy tone in his phone, paused, shook his head, and fell asleep. Christina sat on her bed, her cheeks still warm. Holding her pillow, she murmured softly, "Idiot." The next, Foggy City. A young man with messy noodle hair was typing furiously on his computer keyboard. He updated his post warming up for today's match and thoughtfully attached a link to a website where the live broadcast could be watched. Soon new replies appeared below the post. A user with the ID Swedish Lias shared a photo. In the photo, a bright 5-star red flag was spread on a seat with the background showing a corner of the Vasteras home stadium. The caption was simple, "Arrived at the stadium, I will show you guys live photos soon." The comment section exploded. "Wow, the host is awesome. Brother, be safe. Cheer for Guyanan. Awesome. This is a real fan. Sweden Vasteras." 2 hours before the match, the IFK Trelleborg team bus arrived at the Vasteras home stadium, the Hitachi Energy Arena. This stadium can only accommodate 8,000 people, but the stands are extremely close to the pitch, almost within reach. The waves of the home fans crashed against the away team's bus like a tsunami, creating an overwhelming pressure. An hour before the match, in the locker room, Sangar announced the starting lineup. Formation 4231. Guyanan starting attacking midfielder. At almost the same time, in a domestic forum, the young man with noodle hair posted a screenshot of the starting lineup. The comment section was filled with cheers. Guyanan followed the team out of the players' tunnel and stepped onto the pitch for warm-up. As soon as they appeared, the home fans erupted in a thunderous chorus of boos. The stands were too close. Guyanan could even clearly hear the harsh insults. "Trash. Go back and get relegated. Yellow-skinned monkey." He jogged along with the team, expressionless, stretching. Just then, amidst the noisy background, he vaguely heard a Chinese voice calling his name. Guyanan instinctively looked up, searching among the roaring crowd in the stands. Scanning around, a striking red color caught his eye. What was that? He stopped and squinted. In the stands, a young man, also with black hair and yellow skin, was vigorously waving a 5-star red flag. The young man noticed Guyanan looking at him, jumped up excitedly, and yelled with all his strength, "Guyanan, look here. Imhuashia. Go for it." Guyanan was completely stunned. He had been banned by the Domestic Football Association, slandered by his coach, and had fled to Sweden like a stray dog. He thought he had long been abandoned by that land. But now, here in this foreign away game, a fellow countryman was actually raising the national flag for him. His eyes inexplicably became moist. He solemnly nodded in that direction, then raised his hand and waved vigorously. Ali ran over, saw this scene, smiled, and patted him hard on the back. "Don't embarrass yourself in front of your warm-up." Ended, the players returned to the locker room. Sangar stood in front of the tactical board, surveying each player. "I know what the situation is outside. They are first, we are a relegation team. They have tens of thousands of fans supporting them while we only have a few dozen." He pointed to the door. "But football is played with your feet. Show your blood. Let them see that we IFK Trelleborg are not lambs to be slaughtered. Do you all understand?" "Understood." The players roared in unison. Sangar waved his hand. In the players' tunnel, the lights were harshly white. The two teams stood on either side, the air tense. Alili stood at the front of the team, his expression blank. Beside him, the captain of Vasteras, a tall black player, also gazed straight ahead. "Not joining the Wolves immediately is the biggest mistake of your life. He'll show you how I personally send IFK to relegation," Marcus said, not even looking at Alili. Alili tugged at his captain's armband and let out a soft laugh. "Marcus, your mouth is still as foul as ever. No wonder the Sweden U23 team didn't recruit you. I heard you also offended the people from Brighton and your transfer fell through. Truly laughable." Marcus' facial muscles twitched, and he abruptly turned his head, glaring fiercely at Alili. The referee's voice came through enter the field. Alili no longer looked at him and stepped out first. Boom. As soon as they stepped out of the players' tunnel, an enormous roar instantly engulfed them. The home fans' cheers were deafening. In the away section, dozens of IFK Trelleborg fans huddled together, their voices nearly inaudible amidst the roar of thousands in the home crowd. An IFK Trelleborg fan noticed a young man beside him holding a bright red flag. He had never seen that flag before. But he saw on the field the young man with the same black hair and yellow skin as Guyanan. He tentatively patted the young man's shoulder. "Are you from Huaxia?" he asked in broken English. "Yes," the flag-waving young man replied excitedly. "Gu, play very well. Huaxia people are impressive." The Swedish fan gave a thumbs up. The flag-waving young man was indeed the Swedish Liu Zai. He was so excited that he trembled all over, quickly took out his phone and snapped a photo of the Swedish fan and the national flag behind him. He rapidly posted a new thread on the forum. Live. IFK Trelleborg fans just praised Guyanan. Praised our Huaxia people. Instantly, countless comments flooded in below the post. Really? No way. He really brought glory to Huaxia people. Guyanan is awesome. On the pitch, the IFK Trelleborg players formed a circle. Alili stood in the middle, his voice cutting through the noise. "That big black guy over there looks down on us. What we need to do is smash his face. Did you hear that?" "Heard it." After boosting morale, everyone headed to their positions waiting for the kickoff. Guyanan stood in the center circle gazing at the distant stands. That splash of red was exceptionally clear in his sight. Inside, he felt an unexplainable sense of determination. Sweden classroom. Christina nervously stared at the projection screen. She had ordered fried chicken and cola for the whole class, but at that moment the classroom was eerily silent. When the broadcast camera focused on Guyanan, his stern profile and concentrated demeanor caused a stir among several female classmates. "Wow, he is so handsome. Tina, Guyanan is just too cool." Christina felt an inexplicable surge of jealousy in her heart. She quickly took out her phone and stealthily snapped a picture of Guyanan on the screen. In Huaxiao early morning, Guyanan's father patted his wife's back. "Honey, the match is about to start." Gus' mother rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat up in bed. "Okay." In the foggy city, a young man with noodle hair sat in front of his computer, the screen displaying the live broadcast. Like him, there were hundreds of friends from the forum who had stayed up all night. They were all waiting for the same person, Guyanan. Beep. The referee's whistle blew and the match began. Vasteras, as the league leader, immediately displayed their strong control. The ball was smoothly passed under their feet, while the players of IFK Trelleborg were running for their lives. In the first 15 minutes, IFK Trelleborg was almost pinned down in their half. Guyanan ran back and forth, but found it hard to even touch the ball. In the 20th minute, Vasteras earned a corner kick opportunity. Chaos ensued in the penalty area. Guyanan closely marked the opposing team's star player Marcus. "Kid, don't even think about touching the ball later," Marcus whispered in Guyanan's ear. Guyanan ignored him. The two pushed and shoved in the penalty area, their arms entangled. Marcus suddenly leaned in with his body while tripping Guyanan with his foot. Guyanan stumbled, and center back Kovacic saw this scene and rushed over, shoving Marcus' chest to defend Guyanan. However, Marcus raised his hands, looking innocent at the referee. The referee ran over and called Guyanan and Marcus aside, verbally warning them to watch their actions. The match continued. The corner kick was taken curving toward the penalty area. Marcus, like a cheetah poised to pounce, suddenly pushed past Guyanan and leaped into the air. His jumping ability was astonishing. Bang! His head struck the ball fiercely. The football soared like a cannonball, flying straight into the dead corner of the IFK Trelleborg goal. The Hitachi Energy Arena erupted in an instant. Marcus landed and glanced down at Guyanan, who was still sitting on the ground, a malicious smile spreading across his face. He turned and ran towards the corner flag area, spreading his arms in celebration. Guyanan sat on the cold grass, watching Marcus and his teammates celebrate wildly. A strong sense of self-blame grew from the depths of his heart. Alali rushed over and pulled him up. "Don't take it to heart, it's not your fault. You're not a defensive player. Marcus is the strongest center forward in the Swiss league." As Marcus basked in the cheers of the crowd, he jogged back to his half. He passed by Alali without slowing down, letting out a remark. "I told you I would make you get relegated." Alali said nothing, clenching his fists tightly. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded again. IFK Trelleborg kicked off from the center circle. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded once more. The IFK Trelleborg kicked off from the center circle. The ball was gently passed to Alali, and the high pressing from Vastras was instantly upon him. Marcus lunged at Alali like a hungry wolf. Alali remained calm, using his body to lean against Marcus, deftly pulling and flicking the ball, slipping it through Marcus' legs, separating ball from man. A simple yet humiliating maneuver. Having sidestepped Marcus, Alali did not even glance back, delivering a diagonal long pass straight to an unmarked space on the left flank. Guyanan awaited there. The ball seemed to have eyes sailing over the heads of two Vastras players and landing precisely at Guyanen's feet. The dribbling master badge activated silently. Upon receiving the ball, Guyanen did not pause for even a moment, his body smoothly cutting inward. As the right back from Vastras closed in, he deftly changed rhythm, leaving him behind. Another midfielder rushed in to support, but Guyanen nudged the ball outward with his left foot, then quickly pulled it back with his right, executing a nutmeg and bypassing yet another defender. He looked up, seeing Yensi from the front line making a run. With a lofted through ball, the ball slightly spinning sailed over the entire Vastras backline. This was a golden opportunity for a unknown. Yensi controlled the ball with his chest facing the advancing goalkeeper. He lifted his foot to shoot. However, the shot was weak and too straight. The Vastras goalkeeper hardly moved, easily gathering the ball into his arms. On the sidelines, Sangar watched this scene, painfully clutching his head. This was the only decent attack for IFK Trelleborg in the first half. On domestic forums, the youth with the noodle hairstyle quickly captured the gif of Guyanen's dribble and pass. What a dribble! What a pass! World class! What a pity! If only we had a reliable striker, it would have been a goal. Gu did his best, but his teammate Huaxiao was lacking. The subsequent match completely fell into Vastras rhythm. IFK Trelleborg retreated entirely, exhausted from the relentless pace. The 43rd minute. A Vastras winger crossed from the right, the ball flying towards the penalty area. Inside the box, Marcus was sandwiched between two defenders, yet he stood firm like an immovable mountain. He controlled the ball steadily with his chest, as if it were glued to his foot. Immediately he executed a lightning-fast turn, and before the defenders could react, he unleashed a powerful shot. The football rocketed like a cannonball towards the far corner of the goal. The goalkeeper had no response. After scoring, Makusi strode straight to the camera by the corner flag. He extended his right hand and made a deliberate downward gesture toward the lens. He was signaling IFK Li Bao's relegation. The halftime whistle blew at that instant. The locker room fell deathly silent. Sang Jia kicked over the crate of sports drinks. Colorful bottles skittered and rolled across the floor. God damn it. What kind of rubbish are you playing? Sang Jia's roar forced everyone to bow their heads. Where is the pressing? Where is the defending? Letting them calmly turn and shoot inside the box. Are you all wooden posts? He jabbed a finger at the small television on the wall, which showed scores from the other matches. All of our survival rivals are ahead, damn it. Only us, like a flock of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. He panted, his salt and pepper beard trembled with each word. 45 minutes left. Even if we cannot win, we will drive that damned Wasite Lassie mad. Let them know that if they want to step on us to celebrate, they will leave with some teeth knocked out. He strode over to Guyanen. Gu, in the second half, we need you to tear their defense open. If you see a chance, take it yourself. Sang Jia had completely lost faith in Yensi. He did not name him directly, merely cast a cold glance in his direction. Yensi, run for me. Use your pressing to force them into mistakes. He scanned the room, and his tone softened a little. Pull yourselves together. For this club. For the dozens of supporters who traveled to stand on that terrace. Anyone else want to speak? Guyanen raised his hand. Gu, you speak. Guyanen said nothing. He simply reached out his right hand, opened his palm, and placed it in the center of the lock. For Lucasi. 5 words spoken softly, yet they struck each man like a hammer blow. Everyone froze. Alili was the first to react. He stepped forward and slammed his hand hard atop Guyanen's. For one by one, the others moved in. The players gathered round, palms stacking upon palms, until they formed a small mountain of hands. For Lucasi, a flame was kindled in every chest. The second half began, and the players returned to the pitch. Makusi sauntered up to Alili with a mocking smile. Not giving up. Alili did not so much as glance at him. He walked past and kept going. To such a man, indifference was the sharpest rebuke. The whistle sounded. IFK Li Bao looked like a different. Every run became urgent and purposeful. The intensity of their pressing leapt up a notch. Wasite Lassi plainly had not expected it. The 49th minute. Alili collected the ball in midfield. He fed it to Guyanen and immediately surged forward. Gu did not take a touch. He clipped it with his heel in a perfect wall pass. Alili burst through Wasite Lassi's first defensive line and instantly switched the play to the right. Demian sprinted forward and drove the ball to the byline. He lifted his head to scan the center. Yensi's positioning remained flawed. Yet another gap had opened. Demian decisively chose a reverse diagonal cutback pass. Alili galloped onto the space and met the ball without hesitation. Without any adjustment, he lashed a first. The ball hit the net. Alili did not celebrate. He rushed into the goal shouting at Yensi, hurry, get the ball. Marcus in the front line was furious, bellowing at his defense. What are you doing? Sangalii clapped vigorously on the sidelines, extremely pleased with his disciple's performance. Guyanen and Alili high-fived. Good play. Thanks to your wall pass, we wouldn't have broken through otherwise, Alili gasped. Keep it up. Keep it up. The forum was buzzing. Guyanen's assist was so artistic. This goal owes half of its credit to Guyanen. The match continued. Marcus was clearly enraged. He began to act unilaterally, ignoring better-positioned teammates multiple times, choosing to force his way through alone, and then taking a shot. The result was either being blocked by defenders or sending the ball directly into the stands. He gradually became agitated. In the 60th minute, Marcus received the ball in midfield, disregarding his teammates' calls once again, choosing to carry it forward himself. At that moment, a figure swiftly slid in from his side. It was Guyanen. He seized the opportunity with a clean and precise tackle, expertly stealing the ball from underneath Marcus. The ball rolled to Alali's feet. The furious Marcus turned to reclaim the ball from Alali. But Alali did not stop the ball, sending it forward with a single touch. Guyanen leaped off the ground to receive the pass, carrying the ball forward. The dribbling master was activated once again. He moved like the wind, feinting past the first defender, then split the ball from his opponent and evaded the second. Yen-Si was clever this time, his movement drawing away his center back, opening up a vast space for Guyanen. On the sidelines, Sangalii muttered to himself instinctively, "Take the shot." Guyanen took a step to the right, adjusted his footing, and lifted his left foot. The curl shot master badge shone brightly. He curled the ball. The ball traced a remarkably beautiful arc in the air, bypassing the goalkeeper's desperate fingertips and nestling into the corner of the net. Goal. IFK Trelleborg equalized the score. Yet it was far too early for jubilation. Every second counted in their desperate fight to avoid relegation. Guyanen sprinted into the goal, scooped up the ball, and dashed back toward the center circle. His teammates rushed over, slapping his hands and ruffling his hair in exultation. Brilliant work. From the stands, Richard jotted down data with palpable excitement, then leaned in and whispered to Jerry, "Jerry, we may truly have discovered a remarkably promising talent." Online forums erupted in frenzy. A user nicknamed Instant Noodle Hair practically roared as he hammered out on his keyboard a world-class strike. Dribbled past two defenders. A thunderous shot into the unreachable corner. Guyanen is extraordinary. In classrooms across the city, students leapt from their seats, roaring Guyanen's name. Christina flushed crimson with exhilaration, frantically snapping photos of the screen. Inside the stadium, thousands of home fans fell utterly silent. In the away supporters section, however, those few dozen fans unleashed a deafening tidal roar. Gu, gu, gu. A young Chinese student studying in Sweden waved a vibrant 5-star red flag with unrestrained fervor. At that moment, Marcus's expression twisted into seething fury. Guyanen jogged past him, cradling the ball, and murmured coolly, "Thank you for your generous gift of the ball." 2 consecutive victories. Marcus' muscles suddenly tensed. He heard it. That light-hearted thank you pierced through his most sensitive nerve like a needle. Beep. The match restarted. As the ball rolled to Marcus' feet, he went wild, ignoring his teammates' calls for support, and charged forward. He aimed to tear apart the defense of IFK Trelleborg all by himself. However, what awaited him was the iron wall formed by Kovacic and another defensive midfielder. Just as he intended to forcefully change direction, the two closed in on him, and the ball was cleanly intercepted. Pass the ball. Marcus. The winger from Vastervik angrily waved from an open position. On the sidelines, Vastervik's head coach had a grim expression, shouting something at the substitutes, but ultimately, he did not substitute Marcus. He was the team's only breakout player, their only hope. Marcus charged across the field like an enraged bull, repeatedly opting to go solo. The result was either losing possession or shooting directly into the stands. He had completely lost his composure. In the 70th minute, IFK Trelleborg launched another counterattack. Alerly passed the ball to Guyanen in midfield. The brilliance of the dribbling master shone brightly once again. Guyanen received the ball, his feints and changes in rhythm, like a butterfly flitting through flowers, effortlessly evaded the grasp of 2 defenders. His vision was incredibly expansive. Yen-Si, that forward who had always been criticized by him, was now sprinting forward with all his might, finding a fleeting gap. Now's the time. Guyanen's right foot struck the ball with the outside of his foot, delivering a pass as precise as a scalpel. The ball pierced through the last line of defense, rolling into Yen-Si's path. Another clear chance. Yen-Si watched the ball roll towards him, saw the goalkeeper charging out, and a memory of his weak shot in the first half flashed through his mind. He hesitated no longer. Meeting the ball, he took a direct shot. The football skimmed along the grass, rolling towards the far corner of the goal. It's in. After scoring, Yen-Si did not rush to the corner flag to celebrate. He turned around and dashed towards Guyanen, embracing him tightly. The man, standing at over 1.8 meters tall, was now in tears. "Thank you. Thank you for believing in me." His teammates surged forward, surrounding the two. In the stands, the Swedish Liosi trembled with excitement. Gripping the national flag in both hands, he threw it high into the air, the vibrant red creating a beautiful arc. The forum had gone completely wild. The young man with noodle hair was so excited that his hands were trembling as he typed out a title with all his might. Amazing. Guyanin with 1 assist and 1 goal. What a performance. Damn, that's a king-level pass. With this performance, he could easily play in the top 5 leagues. It's too early to celebrate. The match isn't over yet. Vasteras was pushed to the edge of a cliff. Their rivals in the championship were only 2 points behind, and they could not afford to lose. They began a frenzied counterattack. In the 78th minute, Marcus received the ball in the penalty area, backing into Kovacic as he forcibly turned. The 2 entangled arms caused Marcus to fall to the ground. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded, pointing towards the penalty spot. Penalty. The Hitachi Energy Arena erupted in cheers. The players of IFK Trelleborg rushed towards the referee, arguing excitedly. That's a dive. He fell on his own. On the sidelines, Sangar was furious, shouting at the 4th official, nearly charging onto the field. But the decision could not be changed. Marcus got up from the ground, brushed off the grass from his body, and wore a faint smirk as he walked towards the penalty spot. He picked up the ball and placed it down. He took a few steps back, glancing at the goalkeeper in front of the goal, and then stealing a glance at anomaly and Guyanin nearby. Just go down to relegation, you trash. He began his rune-up shooting. The ball rocketed towards the left side of the goal like a cannonball. The goalkeeper guessed the right direction. He dove desperately. Fingertips. His fingertips grazed the ball. The ball's trajectory shifted slightly, crashing heavily against the post and bouncing out. It's been saved. Marcus held his head, his knees going weak as he knelt on the grass. He couldn't believe it. In the 85th minute, Vasteras pushed forward with all their might, leaving only 1 defender at the back. The corner kick was taken, but IFK Trelleborg's defender headed it away. The ball fell towards the midfield. Guyanin accurately judged the landing spot, intercepting the ball before anyone else. Ahead of him lay an open field of grass. He charged forward. He sprinted with the ball as the last defender of Vasteras desperately rushed towards him. Just as the 2 were about to collide, Guyanin flicked the ball outward with his left foot while leaning inward. The defender was completely deceived by this feint, losing his balance and tumbling to the ground. A replica. Messi over Boateng. Unknown. Guyanin faced the goalkeeper alone. Everyone thought he would shoot, but he did not. He calmly glanced to the right, where Damien had caught up. A horizontal pass. Damien faced the open goal and easily shot. The match ended in tragedy. Goal. Sangar was wildly pumping his fists on the sidelines. The players of IFK Trelleborg could no longer contain their excitement, rushing onto the field like madmen, piling on top of Guyanin and Damien. In the stands, the home team's fans began to leave in droves. Only a handful of away team fans continued to shout tirelessly. Goo, goo, goo. In the final moments of the match, Marcus, in a pointless struggle, caught up with the already passed Guyanin. His foot came down hard on Guyanin's ankle. Guyanin let out a cry of pain and fell to the ground. Ali rushed over first, pushing Marcus away. Players from both sides immediately became entangled, creating chaos on the field. The main referee dashed into the crowd. Without hesitation, he showed a bright red card directly to Marcus. Marcus was sent off. As he left the field, he passed by the fallen Guyanin, pausing briefly. You will still be relegated. Guyanin, propping himself up, looked at him coldly. Those who lose should keep their mouths shut. Beep, beep, beep. The final whistle blew. IFK Trelleborg defeated the league leaders 42. Sangar and the coaching staff rushed onto the field, embracing each player. In the stands, Richard closed his notebook and said to Jerry, prepare a formal offer and send it directly to IFK Trelleborg. In the away fan section, the fans were already going wild. A Swedish fan raised a national flag, shouting, Guyanin is amazing. The fans of IFK Trelleborg followed suit, chanting, Guyanin is amazing. After the match, Guyanin was pushed to the front of the team by Ali, receiving applause from the fans alone. Guyanin felt a bit embarrassed. Shyly lowering his head, everything was captured and uploaded to the forum by the Swedish fan. The fan shouted, Guyanin, I want your jersey. Guyanin stepped forward, took off his jersey, and threw it to him, thanking him to cheer himself. The Swedish fan immediately posted the jersey on the forum, drawing admiration from other forum members. At the post-match press conference, a reporter asked the head coach of Vasteras, what do you think of IFK Trelleborg player Guyanin? The head coach admitted at the press conference that young man from Huaxia showed the potential of a top player. Sangar was also asked about it. Sangar stated, Guyanin proved that he deserves a bigger stage. In the locker room, teammates were excitedly throwing Guyanin into the air repeatedly. Sangar waved his hand, announcing that the whole team would go to the best restaurant in the city tonight. He was treating. Amidst the celebration, no one noticed the fleeting pain on Guyanin's face each time he landed. Back at the hotel, Guyanin locked the door, took off his cleats and socks. His ankle had already swollen to a remarkable curvature. Guyanin received a call from Christina. A concerned voice came through the line. I saw you limping a bit at the end. Don't push yourself. You've always been like this since childhood. Guyanin felt warmth in his heart as he replied, It's nothing, just a small issue. But he frowned at his swollen ankle. Go see the team doctor, alright. Gu Yanin's face flushed. Got it. Alright, you should rest early, you must. Christina's gentle voice washed away Gu Yanin's fatigue. Okay, you too. Bye. Just as Gu Yanin was about to hang up, Christina's voice came through again. By the way, you were amazing today. Beep, beep, beep. After saying this, Christina tossed her phone away and buried her face in the pillow. Gu Yanin stood there holding the phone, mumbling to himself, I was amazing. He pressed the ice pack against his ankle, the bone-chilling cold seeping through his skin into his marrow. The phone screen lit up, revealing a video call from Lucas. The moment the call connected, Lucas' enlarged face filled the screen, twisted with excitement. Awesome, brother. Awesome. That incredible dribble. That through ball. And that shot on goal. Absolutely amazing. If I were there, I would have enjoyed that assist. Gu Yanin tugged at the corner of his mouth, forcing a smile. Take good care of yourself. Wait for your return. On the other end of the call, Lucas' voice suddenly stuttered, and after a brief silence, he replied, Sure, no problem. Wait for me. After some casual chat, Lucas advised him to rest early, and then hung up. Gu Yanin looked at his swollen ankle, which resembled a steamed bun, and carefully moved to the bed, trying to avoid putting pressure on it again. He had intended to call the team doctor. However, during the team dinner, the old man in his 50s had been drinking heavily, his face flushed, stumbling as he walked. Better wait until tomorrow morning. Pain surged through him in waves, and amidst the intermittent stinging, he slowly drifted off to sleep. In the distant fog city, a young man with a noodle-like hairstyle, his eyes bloodshot, excitedly hammered away at his keyboard. He edited all the highlights of Gu Yanin's match into a montage and posted it on Dole. He even borrowed 1,000 yuan from Huahua, investing it all into Lejia. The video spread like a virus, sweeping through all football fans on the short video platform. An hour later, the likes exceeded 10,000. The comments section was filled with praise. Is this really a player from Huaxia? Even in the Swedish league, his performance is top-notch. This dribble, this shot, this vision. Amazing. Not only does he play well, but he's also handsome. However, soon the harsh voices started flooding in. Is this it? The highlights are more impressive than the gameplay. Oh, every assist and shot relies on luck. I could do it too if I were in. The dribbling looks flashy, but he loses the ball in confrontations. Only an editor would lift him up like this. The editor worked hard, cutting out all the mistakes, leaving only the highlights. He's really good at flattering. The noodle-haired youth trembled with anger and immediately engaged in online arguments. You guys haven't even watched the match and are just rambling. Without Gu Yanin, IFK Trelleborg would definitely lose 2 consecutive games. 2 games, 3 goals, and 1 assist. What else do I need to prove? Half an hour later, he fell silent. He realized that these critics could always find all sorts of angles to attack. This is the environment of Huaxia football. He had lost. The next day, Gu Yanin woke up to pain. He tried to get out of bed, but as soon as his ankle touched the ground, excruciating pain nearly brought him to his knees. He immediately dialed the team doctor's number. Soon the doctor arrived, accompanied by Sangar. The coach did not want any issues with the core player he had just discovered. The team doctor squatted down, carefully examined Gu Yanin's ankle, then stood up and shook his head. It might be a ligament injury. You must go to the hospital. Gu Yanin's heart sank. Sangar's expression also darkened. The team bus had to return to Trelleborg first. Sangar and assistant coach Kike agreed that the whole team should leave first, while Kike and the team doctor would take Gu Yanin to the local hospital in Vastervik. After a series of examinations, the diagnosis results came out. Soft tissue contusion of the ankle joint combined with mild ligament damage. The doctor fitted Gu Yanin's ankle with a heavy protective brace and handed him a pair of metal crutches. It was unclear who took a photo. Soon a picture of Gu Yanin using crutches to leave the hospital appeared on Swedish football forums. The media and fans erupted. Sweden Football News: IFK Trelleborg's new core Gu Yanin, suspected of serious injury, may miss the last 2 crucial relegation matches. Yak Sports: 2 games, 3 goals, and 1 assist. The 17-year-old superstar may be out for the season. IFK Trelleborg sounds the relegation alarm. On IFK Trelleborg's fan forum, countless people flooded the club's official account. No way. Please don't let anything happen. We just got a new car. Damn. Without Gu, won't the attacking line become constipated again? Half an hour later, IFK Trelleborg's official account finally released a statement. Injury announcement: Gu Yanin during the match against Vastervik. Gu Yanin injured his ankle during a tackle. After examination, he was diagnosed with soft tissue contusion of the ankle joint combined with mild ligament damage. The player has entered the rehabilitation phase and is expected to be sidelined for 2 weeks, with return timing to be announced based on recovery status. Wishing you a speedy recovery and a return to the field. IFK Trelleborg Gu Yanin injury update. The comments section was filled with sorrow. The sky has fallen. 2 weeks. That means missing the last 2 matches. It's over. Completely over. Get well soon, Gu. On the way back, Guyanin remained silent. The team doctor had just told him that even if he recovered well, it would be nearly impossible to make it back for the last match. How could this happen? The team had not yet confirmed their safety. The promises to Lucas, the promise to old Eric. He had not fulfilled them, and he had already fallen. A surge of nameless anger ignited within him, and Guyanin suddenly punched the window frame. Kike, who was driving, was startled, and then slowed down, patting him on the back. Injuries are normal in the world of football. What if a miracle happens? Recover positively. Guyanin nodded and fell silent. At 7 in the evening, the car slowly stopped in front of Guyanin's apartment. Christina was pacing anxiously under the streetlight. Kike helped Guyanin out of the car. Seeing Christina, Guyanin was taken aback. What are you doing here? Christina shook the phone in her hand, pouting. That requires someone's phone to be charged first. Guyanin instinctively took out his phone. The screen was pitch black with a red lightning bolt symbol appearing in the center. He awkwardly scratched his head. Sorry about that. Kike and another staff member helped Guyanin into the room and then left. Christina expertly walked into the kitchen and heated a thermal container in the microwave. I had Aunt Jo stew some bone soup for you. Drink plenty, it helps with recovery. Guyanin leaned on his crutches, sitting at the dining table like a child who had done something wrong, nodding repeatedly. 10 minutes later, a steaming bowl of bone soup, glistening with oil, was placed in front of him, containing several pieces of meat on the bones. He picked up the spoon and took a sip, instantly scalding his tongue. Take it slow. Christina hurriedly handed him a bottle of water. She quietly watched Guyanin finish the entire bowl of soup. I can see you're not in a good mood, Christina said. Is it because you can't play in the next 2 matches? Worried about the team being relegated? Worried about not fulfilling your father's and Lucas' wishes? Guyanin silently nodded. You need to trust your teammates, Christina continued, and also trust the physiotherapist and me. Guyanin raised his head, suddenly feeling something was off about her words. You? Christina pouted, pulling out a book from her backpack. The cover bore a line of Swedish text, The Comprehensive Guide to Physiotherapy for Football Players. I took a look, and it's not that difficult. She slammed the book on the table, wearing an incredibly confident expression. From now on, just rest well and trust me. Guyanin looked at this confident and adorable girl in front of him, and the tense nerves of the day suddenly relaxed, breaking into a gentle smile. In the days that followed, it was as if the fast-forward button had been pressed. Early the next morning, the team doctor and the rehabilitation therapist arrived on schedule, equipped with professional equipment to begin systematic rehabilitation therapy for Guyanin. Ice packs, compression, and gentle massage techniques were employed to promote blood circulation. However, the core medical advice was summed up in one word: rest. Guyanin's ankle was tightly immobilized, leaving him with little choice but to lie down or sit for most of the time. In the evening after school, Christina would arrive punctually. She was like a diligent little nurse. However, this nurse seemed somewhat inexperienced in her duties. She spread open the book, The Great Guide to Physiotherapy for Football Players, beside her, holding one hand on the book while the other pressed near Guyanin's ankle. Hey, the book says to press this acupoint. Is it here? She mumbled as she searched. Oh, it seems like this is the right pressure. Is it like this? Guyanin watched her awkward yet earnest demeanor, and the tension in his nerves relaxed as he couldn't help but laugh. Christina paused her movements, looking up just in time to meet his smiling face. What are you laughing at? She said, somewhat annoyed. It's nothing, you can continue, Guyanin replied. Christina, not convinced, lowered her head to continue her research, but soon got stuck again. She couldn't match the massage technique demonstrated in the book with the written description. Guyanin, unable to watch any longer, pointed it out. For this position, use the pad of your thumb, applying pressure from light to heavy. Christina paused for a moment, tried it as he guided her, and indeed found it much smoother. She curiously lifted her head and asked, How do you know this? The team doctor did it this way this morning, Guyanin replied honestly. Christina's movements halted and a hint of disappointment flashed across her small face. Do you think him very dumb? Not at all. Guyanin quickly shook his head, his survival instincts kicking in. You can continue, Bim, just your little test subject. Christina clenched her small fist and waved it at him. My. Guyanin quickly corrected himself. I mean the patient. This warm yet somewhat amusing rehabilitation time lasted for a week. Soon the penultimate match day arrived. IFK Trelleborg faced off against Falkenberg, who was ranked 5th. Guyanin did not travel with the team to the away game. He wore loose home clothes, sitting on the sofa in his apartment with the television in front of him broadcasting the live match. Christina was also there beside him. Currently, IFK Trelleborg was only 2 points above the relegation playoff zone, making this match equally crucial. However, the injury list displayed at the bottom of the screen was disheartening. Including Lucas and Guyanin, IFK Trelleborg's injury list had risen to 9 players. On Swedish football forums, fans had already begun to voice their opinions. What kind of luck is this for Sangar? Half the team is injured. How can they avoid relegation like this? Even God would shake his head at this. To stabilize the morale, veteran Eric unusually spoke out through the media, promising all fans that as long as the team can successfully avoid relegation this season, he would make substantial investments next season, aiming not only to upgrade the club's training facilities, but also to target promotion to the Allsvenskan. However, distant water cannot quench nearby thirst. The match had already passed the halftime mark. The score displayed on the television screen was a glaring 20. IFK Trelleborg was utterly powerless. Without Guyanin in the front line to hold the ball, break through, and orchestrate plays, the team's offense had once again become stagnant. Anomaly was closely marked by the opponents, unable to make a calm pass. The forward Yinsi had reverted to the state of merely running around aimlessly. Throughout the first half, IFK Trelleborg had 0 shots on goal. Guyanin watched the television screen, anxious and fidgeting, tightly clenching his fists. As the second half began, there was no improvement in the situation. In the 70th minute, Falkenberg broke through IFK Trelleborg's goal once again through a counterattack. In the 82nd minute, Falkenberg earned a corner kick and the center-back headed the ball into the net. Guyanin suddenly stood up from the sofa, the sharp pain in his ankle causing him to grunt and nearly fall. He couldn't pay attention to that, his eyes fixed on the screen. The whistles signaling the end of the match sounded. IFK Trelleborg suffered a complete defeat, losing 0-4 on the road. Meanwhile, on another field, their relegation rival, Örebro, defeated their opponent 21, surpassing them in points. IFK Trelleborg, with only 1 round left in the league, fell back into the relegation playoff zone. The camera's lens swept across the faces of every IFK Trelleborg player. Anomaly stood with his hands on his hips, letting out a long sigh. Yensi knelt on the grass, covering his head with his jersey. The expression on Kovac's face was filled with disappointment and unwillingness. Guyanin picked up the remote control and turned off the television. The room fell silent. He let out a long sigh. "There's still a chance," Christina said, coming over and gently patting his back in comfort. "There's one last match left. You should recover well, and you will definitely make it." Guyanin nodded and sat back down. The post-match press conference. Sangar was besieged by numerous reporters, with cameras flashing the brightness, almost blinding him. A reporter was the first to strike. Coach Sangare, after the 40-crushing defeat to Falkenberg, the team completely collapsed on both offensive and defensive ends today. "Do you believe this is a tactical error or a problem with the players' attitude?" Sangar stroked his graying beard, his face full of fatigue. "The responsibility for the loss lies with me. The team's overall performance today was poor, and we will go back to reflect on it." Another reporter quickly followed up with a sharper question. "With the injuries of 2 rookies, Lucas and Guyanin, both outstanding in their debut, does this indicate a clear problem with your player selection and training intensity prior to the match?" Sangar frowned. "The injuries to Lucas and Gu have had a significant impact on us. This was caused by the high intensity of the match and unexpected confrontations. We will enhance protection for our players." He shifted his tone, his voice growing colder. "However, certain actions that lack professional ethics should not occur on the football field." A reporter seized the critical point and immediately pressed on. "Are you referring to Gus' injury? Do you believe that Marcus from Basteras intentionally harmed him?" Sangar did not answer directly, only coughing lightly. Another reporter stood up, targeting the crux. Guyanin scored 3 goals and provided an assist in his first 2 matches, leading the team to 2 consecutive victories. Today, with his absence, the team suffered such a heavy defeat. Does this indicate that your tactics completely depend on him? Without him, this team cannot play. This question silenced the room instantly. Sangar remained silent for a few seconds. "Gu is very important to the team, but football is a team sport. We cannot attribute the loss solely to one person's absence. The last round is a life-and-death battle. Do you have a plan B? Who do you intend to rely on to solve the offensive issues?" "I will discuss strategies carefully with my coaching staff." After finishing, Sangar stood up and left the press conference, not giving reporters any opportunity for further questions. The comments section under the battle report posted by IFK Trelleborg had long been overwhelmed. With Guyanin injured, the team has reverted to its original form. The offense is completely paralyzed. What else can Sangar do besides cling to Gu? If this continues, relegation is certain. The 40 disaster left me numb. Without Guyanin, there were hardly any decent shots, and the coach's adjustments during the match were 0. I thought we were going to take off after 2 consecutive victories, but one match brought us back to square one. Without a core player, the team collapses completely, and the coaching staff has no plan B. Relegation is not far off. Gushin, can Gushin return for the next game? Please. I don't want to see the team relegated. Christina quickly scrolled through her phone screen, reading these comments to Guyanin one by one. "Look, the fans are eagerly anticipating your return." She held the phone up to him. Guyanin looked at the anxious words and remained silent. Unable to do rehabilitation training for his lower body, he began to frantically practice upper body strength. He pushed himself up from the sofa, leaning on a crutch, and made his way to the dumbbells in the corner. "Then I must work hard to recover." Every day that followed felt like a race against time. During the day, the team doctor arrived punctually, using professional instruments and techniques for therapy. Ice packs, compression bandages, electrical stimulation. Every possible method was employed. The team doctor assessed his recovery progress meticulously each day, but the conclusion remained unchanged. Your recovery speed is already quite fast, but the ligaments need time. You won't make it for the last match. Guyon simply nodded, not disputing. In the evenings, Christina became his exclusive therapist. From initially being clumsy, she had now become skilled at locating acupoints and applying the right pressure during massages. Every day, he would secretly test his ankle. From being unable to stand at first, he could now barely bear his body weight. But even a slight movement would send tearing pain deep from his ankle. Time was running out. 3 days before the final round of matches. Swedish sports media was flooded with negative news about IFK Trelleborg. The morale is in disarray. Multiple players have been reported to be in contact with other clubs. The training match was a disastrous loss to the reserve team. Has Sangaria's team already given up? On the training field, Sangaria watched as the first team players were overwhelmed by the reserve team youngsters and ultimately lost the intra-squad training match. Furious, he slammed the tactics board onto the ground, scattering plastic shards everywhere. The final round would be a home match against Kalmar. They were second in the league, just 1 point behind the top spot, fighting for the championship. While they had to fight relegation, they also had to contend for the championship. It was a war that no one could afford to lose. That night, the doorbell of Guyon's apartment rang. Opening the door, Sangaria stood outside, exhausted and reeking of alcohol, his grizzled beard in disarray. "Coach." Guyon was somewhat surprised. Sangaria walked into the room and plopped down onto the sofa, rubbing his face vigorously. "It's over, Gu. It's all over," he murmured. "The team's morale has hit rock bottom. This afternoon, I saw at least 3 agents outside the training ground. Those guys are already looking for an escape route for relegation." Guyon silently poured him a glass of water. Sangaria did not take it. He lifted his bloodshot eyes to look at Guyon. "Gu, I need you." "Coach," the team doctor said. "I'm not asking you to play." Sangaria interrupted him, his voice laced with a hint of pleading. "In the final round, just sit on the bench, all right? Let them see you. Let them know you're still fighting alongside them. The team needs this." Guyon looked at the almost desperate expression on the coach's face, and something inside him was touched. He nodded. "All right." Sangaria breathed a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. He stood up, patted Guyon on the shoulder, said nothing, and turned to leave. Guyon closed the door and returned to the living room. Sitting on the bench. Being a mascot? No. He walked to the wall and removed the heavy protection from his ankle. What he wanted had never been to watch from the sidelines. It was late at night. In Guyon's room, he began to perform risky recovery movements away from everyone's gaze. Standing on one foot, rising onto his toes, and even attempting slight jumps. With each movement, his ankle protested with excruciating pain, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. But he gritted his teeth again and again. "What are you doing?" The door suddenly burst open, and Christina stood at the threshold carrying a thermal container. The thermal container fell to the ground with a clatter, spilling bone broth everywhere. She rushed over, seeing Guyon's pained expression twisted in agony, and tears immediately flowed. "Are you crazy? Do you want to ruin your leg?" "I'm fine." Guyon leaned against the wall, panting heavily. "The team doctor said you can't do this." Christina cried. "You'll worsen the injury." "If the team gets relegated," Guyon turned to look at her. "What about Uncle's hard work, Lucas's sacrifice, and those fans who support us? What then?" Christina was at a loss for words. She looked at his stubborn profile, her lips moved, but no words came out. She suddenly turned and ran out. Guyon reached out, wanting to call Christina back, but he couldn't utter a single word. The day before the match, Guyon's phone rang, but it was Lucas' video call. On the screen, Lucas looked somewhat pale, but still in good spirits. "Bro, how's your recovery going?" "It's all right." "Not so good." Lucas forced a smile. "The doctor said my recovery progress is slower than expected." A brief silence. Lucas suddenly grinned. "Bro, it all depends on you to stay up. I'm in the hospital waiting for your good news." "No problem, don't worry." After hanging up, Guyon stood up again. He slowly walked a few steps in the room before attempting to jog and change directions. His ankle still hurt a lot, but the tearing sensation seemed to have lessened somewhat. He could fight. He made his decision. The next day, the last training session before the match. Outside Guyon's apartment door, Christina stood there, her eyes red. "Hi." She said nothing, just pressed a small silver pendant threaded with a red string into Guyon's hand. "This is the amulet my grandmother left for me." She looked up, gazing at him earnestly. "You must take care of yourself. The outcome of the match doesn't matter, just protect your leg." Guyon tightly grasped the amulet in his palm, nodding solemnly. "I promise." When Guyon appeared in training gear at the edge of the training field, everyone stopped their actions. The entire training ground fell silent. Anomaly was the first to come over, scrutinizing Guyon from head to toe, his brows knitted tightly. "It's great to see you. But is your foot really okay?" Guyan smiled and moved his ankle. Don't worry, I'll fight alongside you all until the end. Guyanin smiled and moved his ankle slightly. Don't worry, I will fight alongside you until the very end. He spoke lightly, but only he knew that with every movement a protest like needles pierced deep within his ankle. He dared not make any forceful movements, merely following the team in the simplest passing drills and jogging. Even so, beads of sweat quickly formed on his forehead. The teammates all noticed. The young man from Huaxia, who had been unstoppable in the previous matches, now limped even during the simplest of runs. Yet he did not stop or complain. An invisible flame ignited in everyone's hearts. Even an injured player was giving their all. What reason did these healthy individuals have to hold back? The atmosphere on the training ground visibly changed. Tackles became fiercer, sprints more vigorous, and every confrontation was fought with utmost effort. The team doctor stood on the sidelines, anxious and pacing. He quickly walked over to Sangare, lowering his voice. Coach, he can't do this. This will worsen his injury and could even lead to permanent damage. Sangar's gaze did not leave the field. He observed the renewed spirit and responded in a deep voice. I understand, but look at them. The doctor looked in the direction he pointed and was instantly left speechless. The team's stagnant morale had come alive. In Guyanin's mind, the system's warning sound kept ringing. Warning, ligament tissue is under excessive stress. There is a risk of worsening the injury. He ignored it. System, is there any way for me to get on the field? Detection indicates that the host's current physical condition cannot support high-intensity matches. As expected, it was not possible. But the system's tone shifted. The Hagi template provides a certain level of pain relief and state enhancement effects which can be activated for a short time. Detected that the difficulty of the IFK Trelleborg relegation task has increased. Task rewards upgraded. Task helped the team successfully avoid relegation. Rewards: 1. Upgrade of Hagi template level. 2. 1 additional template lottery chance. An extra template lottery. Guyanin's heart skipped a beat. As long as he could get on the field, even if it was only for the last 10 minutes, there was still a chance. Training ended. Sangar blew the whistle, gathering all the players at the center circle. Brothers, come closer. His voice was hoarse, but carried an undeniable strength. Keep your eyes on me and straighten your backs. This season has been tough. Many injuries. Lucas is out for the season, but his fighting spirit must be carried by us today. Guyanin is training with an injury. He hasn't backed down, and neither can any of you. Alali negotiated with the Wolves to stay for half the season to help us. Your performance must honor him. Tomorrow we face the second team in the league. The outside world says we've just lost 40, that our morale has collapsed, and there's no hope. Good. Let them say that. We are going to play this second-place team with our injuries, our pain, and our determination. Remember, we are not here to run alongside. We are here to seize points, to make them remember the name IFK. If Guyanin can stand on the field despite his illness, you all must run harder than he does and fight fiercer. With Lucas absent, we will use the will of 11 men to fill his position. Defense, tighten up, fight for every ball. Attack, charge forward, dare to make moves, dare to shoot, dare to brandish your swords. This battle is not for anything else, but for ourselves, for our injured brothers, for this jersey, and for those in the stands supporting us. Sangar's chest heaved violently as he scanned each player. Do you have the guts? Can you do it? Dare to take down the second team in the league? Yes. We can. We dare. The shouts were thunderous. Good. Sangar extended his hand, and everyone stacked their hands on top. Come, Ijin. Let's go. After training, Guyanin got a ride home with Kovac. The night was deep. He lay on the bed, tossing and turning. From being wrongfully accused of match-fixing in Huaxia to coming to Sweden alone, from initially avoiding football to being pulled by Christina to participate in a class match, then to Trials youth team, first team debut, first goal, and injury. Scenes flashed rapidly in his mind. And those fans cheering for him in the stands, that one waving the national flag, the Swedish Warren. Tomorrow, no matter what, he must give it his all. In distant Huaxia, the foggy city, a young man with instant noodles for hair had red eyes, his fingers flying over the keyboard as he just updated a post. Breaking news. Guyanin has participated in pre-match training, a life-or-death battle at 2 a.m. tomorrow, likely to play. As soon as the post was sent out, the comment section exploded. What the hell? Is it true? Gu Shun is making a comeback. Definitely watching. The alarm is already set. Is Gu Shun going to perform another solo rescue? So excited. The previous Swedish Warren appeared again. I have rallied all the Chinese classmates around me. At least a dozen people will be there in person tomorrow. We will bring warmth of home to Gu Shun. Below replies flooded in with awesome. At the same time, in the Netherlands, Amsterdam. In a dimly lit bar, Richard and Jerry were surrounded by empty glasses. 500,000. They only offered 500,000 euros. Richard gripped his glass, reeking of alcohol. They believe a Huaxia player isn't worth more money. He submitted a formal transfer request to the club's higher-ups along with a detailed observation report, but the response was an insulting offer. Boss, maybe. Maybe IFK Trelleborg would agree. Jerry consoled. Richard forced a bitter smile and downed his drink. He could only pray for a miracle. Sweden Trelleborg. Old Eric had just finished a multinational video conference. He rubbed his temples and opened the email sent by his assistant. The email title read Transfer Offer from Ajax Football Club. He clicked in. When he saw the number 500,000 euros, a cold smile appeared on old Eric's rugged face. He couldn't even be bothered to reply, moving the mouse to drag the email directly to the trash bin. On the other side, Guyenin sat up from bed, removing the small silver pendant from his neck and tightly squeezing it in his palm. The cold metal brought a sense of stabilizing strength. Match day. Across the entire city of Trollhättan, an atmosphere of suppressed tension and feverish anticipation hung thick in the air. Streets were markedly quieter, fewer cars, fewer pedestrians. Some local companies even granted their employees a half-day holiday to allow them time to arrive early at the stadium. 5 hours before kickoff, a black chauffeured van pulled smoothly to a stop before old Eric's villa. The door swung open and a refined Chinese couple stepped out. They were Guyenin's parents. Old Eric and Christina had been waiting at the gate. Old Eric spread his arms wide and enveloped his longtime partner and brother in a firm, heartfelt embrace. Christina stood quietly beside him, smiling sweetly as she greeted them. Uncle, Auntie, hello. Gu's father gently patted old Eric's back and asked, where's Yenin? How is he doing? He joined full team training yesterday. He'll be on the pitch today. Rest easy. Old Eric replied with characteristic bluntness. At those words, a flicker of unbidden concern crossed Christina's face, subtle, yet instantly caught by Gu's mother, whose intuition was razor-sharp. She gently took Christina's hand and asked softly but earnestly, Tina, what's wrong? Is there something you're keeping from us? After a moment's hesitation, Christina finally confessed everything: how Guyenin had forced himself back into training despite his ankle injury remaining far from healed. The air in the living room turned instantly heavy. Both Gu's father and mother wore deep lines of worry across their faces. 2 hours before kickoff, outside Vångavaalen Stadium, crowds surged like a restless sea. Amid a vast ocean of blue, a cluster of red-clad Chinese fans stood out vividly. Some draped themselves in the 5-star red flag, others wore vintage kits of the Chinese national team, long since retired from circulation. Swedish local fans nearby immediately recognized the flag's meaning and responded with warm, friendly thumbs-up, calling out in halting, earnest pronunciation, Gu. The Chinese fans waved back enthusiastically. Amid a tide of cheering supporters, the team bus slowly wound its way into the stadium tunnel. Through the window, countless faces gazed back, flushed with excitement, brimming with hope, even pleading. Give it everything. Don't give up. Go on, fight. The players disembarked one by one, those cries striking their hearts like war drums. In the locker room, Sangare raised his tactical board and announced the final starting lineup. Forward Yancy. Defensive midfielder Alali. Guyenin substitute. This decision came as no surprise. The team physician had reiterated sternly if he played at all, it would be for no more than 20 minutes. And not a second longer. Almost simultaneously, IFK Trollhättan's official social media account released the matchday squad list. When fans spotted Guyenin's name among the substitutes, the comment section erupted instantly. I'm crying. I can't believe he's made a last-minute comeback. I suffered the same injury as Gu. I needed 2 full months to recover. Gu, legendary. Go all out. In the VIP box, Guyenin's parents sat shoulder to shoulder with Christina and old Eric. Soon after, IFK Trollhättan's players emerged from the tunnel and began their warm-up drills on the pitch. At the sight of her son's familiar figure stepping once more onto the emerald grass, Gu's mother's eyes instantly welled with tears. She pressed a hand to her mouth, stifling the sob that threatened to rise. From false accusations of match-fixing to exile abroad, how much courage had it taken for this young man to stand again upon this very field? Beside her, Christina gently rubbed Gu's mother's back. On the pitch, Guyenin performed only the most basic stretches and light jogging. Yet a faint, persistent ache pulsed through his ankle. He bent down repeatedly to rub the joint. Then, cutting sharply through the ambient roar, a clear, unmistakable cry in Mandarin pierced the air. Go Guyenin! Go Guyenin! Instinctively, he lifted his head toward the stands. A vivid splash of red burned brightly within his field of vision. A dozen Chinese fans held aloft the 5-star red flag, shouting themselves hoarse in his support. That surge of raw, unfiltered devotion ignited a fuse. Nearby Swedish fans swept up and the fervor joined in, clumsily, joyfully chanting in broken Mandarin. Go Guyenin! Gradually the chant swelled into a thunderous, unstoppable tide sweeping across the entire Vångavaalen Stadium. Go Guyenin! Go Guyenin! Guyenin froze completely. Listening to that colossal oceanic wave of encouragement, his eyes grew steadily moist. He raised his hand, toward the Chinese supporters section, toward every fan in the stands. and clapped hard, long, and deeply grateful. In the stands, Gu's father and mother, utterly overcome, let tears stream freely down their cheeks. A Chinese student studying in Sweden captured the electrifying moment on his phone and uploaded it instantly to Tieba. Live video. The entire stadium chanting Gu Yannin. The comment section exploded. Holy hell, brothers, you're incredible. Gu the god is incredible. This sense of belonging, it's absolutely euphoric. I'm done. I'm weeping just watching this on screen. Warm-ups concluded. In the locker room, the final pre-match rally unfolded. In the Swedish Superettan's final round, all matches kicked off simultaneously. Relegation, promotion, playoffs, title contention, automatic promotion. Every suspenseful thread would be resolved today. Inside the player tunnel, the lights shone cold and stark. Gu Yannin wore a green training vest. He moved forward to stand beside anomaly, the team captain, at the front of the line. Captain, hold the line as long as you can. Wait for me. Anomaly nodded firmly, his jaw set. Gu Yannin turned and walked calmly toward the bench. Both teams assembled fully. The referee glanced at his watch. Beep. The whistle shrilled, a piercing, decisive cry. Game on. Buoyed by thousands of home supporters, IFK Trollhättan stood united, resolute. In the opening minutes, they even managed to press back league runners-up Kalmar FF. 9th minute, Yensi rose to meet a precise cross inside the box and powered a header toward goal. Clang. The ball struck the post with brutal force and ricocheted away. A collective groan rose from the crowd. But elite teams are elite for a reason. After the 15th minute, Kalmar gradually reclaimed control, and IFK Trollhättan found themselves pinned deep in their own half. 23rd minute, Kalmar's winger broke past IFK Trollhättan's right back on the flank and fired a low, dangerous cross. The goalkeeper punched it clear, but weakly, leaving the ball bouncing perilously inside the penalty area. Chaos erupted inside the box. Kalmar's center forward seized the moment amid the scramble and stabbed a shot toward goal. The ball skimmed past the far post and soared out of bounds. A gasp rippled through the stands. On the touchline, Sangare covered his face in alarm, his smartwatch flashing a warning elevated heart rate. 40th minute. Exhausted by Kalmar's relentless passing and pressing, IFK Trollhättan's defense finally cracked. Their right back was beaten again, this time by Kalmar's number 11. Center back Kovac rushed forward to cover, but the attacker feinted deftly, leaving the towering defender off balance. Kovac, thrown off center, lunged desperately into a sliding tackle, missing the ball entirely. Kalmar's number 11 collapsed dramatically inside the penalty area. Beep. The referee's whistle cut sharp and final, and his arm pointed unwavering to the penalty spot. Penalty kick. A wave of despair washed over the stadium. Kovac protested passionately to the referee, but the decision stood. Anomaly approached and placed a steadying hand on his teammate's shoulder. Kalmar's number 9 picked up the ball and strode purposefully toward the penalty mark. He placed it carefully, then drew in a slow, deep breath. Thousands of fans unleashed a deafening, earth-shaking chorus of boos, aimed squarely at disrupting his focus. The referee blew his whistle. Number 9 sprinted forward, struck the ball, and sent it rocketing into the top left corner of the net. IFK Trollhättan's goalkeeper had guessed correctly, but the shot's placement and power were nothing short of flawless. The players of Kalmar rushed towards the corner flag area, celebrating wildly. Every player of IFK Trelleborg lowered their heads in disappointment. This goal conceded was a devastating blow to their efforts in the first half. Yet the fans in the stands did not give up, their cheers still resonating loudly. Anomaly clapped his hands loudly, encouraging his dejected teammates. Meanwhile, scores from other matches came through. Their relegation rival Östersunds had a 0-0 draw against Helsingborg. The league leaders Västerås led 20 against Bredäng. This score meant that IFK Trelleborg trailed Östersunds by 3 points. To escape the relegation playoff zone, they had only one path left: victory. The match has entered its most critical moment. The halftime whistle screeched, and the players of IFK Trelleborg walked dejectedly into the tunnel. The fans in the stands continued to cheer, their voices sounding like a plea to retain the hope that was about to fade away. The players' faces were etched with exhaustion and frustration, their steps heavy. Gu Yannin stood at the edge of the bench, watching his teammates leave the field, his gaze resolute like two unquenchable flames. Inside the locker room, there was a deathly silence. The players slumped in their respective positions, gasping for breath. Sweat soaked their jerseys, and the air was thick with a sense of oppression and the smell of sweat. Kovacic covered his shoulder, his face contorted in pain, every breath pulling at his muscles. Anomaly's calf muscles were visibly swollen, yet he gritted his teeth and remained silent, quietly wiping the sweat from his face with a towel. The team doctor busily moved between the two, his expression grave, continuously checking their injuries. Sangar pushed the door open, not displaying the rage one might expect. He scanned the room and slowly began to speak. "Lift your heads and look at me." His voice was hoarse, but carried an undeniable strength. "You played well, very well. Sangar paused. Kalmar is second in the league, but we suppressed them for 20 minutes in the first half. This shows we have the ability to compete with them. He walked to the tactical board, picked up a pen, and heavily drew several lines on it. In the second half they will attack more aggressively, and we must take advantage of that to counterattack. He turned to Alali. Captain, your task is to organize a do not force a physical confrontation. Alali nodded, remaining silent. Sangar looked at Yinsi again. Yinsi, you need to move more actively to pull the defense apart. Yinsi wiped his face with force, his fists clenched tightly. At that moment assistant coach Kike rushed in his face, showing a hint of disbelief and excitement. Coach, the latest score. Erebro is still tied 0-0 with Helsingborg. In the locker room a glimmer of hope ignited. The players suddenly lifted their heads, a flicker of light crossing their exhausted faces. This meant that as long as IFK Trelleborg could turn this match around, they could secure their spot in the league without having to play in the playoffs. Sangar seized the opportunity, his voice rising. Did you hear that? He slammed his fist on the tactical board, producing a dull thud. The opportunity is right in front of us. 45 minutes, we just need 45 minutes. For Lucas, for the fans in the stands, for yourselves. For this damned blue jersey. The players' eyes gradually became fervent, like a series of flames reignited. They exchanged glances, seeing the same desire and determination reflected in each other's eyes. In the VIP box, Gus' mother nervously clutched Christina's hand, her knuckles white. Old Eric stared at the field, his rough hands rubbing together, palms slick with sweat. Christina's gaze remained fixed on the figure in the training vest at the bench, her heart racing, nearly leaping out. She could feel Guyanen's yearning and almost obsessive resilience. As the second half began, IFK Trelleborg noticeably changed their strategy. Their formation dropped deeper, the defense tightened, but the call for a counterattack was more resolute. Kalmar, as expected, intensified their offensive with waves of attacks crashing in. IFK Trelleborg's half was once fraught with tension completely passive. In the 52nd minute, Kalmar's long-range shot grazed the post and flew out, causing the crowd to gasp. The whistling of the ball made all the IFK Trelleborg players sweat nervously. Guyanen leaned forward on the bench, his fists tightly clenched. He felt the tension on the field, the sharp pain in his ankle seemed to scream. In the 60th minute, Kovacic was bumped from behind during a header contest by an opposing player. He landed shoulder first, letting out a painful grunt. He collapsed on the grass, his face contorted in agony. The team doctor rushed onto the field for urgent treatment, but Kovacic gritted his teeth and shook his head, refusing to leave. He slapped the grass with his other hand, signaling that he could still continue. Sangar paced anxiously on the sidelines, constantly glancing at the bench, his gaze lingering on Guyanen for a few seconds. In the 65th minute, Alali was bumped in the thigh by an opposing player during a midfield tussle. He stumbled a few steps before regaining his footing, his complexion pale. But his subsequent movements were clearly affected. Every acceleration revealed the pain he was enduring. He tried to compensate for his body's sluggishness with experience and awareness, but to little effect. On the sidelines, Sangar finally made up his mind. He suddenly turned around and shouted at the bench, "Gu, get ready to warm up." Guyanen stood up, abruptly shedding his training vest. He cautiously moved his ankle, the familiar sharp pain still present, but his eyes showed no hesitation. He picked up the bandage and rewrapped it tightly. The fans erupted in thunderous cheers as they saw him starting to warm up. That roar felt like a current instantly coursing through his entire being. In the 70th minute, the situation on the field grew increasingly urgent. Kalmar was awarded a free kick in the front field, and after the wall blocked the ball, they formed a secondary attack. The penalty area of IFK Trelleborg was in chaos, bodies everywhere. At that critical moment, the goalkeeper desperately dived to push the ball out of bounds, averting the crisis. He gasped for air, sweat streaming down his cheeks. Guyanen was making his final preparations on the sidelines. He touched the bandage tightly wrapped around his ankle and then brushed the silver talisman hanging from his chest. The cold metal feel brought a sense of stability. Christina in the box was so anxious she could barely breathe, her hands clasped in silent prayer. Gus' mother held her tightly, both of them holding their breaths. In the 73rd minute, the substitution board was raised. Guyanen substitute on. The crowd roared again. The Chinese fans waved their national flags madly, their deafening cheers filling the air. Guyanen jogged onto the field, high-fiving Yinsi, who was being substituted off. Yinsi's face was filled with reluctance, but he still patted Guyanen's back firmly. "Do your best." Alali came over and slapped his shoulder. "Brother, it's your turn." Guyanen nodded, and the crowd erupted into intense chants of "Gu, Gu, Gu." The sound was like a mountain roar and a tsunami, shaking every corner of the Varnamo Stadium. In the forum, posts cheering for Guyanen had already filled the screen with words like "Gu is back," and "The king has returned," flashing continuously. In the stands, Gus' father picked up his phone, trembling as he recorded the moment his son stood on the field. As the match began, Alali passed the ball to Guyanen. As soon as Guyanen touched the ball, two opposing players immediately came up to double-team him. But he skillfully endured the pain in his ankle, deftly tapping the ball with his left foot, then nudging it with his right, slipping between the two defenders, separating man from ball. The movement was fluid, a seamless execution. A huge cheer erupted from the stands. This cheer recognized his return and mocked the Kalmar defenders. Kalmar's coach loudly reminded his players on the sidelines. Mark that Chinese player tightly, do not give him, stick to that Huaxia man, don't give him any space. Coach Kalmar's furious roar echoed along the sidelines as Gu Yanan stepped onto the pitch. He did not rush to take the ball, but instead observed the situation on the field. After his arrival, IFK Trelleborg's attacking line seemed to have suddenly found its backbone. The previously disorganized movement patterns became more structured. His teammates began to actively converge around him, seeking cooperation. Gu Yanan's ankle throbbed with a dull pain. With each turn and acceleration, a wave of soreness radiated from deep within. He dared not make too sharp a change in direction, relying more on his control of rhythm and timing for passing. The ball seemed magnetically drawn to his feet. He continuously shielded the ball with his body, using small touches and feints to pull the opposing defense apart. Kalmar's defenders clearly felt the pressure. That Huaxiao man, though his movements were minimal, could always deliver the ball from the most cunning angles. For the first time, IFK Trelleborg's offense posed a threat. Damien became more active in the front field, while Alali continually surged forward from the center. In the 75th minute, the opportunity arose. Gu Yanan received a pass from Alali near the center circle. Two Kalmar defenders immediately closed in from both sides, trying to trap him. Gu Yanan did not choose to force his way through. With a delicate flick of his foot, the ball, as if it had eyes, slipped through the gap between the two defenders. Damien sprinted up the right flank, perfectly receiving the pass. He sped along the sideline with the ball. Kalmar's left back closely marked him, attempting to obstruct his path. Everyone thought Damien would choose to cross, as it was his forte. Yet he suddenly made a sharp stop. He pulled the ball back with the sole of his boot, accurately passing it back to the advancing Gu Yanan. Gu Yanan did not stop the ball. His right foot met the rolling ball with a precise diagonal pass. The ball arced perfectly to Alali at the edge of the penalty area. Alali, enduring severe pain in his thigh, sprinted forward with all his might. He controlled the ball with his chest as it bounced before him. Kalmar's goalkeeper had already left the goal to try and block the angle. Alali showed no hesitation. He pushed the ball with his right foot. The ball skimmed along the grass, driven by a gust of wind, and found its way into the far corner of the net. Goal! Van Gavelen Stadium erupted instantly. The thunderous cheers surged like a tsunami. 11. IFK Trelleborg equalized the score. After scoring, Alali did not celebrate. He turned towards Gu Yanan, and the two embraced tightly. Teammates swarmed around them, surrounding the pair. They patted Gu Yanan's back and rubbed the top of Alali's head vigorously. Excited smiles adorned everyone's faces. In the stands, a group of Huaxiao fans were moved to tears. They waved their 5-star red flags frantically, their voices booming with deafening cheers. Their shouts drowned out the surrounding Swedish fans. In the VIP box, old Eric jumped up excitedly, nearly hitting his head on the ceiling. He pumped his fists vigorously, letting out excited roars. Gus' parents embraced tightly. Gus' mother's face was streaked with tears. Christina was so thrilled that she covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. In the forum, the young man with noodle hair was completely ecstatic. His hands trembled as he spammed the keyboard assists. Gus godly assist. Equalized. Damn. My Gu is back. That pass was like a scalpel. Alali's goal was magnificent, so damn tough. After equalizing, Kalmar clearly became anxious. They needed this victory to secure the league championship. They began to attack relentlessly. IFK Trelleborg, on the other hand, retreated entirely, tightening their formation. They were prepared to defend this draw. Sangar stood on the sidelines, but his heart sank. A draw was not enough. Over in Östersund, the score was still 0-0. IFK Trelleborg had to win this match. In the 78th minute, Kalmar earned a corner. The ball was delivered into the penalty area, where chaos erupted. Kalmar's center forward leaped high, attempting a header. Kovacs used his injured shoulder to fend off the opposing center forward, using all his strength to clear the ball from danger. When he landed, pain washed over his face. Gritting his teeth, he did not fall, but gasped heavily. In the 85th minute, the electronic screen on the sidelines suddenly lit up. It displayed the latest scores from other matches. Östersund still 0-0. Sangar shouted anxiously from the sidelines, "Push forward. We must attack." The fans heard the news as well. They let out an even louder roar. Attack! Charge! In the stands, old Eric clasped his hands together and closed his eyes tightly. Now the initiative was in their hands. He could only pray. Gu Yanan heard the coach's instructions. He took a deep breath, knowing it was time. He silently chanted in his heart, "System activate Haji template." Haji template LV1 activated. Duration 10 minutes. A warm current surged throughout his body. The pain in his ankle noticeably lessened. The tearing pain vanished, replaced by a mild tingling sensation. He felt significantly lighter. After activating the template, Guyanen's gaze became sharper. His perception of the pitch grew exceptionally clear. He actively withdrew to receive the ball, facing the pressure from two opposing defenders. His feet executed a series of intricate movements, the ball dancing between them like a phantom. He easily bypassed both defenders. With a long pass, the ball accurately found Damien in the front field. Damien charged forward at high speed, gaining an unknown opportunity. He rushed into the penalty area and took a powerful shot. Unfortunately, the ball was valiantly saved by Kalmar's goalkeeper. Damien collapsed to the ground upon seeing the ball saved. He held his head in his hands, filled with self-reproach. Guyanen ran over, pulling him up. There's still a chance. Get up. The fans emitted a massive sigh of regret. Time trickled by. The match entered stoppage time. The electronic board displayed 5 minutes added time. This was due to the accumulated time lost for medical treatment in both halves. The fans in the stands shouted hoarsely, cheering for their team. In the 3rd minute of stoppage time, Kalmar launched another fierce attack. Their number 10 player suddenly took a long-range shot from the edge of the penalty area. The ball flew straight towards the dead corner of the goal. IFK Trelleborg's goalkeeper dove to save it. His fingertips grazed the ball, deflecting it over the crossbar. A massive gasp arose from the crowd. Teammates rushed towards the goalkeeper, enveloping him in a tight embrace. The goalkeeper was phenomenal today. The goalkeeper shouted, "Watch the man, don't let anyone slip by." The corner was taken. The ball was cleared by IFK Trelleborg's defenders with a header. The ball landed in midfield. Guyanen accurately judged its landing spot. He intercepted the ball before the opposing player could reach it. He looked up and observed that Kalmar's defense had left wide gaps in their eagerness to attack. The moment of the final showdown has arrived. Before him stand the last 3 defenders of Kalmar. They form a fan shape, completely sealing off all passing and breakthrough routes. Time seems to freeze at this moment. Tens of thousands of fans in the Wangawallen Stadium hold their breath, fixated on the young player from Huaxia, who is dribbling at the edge of the penalty area. The center back of Kalmar does not hesitate, charging in first, viciously sliding in. Guyanen feels a sharp pain in his ankle as the effects of the Haji template rapidly diminish. The brilliance of the dribbling master badge shines in his mind. He flicks the ball outward with his left foot and deftly pulls it inward with his right. The ball slips through like a slippery loach, darting between the defender's sliding tackle and another covering player. A tremendous gasp erupts from the stands. But before he can adjust, the other 2 defenders pounce on him, like starving wolves, forming a new encirclement. He grits his teeth. The tip of his right foot gently flicks the ball. The ball passes through the legs of one defender, and his body forces its way through from the other side. The ball and he are separated. The entire stadium erupts in disbelief. At this moment, only 25 meters remain to the goal. The last center back has closed in, constantly pressing against him with his body, and his arms begin to make small movements. No more dribbling. Guyanen suddenly raises his right leg, feigning a powerful shot. The defender, experienced in defense, finds himself cornered and instinctively stretches his leg to block. His center of gravity completely loses balance at this moment. Now is the time. Guyanen's left foot firmly steps down on the grass. The inside of his right foot forcefully rubs against the lower right part of the ball. The dribbling master badge activates with full force. At this moment, time seems to slow down infinitely. From the first time he kicked a soda can on the street as a child to the anger and injustice he felt when accused of fixing a match, to the solitude of arriving alone in Sweden, scenes flash through his mind like a revolving lantern. For Lucas, for old Eric, for the fans in the stands, for himself, for all the grievances and anger of these years. All beliefs converge in this kick. Bang! The ball, with intense and visible spin, traces a strange arc through the air. It bypasses all the defenders and the desperate hand of the goalkeeper reaching out in vain, heading straight for the top right corner of the goal. The Kalmar goalkeeper has reached his limit, diving with all his might, his body stretching to the utmost in the air. His fingertips are mere centimeters away from the ball. Yet these few centimeters become an insurmountable chasm. The ball grazes the inside of the post and fiercely drills into the net. The entire Wangawallen Stadium fell into a silence lasting a second. Then an explosion akin to a volcanic eruption occurred. At the moment of scoring, Guyanen felt a heart-wrenching pain in his ankle due to the excessive force he exerted. He could no longer maintain his balance and crashed heavily onto the grass. But he couldn't care about that. He struggled to rise from the ground, tearing off his jersey, and crazily dashed toward the corner flag, howling towards the sky. That howl overshadowed the cheers of the entire crowd. His teammates rushed over like madmen. Alali was the first to leap onto him, and the tough man's tears burst forth as he held Guyanen's head, shouting incoherently. Kovac also rushed over, tightly embracing his teammate with his uninjured arm. This defender, tormented by injuries, wept like a child. Everyone piled on top of Guyanen, forming a mountain of humanity. On the sidelines, the usually calm Sanger's legs gave way, and he knelt on the grass, tilting his head back, letting out a long howl towards the sky, tears streaming down his face. In the stands, all the fans of IFK Trelleborg were crying, cheering, and wildly hugging strangers around them. In the VIP box, the elderly Eric trembled with excitement, wanting to say something, but unable to utter a word, continually wiping his tears with his rough hands. Gus' father and mother embraced tightly, feeling an unparalleled pride for their son. Christina had already turned into a tearful mess, covering her mouth, watching the figure being hoisted high by his teammates. A torrent of indescribable boiling emotions surged within her. The group of Huaxia fans had completely lost their minds. They waved the 5-star red flag, using all their strength to roar Gu Yanen's name. Swedish Liozai trembled with excitement, raising his phone high to capture this moment that would be etched in the club's history, immediately posting it online. On the domestic online forum, the server nearly crashed in that instant. The young man with the instant noodles hairstyle leaped from his chair in excitement, frantically typing on his keyboard, posting something that would ignite all Huaxia fans. The last-minute goal. In stoppage time at 905 minutes. Gu Yanen's 1v5 world wave from outside the penalty area. Relegation secured. The comment section was instantly flooded, filled with phrases like awesome, immortalized, and the light of Hua. The match resumed. The players of Kalmar were utterly bewildered, desperately pressing forward, trying to make a final struggle. But time was running out. The referee glanced at his watch and put the whistle to his lips. Kalmar's last long shot was securely embraced by the IFK Trelleborg goalkeeper. Beep, beep, beep. The whistle rang long. The match ended. At the moment the final whistle blew, the players of IFK Trelleborg could no longer hold on and collapsed onto the grass. Some were crying, some were laughing, and some gazed up at the night sky of Trelleborg. Gu Yanen also lay on the grass, allowing the intense pain in his ankle to invade his nerves, yet his face wore an incredibly radiant smile. He did it. The fans broke through the security personnel's barriers, surging into the field like a tide, encircling their hero. The Huaxia fans were at the forefront, finding Gu Yanen, crying and laughing, shouting at him in the purest Chinese. You are our pride. You are the pride of Huaxia. We will help you clear your name back home. Gu Yanen could no longer hold back, his tears flowing forth uncontrollably. He was hoisted onto the shoulders of excited local fans who began to frantically snatch items from him. His jersey was long gone, and his short socks and even shin guards were all stripped away, leaving only a pair of shorts. Some even attempted to take the silver pendant around his neck. Gu Yanen shook his head with a smile, protecting it with his hand. This one is off limits. This scene was reminiscent of when Wu Lei was surrounded by fans after Espanyol reached the Europa League. Swedish Liozai captured this classic moment on camera and posted it on Huaxia's social media. Before long it exploded. The jubilant Vangavalen Stadium saw fans and players celebrating to their heart's content. Gu Yanen sat on the shoulders of the fans, being carried back to the player tunnel. As soon as he landed, the system's notifications sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the relegation task. Reward Haji template level increased to LV2. Extra reward template lottery chance 1. But at that moment Gu Yanen couldn't care less about the system. He just wanted to fully enjoy this hard-earned victory. In the distance, Christina was pushing through the crowded masses, running towards him. She squeezed past the last frenzied fan and finally stood before Gu Yanen. The ecstatic cheers and celebrations seemed to be isolated beyond a barrier. Her face bore no praise, only urgent concern. Is your ankle okay? Gu Yanen's smile froze on his face. He instinctively lowered his head to look at his right foot. His ankle was already swollen high, resembling a doughy bun, stretching the soccer sock tightly. There was no hiding it now. It should be fine, but since we've secured our place I can take a break for a while. He finished speaking and flashed a radiant smile. This was the happiest he had smiled since arriving in Sweden. Christina watched him relax and smiled back, though tears stubbornly streamed down the corners of her eyes. You fool. At that moment 2 familiar figures squeezed over. Son. Gus' mother rushed over and hugged Gu Yanen tightly. Gu Yanen was completely stunned. Dad, Mom, what are you doing here? Gus' father stepped forward as well, embracing both mother and son, patting his son's back heavily. Your mom and I flew straight over after finishing our work. How could we miss our son's match? Son, you truly are the pride of your parents. Seeing you so happy again has put our minds at ease. Leaning in the warm embrace of his parents, Gu Yanen's eyes moistened once more. Not far away, a flash of light illuminated the scene as a reporter captured this heartwarming moment forever. After a brief moment of affection, Gu Yanen limped towards the locker room under the guidance of the staff. He pushed open the door. What greeted him was a spray of champagne. Damien and Alalie each held a large bottle of champagne, wildly spraying it at him, the cold liquid instantly soaking his hair and clothes. The locker room was in disarray as everyone cheered, whistled, and sang off-key Swedish folk songs. Gu Yanin wiped the alcohol off his face and joined the revelry, grabbing a bottle of champagne and retaliating against his teammates. Assistant coach Kaik and head coach Sengar walked in at that moment and were not spared from the champagne shower. After the celebration, Kaik wiped the alcohol off his face and said to Gu Yanin, "Hurry up and wipe yourself, the media wants to interview you." Gu Yanin hastily found a relatively clean towel to wipe his face, put on a dry team jacket, and followed Kaik to the media interview area. As he entered the interview area, all the reporters regardless of nationality spontaneously applauded. Gu Yanin quickly thanked them. Microphones from the mixed zone instantly piled up to his chest. Gu Yanin instinctively clenched the hem of his pants. The damp strands of hair on his forehead clung to his skin. Facing the numerous cameras, his ears turned slightly red, yet he made an effort to stand tall. A reporter was the first to ask, in the 95th minute, that 1v5 world-class goal to seal the win as a young player just promoted from U18, were you nervous at that moment? Gu Yanin lightly pressed his lips together, his voice still carrying a hint of youthfulness, yet it was exceptionally steady. To say I wasn't nervous would be a lie, but at the moment my foot connected with the ball, all that was left in my mind was to shoot. He raised his hand to scratch the back of his head, revealing a hint of bashfulness in his smile. Just as a gap opened up, I thought to kick it with all my might, and unexpectedly it went in. Another reporter immediately followed up, "What pushed you to fight until the final seconds, coming on as a substitute despite your injury?" He lowered his head to touch his ankle, wrapped in a makeshift ice pack, the slight sting, making him flinch almost imperceptibly. "The older players in the team have been encouraging me, and the cheers from the stands never stopped." He raised his head, looking towards the still boisterous stands, gaining a bit more determination. "As a young player, I must run into position and fight until the end. I can't drag the team down." Contributing 4 goals and 2 assists over 3 consecutive matches, becoming the absolute core for the team's survival. How have you adjusted your state during this period? During this time, I've put all my energy into training and recovery, refining technical details based on the opponent's defensive characteristics, and the teammates and coaching staff have given me immense trust. I know the responsibility resting on my shoulders. I fight to the last moment in every match, and am very happy to repay this trust with data and victories. Hearing the crowd chant your name before the match, and being carried on the shoulders of fans after, what was that feeling like? Gu Yanin's cheeks instantly flushed, his fingers nervously fiddling with the edge of his shorts, his voice softer. "I was completely dazed at that moment. I was a bit panicked when I was lifted up." He paused, a glimmer in his eyes. "But it was truly moving. This is the most unforgettable moment of my life." A reporter squeezed to the front. "The fans from Huaxia, who came from afar, cheered for you. What do you want to say to them?" He immediately faced the camera, slightly bowing, his attitude sincere and earnest. "Thank you to all the seniors and fans for your support. Hearing the familiar accent and seeing the national flag in a foreign land gives me so much energy." He clenched his fist, adding softly yet firmly, "I will continue to work hard and not disappoint everyone's expectations." After securing survival, what are your personal goals and plans for the next season? "First, I need to take good care of my injury and recover my body. Next season, I will continue to give my all for IFK Trelleborg, striving for a more stable performance and helping the team achieve a better ranking in the league, no longer fighting against relegation. At the same time, I will continue to improve myself, aiming for a higher stage. Thank you, Gu." After thanking the media, Gu Yanin limped back to the locker room. After concluding the celebrations in the locker room, Gu Yanin declined his teammates' invitation to party all night at a bar, and instead went with his parents, old Eric and Christina, to Aunt Joe's Chinese restaurant. At the dinner table, Aunt Joe prepared a bountiful spread. Her husband, a die-hard IFK Trelleborg fan, was so excited that he brought out his prized wine collection, insisting on toasting with Gu Yanin just for a signed photo. The family had a great time chatting during the meal. After a few rounds of drinks, old Eric was starting to feel tipsy. He leaned on Gus' father's shoulder, slurring, "Old Gu, I tell you, your son is really promising. Really. I knew it since he was little. Oh, don't forget about the childhood." Christina's face instantly turned red upon hearing this. "Dad, what are you talking about?" Gu Yanin's toes involuntarily began to dig into the ground inside his shoes, his face flushing. Gus' father laughed heartily. Good. Good. How could I forget?" Gu Yanin lightly elbowed his dad. Old Eric took another swig of wine and continued, "A few days ago, Ajax even made an offer for Gu Yanin. I flatly rejected it." Gu Yanin was initially startled, then thought of the scout named Richard he had encountered at the restroom entrance. Old Eric looked at Gu Yanin. "Little Gu, aren't you worried? I'm not stopping you from leaving a damn. Those Dutch guys think too little of you, offering only 500 euros. Gu Yanin immediately raised his glass. "Uncle, I didn't think too much about it." Old Eric waved his hand. "Don't worry, if you want to leave, I definitely won't stop you. But if you stay, I can assure you, next season our investment will definitely be the highest in the Swedish second division. Next year, it's one thing. Promotion. If you can play a full season, going straight to the top 5 leagues will not be a problem. Guyanan immediately raised his glass in a serious toast to old Eric. Uncle, I understand. I also want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to play football again. Good, good. After several rounds of drinks, old Eric and Gus' father were already drunk, being assisted into cars by their respective aides. Gus' mother also got into the car. Before the door closed, Christina patted Guyanan's shoulder, signaling him to take a walk with her. Guyanan nodded and said goodbye to his mother. The two walked side by side into the cold night of Trelleborg. The evening breeze carried a hint of chill, dispersing some of the lingering scent of alcohol. Christina turned her head, looking at Guyanan, who limped slightly. Your foot is not well. Oh, let's sit by the river for a while. He'll have the driver wait for us. Guyanan nodded. On the bench by the river, the two sat quietly, watching the distant city lights reflecting broken shadows on the water. Will you leave during the next transfer window? Christina suddenly broke the silence. I probably won't. Guyanan shook his head. I want to gather more experience for another season. Christina seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. What about you? Guyanan countered. You're going to the United States for auditions next month. How is your preparation going? Christina immediately straightened her back, flexing her arms to showcase her almost invisible little muscles. Of course. Look. Guyanan couldn't help but poke her gently with his finger. Soft. He smiled. Christina's face instantly fell like a balloon that had been popped, glaring at him in annoyance. The two laughed and joked under the night sky. The next day, Guyanan, who rarely slept in, was awakened by the frantic vibration of his phone beside the pillow. Groggily picking it up, he saw dozens of missed calls, all from unfamiliar numbers in Huaxia. He opened the web page and instantly became alert. Major sports media in Huaxia, including Dongzu Di and Dole, were almost flooding the internet with his name. The new light of Huaxia has emerged. 3 matches, 4 goals, and 2 assists. He single-handedly directed a relegation miracle. Can Guyanan participate in the 2026 U23 Asian Cup? A heroic goal with an injury, who can rival his iron will? Is this a distortion of reality or a moral decline? Breaking. Guyanan's godlike performance has caught the attention of top 5 league teams. Ajax's offer of $500,000 was rejected. Various reports emerged, some providing fair analysis, while others contained unfounded speculations. His phone rang again, yet another unfamiliar number. Guyanan, feeling annoyed, simply turned off the phone. The world finally became quiet. In the morning, the team doctor arrived punctually to conduct rehabilitation therapy for him. In the afternoon, Guyanan's parents brought a large bag of ingredients to his apartment, cooking a hearty Chinese meal for him. In the evening, old Eric called. Gu, how are you feeling? Much better, uncle. That's good. Old Eric's tone carried a hint of laughter. My phone has also been bombarded today. Many teams are inquiring about your situation. But most of them are from the Swedish Superettan, and some are from other mid-tier European leagues. Guyanan listened quietly. I've already turned them down for you. Next season you are not going anywhere. Stay with IFK Trelleborg, and we'll push for promotion together. I will stay with the team next season, Guyanan replied firmly. The two then discussed the details of the team's recruitment and development for the upcoming season. Before hanging up, old Eric suddenly said, by the way, Gu, you're different now. It's time to find yourself a manager. Let him handle these complicated matters, and you just need to focus on playing football. All right, uncle. After hanging up, Guyanan lay on his bed and suddenly remembered something. The relegation task was complete, and he had one more chance for a template draw. Also, what effects would upgrading the Haji template to LV2 have? With a thought, he opened the system panel. Haji template LV2, upon activation, offensive organization attributes 10 for 20 minutes, gaining the effect of left foot cannon intermediate. Side effect, a brief period of physical weakness after it ends. The usage time increased from 10 minutes to 20 minutes, and the side effect changed from severe weakness to temporary weakness, with the ability boost rising from 5 points to 10 points. A comprehensive enhancement. All right, now it's time to draw a new template. Guyanan took a deep breath, silently reciting in his heart. Start. A gigantic roulette wheel spun rapidly in his mind. Who would it be? Messi, Dybala, or Maradona? Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Ding. The wheel slowly came to a stop. A figure emerged. The person had long flowing hair, a remarkably superior facial structure, and high cheekbones that made his eyes appear even deeper. With a straight nose and a well-defined jawline, he emanated an aura of quiet authority, much like a classical sculpture. He wore a red and black striped shirt. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Maldini template LV1. What? A plethora of question marks flooded Guyanan's mind. As a midfielder, I drew Maldini. Maldini template LV1, I core positioning, all-round attacking and defensive left-back leadership, aura balancing, defensive hardness, attack-defense transition, and team enhancement. Attribute boost, defensive awareness 15, tackling 12, positioning 12, stamina 18, and physicality 10, passing 8, composure 20, big heart trait, team cooperation 10. Basic skill Italian positioning when defending against breakthroughs from the opposing flank. Success rate of frontal positioning increases by 30, and opposing dribbling speed decreases by 20, allowing for successful interceptions. Side effect reduces finishing ability. Template usage time 10 minutes. A long silence. For a midfielder, having this template is indeed somewhat redundant. However, having it is better than not. They'll keep it. Who knows when the team might need him to play as a makeshift fullback. Guyanan glanced at his personal panel again. Name Guyanan, age 17, nationality Huaxia, overall rating 65, badges NOLK pass, dribbling master silver, dribbling master bronze, templates Haji template LV2, Maldini template LV1, talent field commander level 6, skill points 5, passing 78, vision 74, shooting 69, stamina 75, strength 65, offensive positioning 81, speed 76, sprint speed 78. Ability values had slightly improved once again. Before sleeping, Guyanan sent a message to Lucas telling him he would visit him in the hospital tomorrow. Then he fell into a deep sleep, unaware that a significant event was brewing far away in Huaxia. China, Beijing, 3:00 p.m. The door to the Chinese Football Association chairman's office was violently shoved open from outside. Song Kai, who had been sipping tea, startled. Scalding liquid splashed straight onto his trousers. What on earth is this? It's mid-afternoon. He frantically dabbed at his pants with tissues. Standing in the doorway was a white-haired foreigner, Antonio, head coach of China's U23 national team, flanked by a visibly nervous interpreter. Antonio strode in without hesitation and slammed a report down onto Song Kai's desk with a sharp thud. Speaking rapidly, he demanded through the interpreter, "Chairman, Coach Antonio asks, why can't Guyanan be? His team desperately needs this young man. With him we might even contend for the trophy." Song Kai skimmed the report briefly before setting it aside indifferently. "Don't think I'm unaware of this viral sensation, young Guyanan. I'd welcome your call up too. A trophy would only benefit me." He paused, his tone softening into weary resignation. "But this matter involves far too many entanglements." Antonio slammed his palm hard onto the desk, a deep hollow boom echoing through the room. "I don't care what it involves. I only demand he be on my squad. Just lift the ban on him." Song Kai shook his head slowly, exhaustion etched across his face. "I'm sorry, Lauan. I truly have no power to do so. There's no chance of lifting it before the U23 Asian Cup concludes. The investigation remains ongoing. Neither proof of his wrongful accusation nor evidence of his involvement has yet emerged. So quite simply, there is no way forward." A torrent of profanity erupted from Antonio. The interpreter turned pale, utterly lost as to how, or whether, to translate it. Fuming, Antonio whirled around and stormed out of the office. Song Kai remained seated alone, shaking his head with a heavy sigh. He opened an encrypted file on his desktop. The CFA's internal draft list of second-tier suspensions. One name stood out in bold red: Guyanan's former youth academy coach. Song Kai possessed the evidence, but could not reveal it yet. He must wait until the U23 Asian Cup ends. Too many interests of top-tier Chinese clubs were entangled here. Acting now would trigger massive upheaval. Meanwhile, across China's social media platforms, football bloggers had fixated almost exclusively on Guyanan. In-depth technical analysis of Guyanan. Where does China's Messi go from here? Uncovering Guyanan's youth academy years. Who truly framed him? Can Guyanan catch the final train to the U23 Asian Cup? A young man with remended-style hair had become Guyanan's most devoted domestic fan. His highlight reels, paired with flamboyant soundtracks, went viral on Dole, amassing Guyanan a legion of followers. The next day in Sweden, Guyanan woke early, awaiting the team physician. He idly opened Instagram and saw a new direct message. "Hello, mind if we connect?" He tapped the sender's profile. Wang Boheo, another Chinese player abroad, currently competing in the Dutch Eerste Divisie. Guyanan immediately followed back and replied, "Hello, brother." Moments later, a reply appeared. "Ha, saw you're overseas too. Let's get acquainted. Maybe grab a meal sometime." Guyanan typed back, "Sure." Then came another message. "What a shame. I heard Antonio desperately wanted to call you up for the U23 Asian Cup, but something prevented it." Guyanan's heart plummeted. Something. He knew precisely what that something was. The rain-soaked night he'd been falsely accused of match-fixing flashed vividly before his eyes once more. "Indeed a pity. We'll have to partner up next time." He typed. "Yeah, next time. Off to training, bye." Guyanan closed his phone, shook his head, and deliberately cast those bitter memories aside. After the physiotherapist finished treatment, he leaned on his crutches, hailed a taxi, and headed to the hospital. In the ward, Lucas grinned upon seeing Guyanan. "Bro, our hero has arrived." Guyanan smiled back. "Cut it out." They traded playful jabs back and forth, until gradually the conversation grew heavier. Guyanan asked softly, "How's your leg?" Lucas's smile flickered, then returned bright and unwavering. "I'll be able to live a normal life. Guyanin needed no explanation to grasp the quiet gravity beneath those words. I've decided to retire, Lucas interrupted. Guyanin was stunned. He hadn't expected such decisive resolve. Are you certain? Lucas nodded solemnly. Yes. Though I could still play, the doctors confirmed. Reaching my previous level is impossible. If I can't play football joyfully, I'd rather not play at all. Guyanin fell silent, mouth gently closing. Then, what will you do next? Lucas pondered. Either go back to school, but I'm no scholar, or earn a coaching license and become a football coach. Haven't decided yet. Guyanin nodded. He picked up an apple and began peeling it. His movements slow, deliberate, the skin curling unevenly, breaking repeatedly. Suddenly, old Eric's words from the previous night surfaced in his mind. It's time to find your own agent. Guyanin set down the paring knife and looked directly at Lucas. Would you be interested in becoming my agent? Guyanin set down the fruit knife and looked at Lucas. Are you interested in being my agent? The ward fell silent for a moment. The sunny smile on Lucas' face froze. He stared blankly at Guyanin, seemingly processing the meaning of the words. Moments later, he suddenly sat up straight in bed. Hiss. This movement tugged at the wound on his leg, causing him to wince in pain and draw a sharp breath. Yet his eyes shone with incredible excitement, filled with disbelief. Are you serious? Bro, you're not joking, right? Calm down. Guyanin quickly reached out to press him down. Don't tear your wound open again. He picked up the half-peeled apple and continued peeling it slowly. I need someone I can fully trust to help me handle matters related to football. You understand football, know this circle, and most importantly, you are my most trusted friend. This is a win. Guyanin handed him the peeled apple. Lucas did not take it. He stared intently at Guyanin, his chest rising and falling rapidly. The dream of becoming a professional player had shattered, yet he never imagined he could continue to stay in this world he loved in another way, fighting side by side with his best brother. I'm in. Lucas nodded vigorously, his voice trembling with excitement. He'll start learning about being an agent right away and get my qualification certificate. I will never let you down. Good, Guyanin smiled. The two exchanged a glance, and everything was unspoken. Once your license comes through, we'll officially sign the contract. Guyanin added, your first task is to keep those annoying media interviews and all the messy club contacts out of the way. After leaving the hospital, Guyanin returned to his apartment. As he approached the door, he noticed a middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit standing there. The man smiled professionally upon seeing him and extended his hand. Hello, Mr. Guyanin. I am General Manager Wang from Huaxia Tianqing Sports, specially flown in from the country to discuss a contract with you. Guyanin did not shake his hand, merely nodding politely. I'm sorry, General Manager Wang. I already have someone in mind for my agent. General Manager Wang's smile clearly faltered. He looked Guyanin up and down, the smile returning to his face, but with an inexplicable hint of something else. Young people having their own ideas is a good thing, Xiao Gu. However, in our country, some matters cannot be handled solely by skill on the field. Our resources at Tianqing Sports cannot be compared to a small European agent. Without our operation, your commercial value in the country will greatly diminish. The insinuation was unmistakable. Guyanin tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a faint sneer. He could not be bothered to engage further, and simply opened the door and walked inside. Bang! The door closed, sealing off the astonished expression of the so-called General Manager Wang. The unspoken rules of the domestic football scene truly made him feel disgusted. This decision was absolutely right. In the following days, Guyanin fully entered recovery mode. The team doctor arrived punctually every day, using professional equipment for rehabilitation, and the swelling in his ankle visibly decreased. However, the team doctor also issued a clear warning that he needed at least 3 weeks of rest before he could return to basic training. Time passed quickly, and the day for Christina to go to America for auditions arrived. The night before her departure, she came to Guyanin's apartment. The two sat on the balcony, enjoying the summer night breeze of Trelleborg. If this audition is successful, I might have to stay in America for a long time. Christina hugged her knees, her voice somewhat muffled. That's a good thing. You should pursue your dreams, Guyanin said, looking at her. Christina suddenly turned her head and looked at him intently. If I develop in America, will you come to see me? Guyanin nodded earnestly. Christina's cheeks flushed slightly as she pulled something from her bag and placed it in Guyanin's hand. It was a bracelet woven from blue string, simple, yet showing the care of the creator. I made this by hand, aware. Guyanin took the bracelet, feeling the warmth of her palms still on the string. After seeing Christina off, he was left alone in the apartment. His phone rang. It was Sangar calling. Good news, Gu. The coach's voice sounded unusually excited. The club has finalized 2 important signings. One is an experienced center back, and the other is a winger of Swedish Super League level. Next season, we have only 1 goal promotion. Besides, old Eric wants me to tell you to prepare for a pay raise and a new long-term contract. He said you're the core of our promotion effort, and you're not going anywhere. Good. The next day before dawn, Guyanin was already standing at Christina's door. Old Eric couldn't personally take his daughter to America due to urgent business, so he specially arranged for an assistant to accompany her. Guyanen's unexpected appearance stunned Christina, who was just stepping out with her suitcase. It was early morning, he should have still been asleep. What are you doing here? Guyanen rubbed his hands together, the morning air slightly chilly. I thought I should see you off. He looked at her seriously and added, after all, I believe you will definitely succeed this time. It will be a long time before we can see each other again. Christina didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You fool. In the car to the airport, the two chatted casually, the atmosphere lightening considerably. When you get to Hollywood, don't forget about me, a small player from Sweden, Guyanen joked. That depends on your performance. Christina lifted her chin. If you can score in the top 5 leagues, I'll consider giving you a deal. Laughter in the car dispelled some of the sadness of parting. The airport terminal was bustling with people, the announcements of boarding information echoing in the noisy background. The assistant finished all the procedures and handed the boarding pass to Christina. In front of the boarding gate, Christina stood before Guyanen, dragging her small suitcase. Her blonde hair was tied in a simple ponytail, and her face bore no excess embellishment, just quietly watching him reluctant to part. It's almost time to board. Guyanen spoke first, as casually as in their usual chats. Remember to message me when you get to America. Don't just get busy with auditions. Christina nodded, her fingertips gently gripping the suitcase handle, softly saying, if you have any issues, feel free to contact me anytime. She paused for a moment, her gaze falling on the blue bracelet on his wrist, her voice dropping even lower. About that bracelet. If you think it's not nice or inconvenient for training, you can take it off, it's fine. In truth, she was afraid he would take it off, but felt shy to say so directly. Guyanen raised his hand and gently touched the bracelet. He looked up, meeting her gaze, and seriously replied, I won't take it off, but it looks good on me. A simple statement. Christina's dimmed emotions were instantly brightened, and the corners of her mouth subtly curled upwards. They were not officially a couple and had never spoken those clear words. Yet after growing up together for so many years, they understood each other's thoughts through a single action or phrase. They each harbored that fondness, but neither had taken the first step. Good luck with the audition. You've prepared for so long, so it will definitely go well, Guyanen said again, wanting to ease her mind. Christina replied softly. She took a small step closer, naturally leaning towards him as they did when they were younger, but quickly pulled back. I'm leaving now. I'll see you when I get back. Okay, see you when you get back. She dragged her suitcase and turned towards the security check. After walking a few steps, she couldn't help but look back once more. Guyanen stood still, not moving, the blue bracelet on his wrist very noticeable under the airport lights. Each time she looked back, he was there quietly watching her. Until Christina's figure completely vanished into the crowd at the security check. Only then did Guyanen slowly lower his hand that had been raised in the air, looking down at the not-so-delicate bracelet. The wind blew in through the large, floor-to-ceiling windows of the airport, a bit chilly. He gently touched the knot of the string. In the blink of an eye, it was already January 2026. The U-23 Asian Cup had officially commenced. In their first match, the Huaxia team was held to a draw by the Iraq team. After the match, online discussions in the country erupted. Countless fans flocked to the official account of the Football Association, questioning the same issue. Why was Guyanen not lifted from his suspension? Why was he not included in the squad? At the post-match press conference, Huaxia's head coach Antonio did not hide his dissatisfaction in front of the cameras, subtly expressing his confusion regarding certain decisions made by the Football Association. However, in the following matches, the Huaxia U23 team managed to stumble their way into the finals thanks to their united defense and the extraordinary performance of goalkeeper Li Hao. The discussions about Guyanen on the internet gradually subsided. In the finals, Huaxia U23 faced Japan U23, who had sent their second team with players generally younger. This sparked a slight unrealistic fantasy among many Huaxia fans. The final score was 0-4, a complete and utter defeat. After the match, Antonio once again publicly expressed his high recognition of the team's fighting spirit. But he immediately added, if Guyanen could have participated in this tournament, I believe we could have defeated Japan. I still cannot understand why his suspension cannot be lifted. This interview was like a spark thrown into hot oil. In immense disappointment and regret, Huaxia fans unleashed all their anger towards the Football Association. An overwhelming wave of online attacks nearly overwhelmed the association's official blog. Under pressure, the Huaxia Football Association had no choice but to respond. We are deeply aware of the fans' love for the players, but the historical case is still under investigation. We ask fans to be patient, and we will deliver a fair ruling. This statement was deemed by fans as mere empty words, and public opinion showed no signs of improvement. Countless media outlets tried every means to dig for information from Guyanen, even attempting to provoke him into making explosive statements. However, all interview requests were declined by Lucas one by one. His response was consistently, Guyanin is currently focused on preparing for the upcoming season in the Swedish league with no time to pay attention to other matters. Guyanin indeed had no time to deal with these matters. His ankle had fully recovered, and he was alone in the club's gym undergoing intense core strength training. Sweat dripped down his jawline, hitting the yoga mat. A video call popped up. It was Anomaly. Guyanin accepted the call, and on the screen Anomaly was already dressed in a full Wolverhampton training outfit. As soon as the Swedish league season ended, he received a notification from Wolverhampton to return to the team immediately. The relegation task for Wolverhampton was exceptionally daunting, and it could be said they were already preparing for the championship next season. Anomaly came on as a substitute in the match against West Ham United on January 3rd, making his Premier League debut, but then he suffered a minor muscle injury and missed 4 matches. On the other end of the video, Anomaly wore a bright smile in the gym's background. I knew it, you must be training too. Guyanin smiled. Captain, you really know each player's habits. Of course. Anomaly laughed heartily. By the way, guess who this is next to me? Before Guyanin could think much, Anomaly pulled over the person next to him, who was stretching. It was a similarly fit Asian young man who was the captain of Huaxia U23, Su Bin. Look who this is, also one of your Huaxia people. Su Bin greeted the camera with a smile. Hello, Guyanin. Isn't it a coincidence? I switched teams, and I still have a Huaxia teammate. Huh. Guyanin was initially surprised, then smiled. Brother Su, I didn't expect you to go to the Premier League. That's great. I'm just here to learn. I definitely can't play in the Premier League yet. The club is helping me arrange a loan deal. That's already impressive, Guyanin said seriously. He'll work harder, hoping to meet you in the Premier League in the future. Su Bin nodded vigorously. No problem. All right, enough chatting. Our coach is coming. Anomaly waved at the camera. Keep up the good work. We'll be waiting for you. After the three said their goodbyes, they hung up the call. Guyanin lay back down on the yoga mat, his chest slightly heaving. The Premier League. In his heart, he secretly made a firm resolution. That night, as usual, Guyanin video called Christina. Today Christina appeared especially cheerful. Why are you so happy? Guyanin asked. Today in drama class, I was praised by the teacher. Christina's eyes sparkled. She then began to mimic the scene. In a classroom of 30, she partnered with a blonde boy to perform an emotion. She acted passionately, moving the teacher and all her classmates. After finishing, Christina wore a proud expression, eagerly awaiting Guyanin's praise. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no response from the other end of the video. She leaned closer to the screen and saw Guyanin pouting, looking rather unhappy. Christina's lips subtly curled up. Hey, is someone getting jealous? We're not even boyfriend and girlfriend yet, you shouldn't. TSK. Guyanin panicked upon hearing this, and quickly explained, I'm not jealous. I am just worried you might be. Those male actors are quite flirty. Seeing his flustered demeanor, Christina laughed even more happily. All right, I'm just teasing you. In 2 days I have to go for an audition, so I need to rest early and maintain my best condition. After my audition, I'll give you good news. Guyanin nodded. I'll wait for your good news. Beep. The call ended. Guyanin slumped back in his chair, covering his face with his hands. What was I just doing? I wouldn't really have feelings for her, would I? Just then a sudden series of urgent knocks on the door echoed. Guyanin opened the door. At the door was Lucas, sitting in a wheelchair. Pushing him was Richard, the scout from Age. You guys. Guyanin was completely at a loss. Lucas sat in his wheelchair, a wry smile of helplessness on his face. He pointed to Richard behind him. What can I do? This guy showed up at my doorstep yesterday. I told him I was your agent, and he kept calling me, insisting that he must meet you. Richard walked past Lucas and entered the apartment, his expression one of the calmness unique to professional scouts. Mr. Gu, I believe there is some misunderstanding between us. He wasted no time and directly took out a thick report from his briefcase, placing it on the coffee table in front of Guyanin. Ajax's interest in you has never waned. This time I bring you the official authorization from the club's technical director. Guyanin did not look at the report. Mr. Richard, I think I have made myself very clear. I will stay with IFK Trollhättan next season. Richard was not surprised. He adjusted his glasses and opened the first page of the report. This is your performance data from the last 3 matches in the Swedish league. A 91, 2 pass success rate, 11 key passes, and an 85, 7 dribbling success rate. These statistics not only rank among the best in the Swedish league, but also surpass most players in the same position in the Swedish top league. Richard tapped his fingers on the paper. You have fully equipped yourself with the ability to compete at a higher level. The standard of the Swedish league will only slow your growth. Even if you achieve promotion next season, the attention that the Swedish top league receives in the entire European football scene is almost zero. This will not help your career at all. Lucas on the side took out his notebook and diligently recorded every word Richard said. This was his first lesson as an agent. Richard looked at Guyanin and mentioned the transfer fee. Ajax is willing to raise the offer to €8,000. Although it's not much, this is the largest transfer fee I have managed to secure. Moreover, we promise you a first-team contract. Although you will initially start as a substitute, the club will provide you with ample growth space and playing time. 8,000,000 euros. A first-team contract. Guyanen's heart skipped a beat. The Eredivisie, Ajax, a European giant, a star factory. These words hold a fatal attraction for any young player. Yet an image of old Eric's rugged and sincere face floated in his mind. Richard caught his moment of hesitation. Our youth training director has trained talents like De Ligt de Jong and Hato, among others. If you join, he will personally oversee your tactical development plan. The apartment fell into silence. At that moment, Guyanen's phone suddenly rang. It was old Eric. Guyanen pressed the answer button. On the other end, old Eric's excited voice boomed. I have good news for you. The club has just finalized the third signing. It's a defensive midfielder with European competition experience. Next season we are set for promotion. After hanging up, Guyanen looked at Richard, his attitude now extremely resolute. Thank you for your consideration, but I will not leave during this transfer window. I owe IFK Trollhättan a commitment. If Ajax is still interested at the end of next season, I will seriously. Richard showed no disappointment. Instead, a hint of appreciation appeared on his face. He stood up and extended his hand. I respect your decision. The two shook hands. Richard left a business card. But I must remind you, Gu, opportunities in European football are fleeting. Do not let so-called loyalty become a stumbling block in your career. After seeing Richard off, Lucas' expression grew serious. As your agent, I must remind you that Ajax's offer is very sincere. Miss this opportunity, and there may not be such favorable conditions next time. Guyanen nodded. I know, but old Eric gave me a chance to play again when I was at my lowest. This favor I cannot ignore. Lucas remained silent for a moment before finally nodding. I respect your choice, but I will closely monitor the transfer dynamics in Europe and prepare everything for you. The next day at the training, as soon as Guyanen entered the locker room, he sensed a strange atmosphere. Several teammates cast sidelong glances at him, and the whispering stopped immediately after he appeared. When Richard left his apartment last night, he was photographed by a local reporter lurking nearby. This morning, the sports section headline of the newspaper read, IFK Trollhättan's core in secret meeting with Ajax scout, transfer may become a reality. Before training began, Sangar called him into his office. Is what the newspaper says true? Guyanen recounted the situation in detail and emphasized again that he would stay. Sangar sighed with relief, then patted his shoulder earnestly. As a coach, I certainly hope you stay. But as someone who has been through this, I also do not want you to miss a golden opportunity in your career due to emotional reasons. After training ended, old Eric's figure appeared at the edge of the field. He waved to Guyanen. The two said nothing and walked to the highest point of the Vandersborg Stadium stands. The cold wind blew through the empty stadium, producing a moaning sound. I know about Ajax's offer, old Eric spoke first. As chairman, I should bind you here. But as an uncle who has watched you grow up, I care more about your future. Just as Guyanen was about to explain, old Eric waved his hand. When I was young, I missed out on some benefits for the sake of certain feelings. I do not regret it, but occasionally, I feel a sense of loss. Old Eric turned around, his rough hand resting on Guyanen's shoulder. Kid, if you really want to leave, I won't stop you. But you need to think carefully. Are you pursuing your dreams for a better platform, or merely staying out of fear of disappointing others' expectations? This sentence struck Guyanen like a heavy hammer to his heart. Loyalty, gratitude. For these days he had been using these two words to persuade himself. Yet he had never asked himself what his true thoughts were. That night a video call request popped up. It was Christine. On the other side of the screen, she radiated an uncontrollable excitement. I made it through the preliminary selection. I'm in the final 5. The director said I have a lot of talent. Looking at the sparkle in her eyes, Guyanen suddenly asked a question. If you hadn't gone to America but stayed in Sweden, would you regret it? If I give up my dreams for some reason, that would be true regret. And I believe that those who truly care about me will support me in pursuing what I want. A flash of lightning pierced through the fog in Guyanen's mind. He finally understood. True loyalty is not about being trapped in one place. It is about giving your all at every stage to become the best version of yourself. He looked at the girl on the screen, shining with dreams, unable to utter a single word. Guyanen hung up the video call, slumping into his chair. Christina's words were like a key that unlocked the tightly shut door in his heart. He picked up his phone, intending to call Lucas to inform him of his decision. Just as his finger brushed the screen, a sudden wave of intense dizziness struck. The scene before him began to distort, and the entire room seemed to be submerged in water, rippling with layers of waves. Detection of the host facing a significant career choice. System startup. A cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind, and Guyanen abruptly stood up only to find that his body was immobile. The space before him twisted entirely into a void of white. 2 massive light screens slowly unfolded in front of him. Choice 1: stay at IFK Trelleborg and lead the team to promotion. Task requirement: help the team win the Swedish Superettan Championship next season and successfully promote to the Allsvenskan. Task Reward Badge 2 Gold Quality. Choice 2 Go to Ajax and strive to become a starter. Task requirement before the end of the 2025-2026 season: accumulate more than 10 starting appearances in the Eredivisie, with each match lasting no less than 60 minutes. Task Reward Random Badge X1 Random, stat raised to 99. Two choices hovered in the air. Guyanen's breathing became rapid. The reward for the second choice was an astronomically tempting figure. A random stat of 99, what did that imply? If it were speed, he would become the fastest player in the world. If it were passing, he would possess the vision of a top midfield maestro. If it were shooting, his heartbeat quickened, but soon he calmed down again. The task requirements given by the system seemed simple, yet were fraught with danger. Although Ajax was a powerhouse in the Eredivisie, the competition was equally fierce. A 17-year-old newcomer from Superettan aiming to accumulate 10 starting appearances in the remaining half-season, each lasting over 60 minutes, was a daunting challenge. Moreover, the pace and intensity of the Eredivisie far exceeded that of Superettan. Failure to complete the task would not only mean no reward, but could also stall his career. In contrast with the first choice staying at IFK Trelleborg, he was already the absolute core of the team. The investment promised by old Eric and the tactical system tailored for him by Sangar were already in place. Though leading the team to promotion was not without its challenges, it was at least within his control. Two badges, while not as enticing as a stat of 99, were still very valuable. Most importantly, in Guyanen's mind, old Eric's rugged face appeared along with Lucas, giving him a thumbs up from his wheelchair, and the frenzied fans cheering in the stands of Van Gavelen Stadium. He closed his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he began "I choose." Just as he was about to say his answer, the white space suddenly shook violently. The two light screens began to flash wildly, emitting a piercing alarm. Warning. External interference detected. Forced selection procedure startup failed. Hosts will intensity exceeds expectations. Guyanen suddenly opened his eyes. The white space began to collapse, shattering like glass into countless light points that dissipated. He found himself back in his apartment. The screen of his phone remained on Lucas' contact interface. The system's voice echoed again, but this time it carried a hint of unprecedented emotional fluctuation. Detection of host possessing independent will. The system will no longer forcibly intervene in the host's choices. However, the task remains valid. Please make a final decision within 72 hours. Countdown begins. Cold sweat broke out on Guyanen's forehead. He finally understood. The system was not omnipotent. It could provide him with abilities and opportunities, but it could not make choices for him. The true decision-making power always lay in his own hands. Suddenly his phone vibrated. It was a message from Christina. "In the video earlier you seemed troubled. What's wrong?" Guyanen looked at the message, a wry smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He typed a reply, "It's nothing, just thinking about some things regarding the future." "Have you figured it out?" Guyanen's fingers hovered above the screen, not coming down for a long time. "Have I figured it out?" He didn't know. The next morning Guyanen appeared at the training base with two dark circles under his eyes, having not slept a wink. The 72-hour countdown given by the system hung over him like a sword, preventing him from feeling at ease. In the locker room, his teammates had already begun changing gear. Damien saw him and immediately approached. "Hey Gu, did you stay up all night playing games? You look terrible. Just didn't sleep well." Guyanen forced a smile. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Damien smirked. "I understand you must have been video chatting with Christina and couldn't bear to hang upright." The surrounding teammates immediately began to tease. "Oh, our little guy from Huaxia is in love. When are you treating us to a wedding banquet?" Guyanen was both amused and exasperated. Just as he was about to explain, the locker room door was suddenly pushed open. Sangar walked in, his expression terrifyingly grim. All laughter abruptly ceased. He walked up to the tactical board and slammed it hard. "I just received news that the Swedish Superettan has confirmed next season's schedule. In the first round, our opponent is last season's third-place team, Östersund." A collective gasp echoed in the locker room. Östersund, a traditional powerhouse in the Superettan, narrowly finished third last season by just 2 points. Their squad depth and overall strength far exceeded that of IFK Trelleborg. Moreover, Sangar's voice grew even graver. "They have signed 3 players from the Allsvenskan during the winter transfer window. This is going to be a tough match, a very tough match. So starting today, the training intensity will be doubled." He turned to look at everyone. "I don't care what thoughts or plans you have privately. On the field, you are warriors of IFK Trelleborg." Training commenced. Sangar was indeed not joking. The training intensity was ramped up to the max. High-intensity shuttle runs, contact drills, tactical practices, one after another, leaving no opportunity to catch a breath. Guyanen gritted his teeth and persevered. In his mind, the system's countdown continued. Time remaining until selection deadline: 65 hours, 42 minutes. After training, everyone collapsed exhausted on the grass. Just as Guyanen was about to return to the locker room, Sangar called out to him. "Gu, come with me for a moment." The two headed to the coach's office. Sangar poured himself a glass of whiskey and downed it in one go. I know about Ajax, he got straight to the point. I also know that you are hesitating. As your coach, I certainly hope you stay. Sangar poured himself another glass, but I won't use moral coercion on you. I just want to tell you one thing. Football is a team sport. No matter how strong an individual is, they cannot win a match alone. At IFK Trelleborg, you are the core, and all tactics revolve around you. You can play to your heart's content without worrying about positional competition or tactical mismatches. But at Ajax, Sangar paused, you are just a newcomer. You need to adapt to a new tactical system, establish rapport with your teammates, and prove yourself in fierce competition. This process may take 6 months, a year, or even longer. And during this time, your growth rate may very well be slower than if you stayed here. Guyanen's heart skipped a beat. What Sangar said was exactly what he was most worried about. Of course, if you can establish a foothold at Ajax, your future potential will indeed be higher than if you stayed here. But a football career is short, Gu. Sometimes being steady and grounded is more important than taking risks. He patted Guyanen's shoulder. Think it over. Whatever choice you make, I respect it. Leaving the office, Guyanen's mind was even more confused. He took out his phone, intending to call Lucas. As soon as the call connected, Lucas' excited voice came through. I just got my agent certification. Although it's just the most basic one, I can officially represent you now. Guyanen was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Congratulations, Lucas. It's all thanks to you. Lucas' voice was filled with gratitude. By the way, how are you considering Ajax? Guyanen hesitated. As your agent, I must analyze the pros and cons for you. Lucas' tone became serious. Staying at IFK Trelleborg has the advantage of stability. You are already the core, and you can get plenty of playing time and opportunities to perform. But the disadvantages are also obvious. The attention on Superettan is too low. Even if you perform well, the attention you can attract is limited. And Ajax, although the competition is fierce, as long as you can perform, the top clubs across Europe will notice you. This is a springboard to the top 5 leagues. Guyanen remained silent for a long time. Lucas, if it were you, what would you choose? On the other end of the line, Lucas also fell silent. After a long pause, he finally spoke. If it were the old me, I would choose to stay. But now, his voice choked, I've lost the opportunity to choose. So Gu, don't be like me and regret it only after you've lost. Go and chase your dreams. Don't let anything hold you back. After hanging up, Guyanen stood outside the training base, gazing at the distant Van Gavelen Stadium. The sunset's afterglow bathed the entire stadium in gold. At this moment, his phone vibrated. It was a message from old Eric. Kid, are you free tomorrow? Come to my place for dinner. Uncle wants to discuss something with you. At that moment, the phone vibrated. It was a message from old Eric. Kid, are you free tomorrow? Come to my house for dinner. Uncle has something to discuss with you. The next evening, Guyanen walked into old Eric's home. In the spacious dining room, the long table was filled with a sumptuous array of traditional Swedish dishes, the aroma of meatballs wafting through the air. Old Eric's assistant warmly invited him to sit down, but old Eric appeared somewhat silent. He kept serving Guyanen food, and soon the plate was piled high. The atmosphere was slightly awkward. Halfway through the meal, old Eric finally put down his knife and fork and gulped down a large mouthful of beer. When I was young, I faced choices similar to yours. His voice was somewhat heavy. Stay in my hometown or chase my dreams. I ultimately stayed because my father was very ill at that time and needed my care. Old Eric looked at his hands, which were rough and calloused. I don't regret it. But to be honest, there are nights when I can't sleep and wonder what my life would be like if I had left back then. He suddenly shifted the topic, looking at Guyanen very seriously. Kid, I don't want to become your regret. If you want to go to Ajax, then go. Don't worry about me, don't worry about the team. I will fully support you, even help you negotiate better terms with those Dutch guys. Guyanen's heart trembled. He did not expect old Eric to say such things. Just then the dining room door was pushed open in a hurry. Old Eric's assistant rushed in, holding a tablet, looking as if he had seen a ghost. He handed the tablet to old Eric and lowered his voice. Boss, take a look at this. On the tablet, a video of an interview by Dutch media was playing. In the frame, a middle-aged man dressed in Ajax training gear, looking arrogant, was speaking to the camera. Guyanen recognized him, the temporary head coach of Ajax. Grim. Facing the camera, Grim said in a slightly disdainful tone, yes, the club is indeed in contact with that kid from Huaxia, but this isn't my decision, it's a commercial consideration from the higher-ups. He has only played in 3 professional matches. I won't take the risk of putting him in the first team. If he comes, he will first go to the second team, competing for a position based on his performance. But to be honest, I'm not optimistic about it. The level of the Swedish Allsvenskan. You understand. He shrugged, his arrogant demeanor infuriating to watch. Outside the camera, the laughter of reporters could be heard, barely contained. The video ended. Old Eric froze completely. The next second, the muscles on his face suddenly flushed red as he slammed his palm on the heavy wooden dining table. Bang! The cutlery on the table jumped in response. That bastard! How dare he speak like that? A string of vulgar Swedish curses erupted from his mouth. He grabbed the tablet and shoved it into Guyanen's hands. You take a look. This is what they call a prestigious club. Guyanin took the tablet and replayed the video. Grimm's condescending expression pierced into his heart like a thorn. A surge of defiance welled up within, but reason told him that Grimm was not entirely wrong. 3 matches were indeed too few. He needed more games to prove himself. This feeling of being looked down upon was both painful and all too real. What a load of rubbish about prestigious clubs. They don't even respect the players they want to bring in. Old Eric was still angrily roaring, the veins on his neck bulging. Gu, don't go. This kind of club isn't worth it. His assistant was helplessly trying to persuade him, but it was no use. Guyanin suddenly calmed down. He put down the tablet. In his mind, the thunderous cheers of the Van Gavelen Stadium flashed by the image of his teammates lifting him high and Lucas giving him a thumbs up while sitting in a wheelchair. There was also Christina's words in the video. Those who truly care about me will support me in pursuing what I want. He suddenly understood. Uncle. Guyanin spoke, his voice calm. Old Eric was stunned. Even his wife stopped her comforting motions, looking at him in surprise. I have made my decision. Guyanin continued. I want to stay with IFK Trelleborg. Not because of Grimm's words, nor because I'm afraid of competition, but because I'm not ready yet. He stood up, meeting old Eric's incredulous gaze. 3 matches are indeed. I need a complete season, more game experience to prove that I am not a flash in the pan. Next season, I will lead IFK Trelleborg to promotion. I want everyone to see that players coming out of the Swedish Allsvenskan can also shine. Old Eric's eyes instantly turned red. He suddenly stood up, opened his arms, and gave Guyanin a solid bear hug, the force almost crushing his. Good kid. You have guts. Uncle did not misjudge you. He released Guyanin, patting his shoulder vigorously, his voice somewhat choked. Next season I will invest more. Get you the best teammates. Guyanin smiled. He took out his phone and dialed Lucas' number in front of old Eric. When the call connected, he spoke directly. Lucas, contact Richard and tell him my decision. I'm not going to age. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, then Lucas' slightly hesitant voice came through. Are you? Sure. Guyanin looked out the window. The night in Trelleborg was calm and gentle. His response was resolute. Sure. He hung up the phone. The system's prompt sound echoed in his mind. Detected that the host has made a choice mission confirmed. Lead IFK Trelleborg to promotion mission, reward badge 2 gold, quality additional hint. Grimm's disdain has been recorded by the system. If there is an opportunity to face Ajax in the future, a special mission will be triggered. Guyanin's lips curled into a cold arc. Grimm, let's wait and see. Grimm, let's wait and see. The next morning, Guyanin was abruptly awakened by the frantic vibrations of his phone. He unlocked the screen, and a video of an interview by Dutch media had already stirred a huge uproar across European and Chinese networks. It's truly disgusting. 3 matches with 4 goals and 2 assists saved the team from relegation, yet to him, it means nothing. And the level of the Dutch league, what do you understand about it? Commercial considerations. So the opportunity our child earned through hard work is just something for you to profit from. That's utterly disrespectful. At 17 years old, 3 professional matches, and if this efficiency was shown by a young European player, they would be praised to the heavens. Yet for a Chinese player, this is the attitude. This is blatant double standards. Angry comments flooded the screen one after another. Of course, there were also rational voices. To be honest, the coach is not entirely wrong. 3 matches is indeed too small a sample, and jumping directly to the first team is unrealistic. Going to the second team for training is a normal procedure. Most young foreign players do this, so there's no need to be overly excited. Arguing now is useless. If you really want to prove yourself, let your performance on the field speak louder than any rebuttal. At that moment, the young man with the ramen hairstyle posted a pinned long post in the largest football forum in the country. What gives Grimm the right to look down on our Gushan? 3 matches, 4 goals, and 2 assists. This data is more than enough to beat your Ajax reserves. Below the post, thousands of replies instantly popped up, all supporting Guyanin. Lucas' call came in. I've already replied to Richard. Lucas' voice was calm. He asked me to convey to you that he respects your decision, but also feels regret for you. However, he said that if you can lead the team to promotion success next season, Ajax's door will still be open for you. I understand. Guyanin hung up the phone, tossed it aside, and headed to the training base. As he walked into the locker room, the noisy room fell silent for a moment. In the next second, Damien pounced on him like a hungry tiger, delivering a punch to his chest. I knew you wouldn't leave. Brother, next season we'll crush the Swedish league together. The entire locker room erupted in cheers and whistles, with teammates flocking around him, vigorously patting his back and shoulders. The warm atmosphere dissipated the last bit of gloom in his heart. Before training began, Sangar called him into his office. The coach rarely showed a smile on his face. Well done, kid. I know this decision wasn't easy. He didn't waste time on small talk and directly brought Guyanin to the tactics board. The tactics board was densely filled with various attacking routes and player movements, all converging at a red near the center circle. Next to that red, that was Guyanin's name. Since you've decided to stay, we need to properly plan for next season. Sangar picked up a tactical pen, pointing at that red dot. Next season you will not only be the core of the attack, but also take on more organizational responsibilities. I need you to quickly assess the situation after receiving the ball in midfield and link up the entire attacking line. Gu Yanan listened attentively, clearly feeling the heavy trust and expectations the coach placed upon him. After a full day of training, the teammates had all left, but Gu Yanan remained alone on the field. He lined up several balls in front of the penalty area, repeatedly practicing the precision of long and short passes. Sweat dripped from his hair quickly, soaking his training gear. In his mind, Grimm's contemptuous face replayed over and over. That sentence, that expression felt like a thorn deeply embedded in his heart. It also became his most primal motivation, driving him tirelessly. That night in his apartment, Christina's video call came as scheduled. On the other end of the screen, she wore a "Are you really not regretting it? That's Ajax after all." Gu Yanan wiped his hair and shook his head with a smile. "No regrets. I want to prove to those who look down on me in my own way." Seeing his determined look, Christina suddenly smiled. "Then I need to work hard too. My audition results will come out the day after tomorrow. If I get the role, you have to treat me to a grand meal." "No problem." Gu Yanan readily agreed. "I'll fly to America to treat you." The two exchanged smiles through the screen. After ending the video call, Gu Yanan opened the system panel. He wanted to confirm that new task again. Task lead IFK Trelleborg to win the Swedish League Championship and successfully promote to the Swedish Super League. Task progress 0. Special reminder: upon completion of the task, a new function, rival system, will be unlocked. Lines of text floated before his eyes. Rival system: when the host develops a strong competitive or adversarial relationship with specific players or teams, the system will record them as rivals. When facing a rival, the host gains 5 to all attributes and has a high probability of triggering special tasks with additional rewards upon completion. Gu Yanan's eyes lit up. This meant that Grimm and his Ajax had been firmly marked by the system. The next day, the official website of IFK Trelleborg released 3 major announcements in succession. In addition to the previously confirmed center back and winger, the club officially announced the signing of an experienced defensive midfielder and a young forward from the Swedish Super League's Hammarby. Old Eric had fulfilled his promise. The investment in this winter transfer window set a historical record for the club in nearly 20 years. Swedish sports media reported extensively on IFK Trelleborg's bold moves. Some believe this signifies the club's determination to push for promotion, while others question whether the new signings can quickly integrate into the team and form combat effectiveness. One local sports newspaper had an interesting headline: "Trelleborg's gamble, can they replicate last season's relegation miracle?" Meanwhile, other competitors in the Swedish league were also busy. Last season's third-place team, Östersund, similarly brought in 3 players of Swedish Super League caliber aiming directly for the championship. Another team, Jönköping Södra, which was relegated from the Swedish Super League, also completed 2 important signings. The competitive landscape for the upcoming Swedish League season has become unprecedentedly fierce. At the training base, the new signings arrived one after another. Gu Yanan took the initiative to greet each new teammate, helping them quickly acclimate to the environment. The young forward who transferred from Hammarby was the last to enter the locker room. His name is Erik Rådström, 22 years old, standing at 185 meters tall, with striking short blonde hair, a robust physique, and an aura that seems to repel strangers. Upon seeing Gu Yanan, he walked straight over and extended his hand. "I've heard a lot about you all. I hope we can work well together." Gu Yanan shook his hand. The strength conveyed through that handshake made him raise an eyebrow slightly. This guy is not simple. The addition of a new recruit added a hint of tension to the training ground. Erik Rådström, the forward, who joined with the aura of the Swedish Super League, displayed remarkable individual skills during practice. His acceleration was astonishing, and his powerful shots quickly made him the center of attention. However, Gu Yanan soon noticed that this guy had a tendency to play solo. During a small-sided match, Gu Yanan dribbled the ball in midfield, executed a beautiful turn to shake off the defense, and looked up to assess the situation. Erik positioned himself perfectly at the edge of the penalty area. A simple through ball would set him up for a onion. Without hesitation, he delivered the pass. The ball rolled precisely to Erik's feet. Yet instead of shooting immediately, Erik chose to continue dribbling, attempting to maneuver past the last defender. As a result, he stumbled, and the opposing defender cleanly intercepted the ball. Gu Yanan frowned, but said nothing. A few minutes later, another attacking opportunity arose. After drawing the defense to the sideline, Gu Yanan passed the ball to Erik, who was in a better position. This time, Erik finally took a shot. With a powerful strike, it was too straight, and was comfortably caught by the goalkeeper. Frustrated, Erik shook his hands in exasperation. Gu Yanan ran over and patted him on the shoulder. That ball could have been passed to the other side. Damien was already in position. Erik paused for a moment, then nodded, but his dismissive attitude was evident. After training ended, Sangar indeed called Erik into the office for a private discussion. Passing by, Gu Yanan could only hear the coach's furious roar. Your individual ability is strong, but football is a team sport. In this team, you need to learn to cooperate with others, not just play solo. Eric emerged from the office with having come down from the Swedish Super League to the Swedish First Division, why should he revolve around a 17-year-old Huaxia kid? In the locker room, Damien leaned close to Guyanin, lowering his voice. That new guy is a bit of a troublemaker. You need to be careful. Guyanin smiled, twisted open his water bottle, and took a sip. It's fine, we'll just need time to gel. He knew in his heart that Eric's arrival could potentially disrupt the delicate chemistry the team had built. That night in his apartment, Guyanin received a video call from Christina. On the other end of the screen, her cheeks were flushed with excitement. I got the role. Even though it's the second female lead, the director said my performance exceeded his expectations. Guyanin was genuinely happy for her. That's great. I knew you could do it. You better keep your promise. When I return, treat me to a feast. Christina smiled, but suddenly noticed something. You seem troubled. Oh, what's wrong? Guyanin briefly recounted the events with Eric during training. After hearing this, Christina rested her chin. I've seen many like him. They are everywhere in Hollywood. They always think they are the center of the universe and don't listen to others. So what do you think should be done? What to do? Christina winked at him. Shut him up with your skills. When he realizes that he can only score by cooperating with you, he'll figure it out himself. After hanging up, Guyanin lay on his bed. Christina's excited face and her last words kept swirling. The intertwining of pressure and expectation made it difficult for him to sleep. The next day at training, Sangar immediately arranged a high-intensity internal teaching match to specifically test the integration of the new lineup. Guyanin and Eric were placed in the yellow team, symbolizing the main squad. Sangar stood on the sidelines with arms crossed, shouting loudly, I want to see your cooperation, not individual battles. The match began. Guyanin actively organized plays from midfield, creating several good opportunities. However, Eric still seemed more accustomed to going solo. Several times when a simple pass was possible, he opted for a forced shot, which either flew over the crossbar or missed the post. Sangar shook his head disapprovingly from the sidelines. As the first half neared its end, Guyanin received the ball near the center circle, facing fierce pressure from two defenders. Suddenly, he pulled the ball back with a smooth Marseille turn and instantly slipped out of the double team. Immediately after, he sent a long pass over the top without stopping the ball. The ball sailed over everyone's heads, perfectly finding Eric's advancing run. The pass was so beautiful that Eric only had to settle the ball comfortably to face the goalkeeper. However, when he stopped the ball, he misjudged the force, sending it 3 meters away from him. He awkwardly chased after it and managed a shot, but the angle was too straight and the goalkeeper easily collected it. Frustrated, Eric held his head in despair. Guyanin ran over. It's fine. Oh, just pay attention to the control next time. Eric shot him a glance, but said nothing. In the second half, Sangar made adjustments, moving Eric to play as a winger while substituting another forward into the center. This change yielded immediate results. Eric's speed on the flank was maximized, and he repeatedly used his pace to break through, creating significant. Guyanin quickly found the rhythm to cooperate with him, and the chemistry between the two began to show. In the final stage of the match, Guyanin received the ball at the edge of the penalty area. Eric made a rapid inward cut from the flank, creating an excellent opening. Guyanin hesitated not for a moment, lightly flicking the ball with his right heel. The ball passed through the defender's legs and accurately reached Eric's feet. This time, Eric didn't waste the opportunity and struck the ball with a powerful shot. The ball found the back of the net. After scoring, Eric excitedly pumped his fist. Guyanin ran over, wanting to high-five him in celebration. However, Eric turned and walked away, completely ignoring his outstretched hand. Guyanin's hand awkwardly hovered in the air. After the training match ended, Sangar gathered everyone together. This is the cooperation I want to see. Eric, your speed and impact are valuable assets to the team, but you need to learn to trust your teammates. Guyanin, you did well. Keep it up. Eric nodded thoughtfully, but the defiance in his gaze towards Guyanin had not faded. That night, Guyanin was doing core rehabilitation training in his apartment when his phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar Huaxia number. He answered the call with confusion. A calm, middle-aged man's voice came through. Is this Guyanin? I am Song Kai from the Huaxia Football Association. There's something I'd like to discuss with you. Is this Guyanin? This is Song Kai from the Chinese Football Association. There is something I wish to discuss with you. The voice on the other end of the line was steady, tinged with a hint of fatigue. Guyanin was taken aback for a moment, then walked to the window, gazing at the scattered lights in the night of Tele Fortress. Chairman Song, please go ahead. Song Kai fell silent for a few seconds, as if organizing his thoughts. Originally, the association had already reached a resolution to lift your ban. All investigations pointed to you being wronged, and the evidence chain is quite clear. However, Guyanin's heart raced suddenly. But Song Kai's tone grew heavier. Your youth training coach has appealed this resolution. According to legal procedures, we must go through the process again. So the lifting of the ban will be delayed. Guyanin's grip on his phone tightened slightly. The man who had pointed at him and scolded, You are nothing but a useless waste. On that rainy night, the one who had personally shattered his dreams in Chinese football was now dragging him down once more. I am truly sorry. There was genuine remorse in Song Kai's voice. The decision made by the association previously did indeed hurt you. But this is how legal procedures work. There is nothing we can do. Gu Yanan took a deep breath, his tone surprisingly calm. Chairman Song, I understand. However, to be honest, I no longer care about this. Song Kai was clearly taken aback. I am only concerned. Gu Yanan looked out the window. When the ban is lifted, that is your business. What I need to do now is to make a name for myself in the Swedish league, to let everyone see my strength. As for the national team, he paused. When I am genuinely qualified to stand in that position, naturally someone will come looking for me. The other end of the line fell silent for a long time. I am glad to hear you think this way. Song Kai's voice carried a more complex emotion. Gu Yanan, I assure you on behalf of the association that the truth will eventually come to light. At that time we will provide you with a fair result. After hanging up the phone, Gu Yanan stood by the window unmoving. He felt no anger, no grievance, only an unexplainable calm. Perhaps it was because he had found something more important. 3 days later, the official website of the Chinese Football Association suddenly released a major announcement. Notice on the announcement of the second batch of punishments for violating clubs and related personnel. Once the announcement was made, the entire Chinese football scene erupted. Several clubs in the Chinese Super League had points deducted. Numerous coaches, players, and referees were given lifetime bans. At the end of the announcement, the association specifically explained the reason for the extension of Gu Yanan's ban. Given that the youth training coach of the party involved has appealed the original punishment decision, the association will conduct a new investigation and verification according to relevant legal procedures. During this period, the original ban remains effective. This explanation ignited a firestorm of public opinion online. Of the top 10 trending topics on social media, 8 were related to Gu Yanan. Second batch of punishments by the association. Why isn't Gu Yanan's ban lifted? Youth training coaches appeal delays time. The comment section was completely overwhelmed. Laughable, doesn't that coach have any self-awareness? The investigation has already revealed that it was his doing, yet he still appeals. Disgusting, truly disgusting. Once ruining someone's life isn't enough, he wants to do it again. The association is also useless. They still need to follow procedures for something so obvious. How long will this drag on? I feel for Gu Yanan. He is clearly wronged, yet has to keep bearing this burden. There were also some rational voices. Legal procedures are like this. Oh, we cannot skip the process just because we feel he is wronged. To be honest, Gu Yanan is doing quite well in Sweden. Whether the ban is lifted or not doesn't affect him much. Right, rather than playing in those messy leagues domestically, it's better to develop well in Europe. A young man with messy hair posted a long Weibo post overnight. Some thoughts on Gus' ban? I know everyone is angry, and so am I. But what I want to say is that what Gu needs most right now is not our anger, but our support. He is doing well in Sweden and is aiming for promotion with his team next season. That is the most important thing for him now. As for those garbage, time will give them the punishment they deserve. This Weibo post quickly received over 100,000 likes. Lucas' phone had not stopped ringing since 8 a.m. Various media outlets, self-media, and even some marketing accounts that seemed to pop up from nowhere all wanted to interview Gu Yanan. He was overwhelmed and simply recorded a voice message as a uniform reply. Gu Yanan is currently focused on preparing for the new season of the Swedish League and has no time for other matters. Regarding the ban, he believes time will prove everything. Additionally, any interview requests made without my consent will be declined. After sending this message, Lucas turned off the phone. He pushed the wheelchair to Gu Yanan's apartment and opened the door with a spare key. Gu Yanan was doing core training in the living room, sweat dripping down his cheeks. Aren't you angry? Lucas asked directly. Gu Yanan paused, picked up a towel, and wiped his face. Is getting angry useful? That scumbag coach will eventually get his comeuppance. His tone was calm. What I need to do now is to become strong enough that no one can ignore me. Lucas looked at him and suddenly smiled. You little rascal, you've really... The next day at the training base, Gu Yanan had just entered the locker room when he sensed that the atmosphere was a bit off. Several teammates looked at him with more sympathy and anger in their eyes. Damien rushed over and gave him a bear hug. Bro, I saw it online. Those bastards. Other teammates also gathered around, expressing their support in a flurry of voices. Gu Yanan felt warmth in his heart and patted Damien's shoulder. It's fine, it's all in the past. What matters most now is the new season. At that moment, Sangar walked in. He scanned the room and clapped his hands. Everyone quiet. The locker room instantly fell silent. Sangar looked at everyone and spoke slowly. I know you are all concerned about Gus' situation, but I want to tell you that as professional players, the best response is to let our performance on the field do the talking. Gu, are you ready? Gu Yanan stood up, his gaze firm. Always ready. Sangar nodded in satisfaction. Good. Then I have an announcement to make. In order to better prepare for the new season, the club has decided that the entire team will go to Barcelona for a 2-week winter training camp. The weather there is warm and the training facilities are top-notch. We will conduct intensive tactical drills and physical conditioning there. The locker room erupted in cheers. Barcelona. That is a city that countless players dream of. Guyanen's eyes lit up. Barcelona camp knew the place where Messi once fought. His heart began to race. Sangar continued, during this winter training, I will focus on assessing the cohesion of the new lineup. Those who perform well will be starters next season. Those who do not. He did not finish, but everyone understood the implication. We leave in 3 days, so everyone go back and pack your bags. Stepping out of the locker room, Guyanen took out his phone and sent Christina a message. I am going to Barcelona for winter training. A few seconds later, Christina replied, wow, that's my favorite. Remember to take photos for me. Also, good luck, my future star. Guyanen looked at the message and smiled. The moment the plane landed at Barcelona airport, Guyanen gazed through the window and beheld the azure of the Mediterranean. In February, the sun in Barcelona was warm enough to melt a person. Stepping out of the airport, the sea breeze hit him with a salty dampness a world apart from the bone-chilling cold of Tilabeo. Oh my God, this is where people should be. Damien spread his arms wide, dramatically inhaling deeply. Sangar stood by the coach unusually without a stern expression. Today is a holiday and training starts tomorrow. You can explore the sights of Barcelona, but remember, his voice suddenly rose, you must return to the hotel by 10 o'clock at night. Who dares to get drunk outside? Just roll back to Sweden. The teammates cheered. The bus drove through the streets of Barcelona, flanked by typical Catalan architecture with vibrant flower pots hanging from balconies and cafes bustling with relaxed patrons. Guyanen took out his phone and snapped a few photos out the window. The spires of the Sagrada Familia gleamed with golden light under the sun. The sound of a guitar echoed through the alleys of the Gothic quarter, and the crowds surged along La Rambla. He sent the photos to Christina. A few seconds later, a video call came through. Wow, you're already in Barcelona. Christina's face appeared on the screen, sitting in the break area of a film set, a flurry of staff bustling behind her. Just arrived, the coach gave us a day off. That's great. You must visit Casa Batlló and Casa Mila. Those buildings are simply stunning. Christina exclaimed, by the way, you're definitely going to Camp Nou, right? Of course. Make sure to take lots of photos for me. After hanging up, Guyanen joined his teammates for a day of exploration in Barcelona. The interior of the Sagrada Familia was even more breathtaking than the photos. Sunlight poured through the stained glass, enveloping the entire church in a dreamlike play of light and shadow. The roof of Casa Batlló resembled a fairy tale castle, while the undulating facade of Casa Mila made one question if it was a real building. The final stop was Camp Nou. Standing outside the stadium that could hold 100,000 people, Guyanen felt an indescribable awe. This was once Messi's home ground. He walked into the stadium, the empty stands devoid of any spectators, yet he could almost hear the roars of 100,000 fans. Damien patted his shoulder. How is it? Impressive, right? One day you will also stand on. Guyanen said nothing, quietly gazing at the green pitch. The next day, training commenced. The training facilities in Barcelona were top-notch, with turf so good it made one want to roll on it. Sangar blew the whistle. 10 laps for warm-up, the last 3 will be for extra practice. No sooner had he finished speaking than Eric dashed ahead. Guyanen was momentarily stunned, then quickly picked up speed to follow. The two raced side by side at the front, refusing to yield to one another. In the third lap, Eric suddenly accelerated and edged ahead of Guyanen by half a body length. Clenching his teeth, Guyanen also increased his pace. In the 5th lap, Guyanen overtook him. In the 7th lap, Eric surpassed him again. The teammates behind stared in disbelief. These two madmen. Damien panted, this is a warm-up run, not a 100-meter dash. In the final lap, the two sprinted across the finish line, the gap between them less than half a second. Sangar looked at the two, panting heavily, shaking his head. Shooting practice, 10 shots each. Guyanen and Eric exchanged glances, seeing the fire of competition in each other's eyes. 10 shots Guyanen scored on all. Eric also netted 10. During the team scrimmage, they were placed on opposing. Guyanen received the ball in midfield, and Eric immediately closed in, his physical challenge fierce enough to knock him over. Guyanen made a quick stop and change of direction, evading Eric's defense, then delivered a precise through ball. The ball found Damien, who had made a run forward, and he easily slotted it home. In the next play, Eric took the ball on the wing, while Guyanen ran back to defend. The two engaged in a fierce physical contest near the sideline, with Eric forcing his way through with speed, but Guyanen stayed tight on him, ultimately using a beautiful positioning move to win the ball. The teammates on the sidelines watched with great interest, as if witnessing an exciting exhibition match. Sangar stood at the side, his brow furrowed tightly. At the end of training, he gathered everyone together. In 3 days we will have our first friendly match. Sangar paused. The opponent is Espanyol B team. A murmur of low voices arose in the locker room. Although Espanyol B team was a second team, their strength should not be underestimated, with many players having experience in La Liga or Segunda División. In this match, I will closely observe the cohesion of the new lineup. Sanger's gaze swept over everyone. Those who perform well will be starters next season. That evening, the whole team went out for a meal at a bar. Gu Yanin stood at the hotel entrance watching his teammates leave, chatting and laughing. Damien turned back to glance at him, looking a bit sheepish. Sorry, Gu, you're still not of age. It's fine, you guys go ahead. Gu Yanin waved his hand. Watching his teammates' figures disappear around the corner, he walked alone into the night of Barcelona. In February, the nights in Barcelona remained warm. Music and laughter spilled from the bars along the streets. Couples strolled hand in hand, while street performers strummed guitars. Gu Yanin wandered aimlessly, unwittingly arriving at the edge of a neighborhood. Ahead, the sound of a ball striking the goal echoed. He stopped in his tracks. It was a makeshift soccer field surrounded by barbed wire, dimly lit by a few yellow streetlights. A 6v6 match was underway on the field. Gu Yanin's gaze was drawn to one of the young black players. The young man's dribbling skills were astonishing, the ball seemingly glued to his feet as he executed several feints in tight spaces, leaving defenders disoriented. He moved like a swimming dragon, weaving effortlessly across the field. Gu Yanin unconsciously approached the barbed wire, watching intently. "Hey kid," a voice came from the side. Gu Yanin turned to see a man in his 50s dressed in sportswear, holding a bottle of water. "You play soccer, right?" The man assessed him. "I can tell by your build." Gu Yanin nodded. "Just so happens we are short one player for 6v6. Want to join a match?" "The opponent is that black kid's team." The man pointed to the field. Gu Yanin hesitated. "Come on, it's just for exercise. Besides, I see you've been watching that kid closely. Don't you want to give it a try?" Gu Yanin glanced at the young black player and then at the man's eager expression. "Okay." He pushed open the gate in the barbed wire and stepped onto the field. The iron wire gate creaked open. The people on the field halted their movements and turned to look at Gu Yanin in unison. The young black man also turned his head, revealing a broad smile, with white teeth, his gaze filled with obvious scrutiny. "Newbie?" he asked in heavily accented English. Gu Yanin nodded. "All right, let's get started then." The older man clapped his hands. 6v6, the first team to score 3 goals wins. In the center of the field, the young black man stood on the ball, moving his ankle. Gu Yanin stood in the backfield, glancing at his teammates. A man in his 50s, a middle-aged man in his 30s, and a few amateur players who looked like they hadn't exercised in years. Looking at the opposite side, there was a lineup of young men, all well-built, clearly regulars on the soccer field. The situation seemed a bit precarious. The whistle blew. The young black man charged forward with the ball, his footwork astonishingly quick. Gu Yanin's teammate rushed in to tackle, but was easily outmaneuvered by a simple step over. A second teammate filled in, but the young black man deftly flicked the ball through his legs. "Damn," his teammate swore. Gu Yanin quickly fell back, positioning himself between the young black man and the goal. With a smirk, the young black man feigned with his right foot, then suddenly pulled the ball with his left foot and changed direction. Gu Yanin's balance was disrupted, his feet lagging a beat. The young black man had already slipped past him, launching a powerful shot from the edge of the penalty area. Bang! The ball drilled into the bottom corner of the net. The young black man turned around, grinning at Gu Yanin while mumbling in Spanish. Though the words were incomprehensible, his pride was unmistakable. Gu Yanin remained silent, gazing at him for a few seconds. "This kid has some talent." The older man approached and patted Gu Yanin's shoulders, saying, "Don't mind him. That kid is the local soccer king, and we've all gotten used to being dominated by him." Gu Yanin shook his head. "It's fine." He resumed the game. The older man took the ball and sent a long pass straight to Gu Yanin. Gu Yanin controlled the ball with his chest, letting it settle smoothly at his feet. The two opposing defenders immediately closed in. Gu Yanin flicked the ball with his foot, making a slight body feint as he shifted the ball from the inside of his left foot to the outside of his right foot, dodging both opponents with 2 swift changes of direction. "Nice one," the older man shouted from the back. Gu Yanin continued his advance as the third defender rushed in. He lightly tapped the ball with his toe, sending it soaring over the defender's head, while he maneuvered around from the other side, separating himself from the ball. A few whistles sounded from the sidelines. At the edge of the penalty area, the young black man returned to defend, positioning himself in front of Gu Yanin. The two locked eyes. Gu Yanin kept the ball moving at his feet, alternating his pace unpredictably. The young black man focused intently on the ball, his body swaying in rhythm with Gu Yanin. "Now's the moment." Gu Yanin pulled back with his right foot, sending the ball soaring in a perfect arc over the head of the black man. A rainbow flick. The young black man froze for a moment, and by the time he reacted, Gu Yanin had already bypassed him and caught the falling ball. Facing the goalkeeper, Gu Yanin struck with the back of his right foot. No, it was actually a poke with the tip of his left foot. A delicate touch. The ball slipped through the goalkeeper's legs and rolled into the net. A cheer erupted from the sidelines. The uncle, grinning from ear to ear, rushed over to high-five Gu Yanin, saying, "I didn't expect you to be so hidden and unassuming." Gu Yanin returned the smile, turning to look at the young black man. The grin on the young man's face faltered, and his expression grew more serious. At that moment a prompt sound echoed in Gu Yanin's mind. Special scene detected street ball dual task triggered when the street ball match task reward badge double touch. Gu Yanin's heart stirred. Double touch. A divine technique from Pro Evolution Soccer. The match continued. The young black man was clearly stimulated and his offense became even more aggressive. After getting the ball, he increased his pace like a black whirlwind charging across the field. Gu Yanin's teammates couldn't defend against him being continuously breached. As the young black man was about to break into the penalty area, Gu Yanin sneered. System activate the Maldini template LV1 activated defensive awareness 15, stealing 12, positioning 12, stamina 18, confrontation 10, passing 8, calmness 20, teamwork 10, special skill Italian positioning side effect reduced, finishing ability template usage time 10 minutes. A surge of power flowed into his body. Gu Yanin's vision instantly became clear, and the young black man's movements gradually slowed in his eyes. The young man charged forward with the ball, performing successive stepovers with his right foot. Gu Yanin was not fazed, his body firmly positioned itself in the path of the young man's breakthrough. The young man frowned and attempted to change direction forcefully. Gu Yanin swiftly extended his foot and accurately intercepted the ball. Clean and decisive. After intercepting the ball, Gu Yanin did not pause and immediately sent a long pass to the uncle up front. The uncle controlled the ball, adjusted himself, and unleashed a powerful shot. Bang! The ball drilled straight into the corner of the goal.